we have a really big show today, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the title of the live stream doesn't quite encompass all that I'm going to talk about, because right now I'm working from a tablet, a Samsung tablet, because for some reason my computer won't acknowledge the fact that I pushed the on button. So I cannot get to my notes, but we're going to cover 3 different topics today. And the first topic is going to be, well, the most important topic is going to be when Warren Hunt returns from the police department in Australia. He's going to have an update to whether or not and what he did at the police station. The second topic is going to be not the primary topic, but a big topic that, in fact, we are ordering Sea-Doo, S-E-A, Sea-Doo jet skis, pro fishermen, and from Cebu. We're having a problem with that right now, but I'll give you an update on that. And the third and more important topic, welcome Peekaboo to you. I did get your message last week, but I really don't spend a lot of time on Facebook, so I didn't respond, and that would be something that I would like to talk to you about on the phone. Yeah, we're live, Jack Thompson. Welcome to the machine, Peekaboo to you, and welcome to the machine, Jack Thompson. So, and the third topic is pretty much what should have been in the title, but was not, and that is the lockdown in the Philippines. Now, if you people have been following me for the last 10 years, you know that I moved. It was my intention always to move to the Philippines because the water temperature in the ocean of the Philippines, all the oceans, is warm all year. And I like to swim and do scuba diving. So, Paige, hi. Welcome to the machine. Princess Anne, and welcome to the machine, Paige. Hi, thank you both for stopping by. Paige, you never sent your email. So, a Sea-Doo in Cebu sounds like a great song. Paige, hi, I still have that 120 video list that I want to send you. So, please put your email address. Don't put it in today's live stream, because I can't get my computer on it. It just won't turn on. It was on this morning and I restarted it. So send your email address in some odd video that I have, and it will get spammed because it has an email address in it. And then I'll copy your email address and send you those 120 videos. So the third topic, which is probably the most important, because when I told you people 10 years ago that the idea for collapsing the economy of the world was in play all the way back. Well, it goes back a lot further than the 1800s. There is documents from different orders of secret societies to build up the society to a certain level and then collapse the society. So 1963, when President John F. Kennedy ordered a report called Report from Iron Mountain. It's a PDF. Just Google it, Report from Iron Mountain. When he ordered that report was supposed to be how to prevent the United States from being destroyed, or the world. What, in fact, that report did was it showed about 100 different ways to prevent the world from being destroyed, but at the same time it told you what would destroy the world in the report from Iron Mountain. It was done by 13 intellects that devised 100 different ways that the world could be destroyed, and then how to prevent that from happening. And in that report is a detailed description that if the world's fresh water sources were somehow contaminated, that would cause mass die-offs all over the world. Depends on which water source, but like, for instance, if the Great Lakes was contaminated, the Midwest would run out of fresh drinking water. But it also described the effects of radiation. It described the effects of chemical poisoning in the water, things like that. So this plan to destroy commerce, that's pretty much what they're doing now, was in play a long time ago. Now, when I said I was moving to the Philippines 10 years ago, I said clear as day that they are going to collapse the economy of America. It's in so many of my videos, which are pretty much only posted to Patreon now, and pretty much only at a minimum of the $20 membership. But the point being is that what I believed was going to happen, because of the information I read as far back as 25 or 30 years ago, plus the information that I discovered through the pictographs on the dollar bill, that in fact there are 3 different organizations that control the world, not just the 3 organizations and the countries they represent, because they don't actually, these 3 agencies don't actually represent any country. They represent 3 nation states, and that would be the nation state of Rome, or the Vatican, which is about 1 square mile, where they have their own police and their own laws. They represent the nation state of the Bank of England, or the square mile in England, another 1 square mile area where the laws of that country don't apply in that 1 square mile. So there is one more, the 3rd one, which is the District of Columbia, which surrounds Washington, D.C., which is about another square mile. So those are 3 nation states that have, on the map, placed inside a country, but have different laws than the country they're in. So what I discovered on the dollar bill, if you go to my homepage and watch the dollar bill video that I have up, and I've never changed it since the day I started my channel in 2012, what I discovered through the pictographs are all 3 of those nation states: the Vatican, the square mile of London, and the District of Columbia. All 3 of those nation states have their representation on the dollar bill. In your face, by the way. It's not hard to see if you understand pictographs. So that's why I wrote the book Angels on the Ark. Now, these 3 nation states are derivatives of hundreds of other secret societies and organizations, but they control pretty much the world, in that the nation state of the square mile of London, and you can look that up, the square mile of London, 3 nation states, controls the banking and commerce of the entire world through its subsidiaries of Vatican Bank, the Rothschild Bank, and also the United States Federal Reserve. So the nation state of of London, the square mile of London, represents the control of money or commerce. The nation state of the Vatican controls that of religion. Now, a lot of people don't follow or don't have the time to follow all that's gone on in the Vatican in the last 10 years, because now they're ramping up what has been called the New World Order. They're ramping it up big time. So about 4 years ago, and don't quote me on that, but about 4 years ago, the Pope had a gathering of all religious leaders of all faiths from all over the flat earth, because the earth is flat. Everybody knows this. They just refuse to admit it, but by definition and by proofs beyond doubt, the earth is flat. But the nation state of Rome, otherwise controlled by the Pope, and the Pope is seen in the eyes of the Vatican and in the eyes of Catholicism as an intermediary between God and man, which I don't think I ever read anything where Jesus said that there'd be a man that would be his intermediary, but I could be wrong. If you can find it and want to post it, be my guest. So 3 or 4 years ago, the Pope had a meeting of all religious leaders of the world. And at that meeting, all the religious leaders of the world, this documentary after documentary on TV, they all had to subservient themselves, become subservient to the Pope by kissing his ring. And that included presidents and heads of state worldwide. So what I think and what people believe happened at that meeting was that there was an agreement between the Pope and all the other religious leaders that mattered, that there would come a time where everybody was going to have to agree on a particular topic. So in that aspect of the power of the Church or the Vatican or the Pope, all religious leaders would have to agree on something in the future. That's the belief that took place in that meeting. And that's happening now, because throughout what some people call the earth, the globe, which is a misnomer, throughout the world, let's just call it the world, throughout the world, for the first time in the history of the world, all religious leaders are in agreement that people have to be locked down, okay? And they are locking people down all over the world. So this is the first time in the history of all history, for all the world's history, that all religious leaders have come to the same agreement. But more than that, the political purview of the lockdown has also been conglomerated into one thought process. All the world needs to be locked down. And as far as the banking industry, they're following suit with the Vatican and the heads of all political ideology comes from Washington, D.C., the Vatican, and the square mile of London. But it is disseminated through Washington, D.C., according to the pictographs on the dollar bill. So when the politicians of the entire world, again, we have the complete agreement between the religious leaders. We have a sole ideology of the square mile of London, that all money, papers and coins, currency, has to be removed from society. And okay, I'm back. Okay, so Warren is here. Welcome to the machine. Heidel Strauskog. You know that's a troll, but don't you, Warren? Okay, so Heidel Strausscog is right alongside of that guy George that you were talking about. Yeah, okay, so you already know. So we are in a situation now, worldwide and globally, and of course on the flat earth, where all religions have agreed to not fight the standing orders of social distancing and so on and so forth. You get a few random churches here and there, but they're being subdued. We have a banking industry that is completely in agreement that they want all currency to go digital. And then, of course, we have the United States government, where they pretty much pull the strings on the power of making war and skirmishes throughout the flat earth or globe. It's up to you what you prefer to believe it is, but you should understand that we live on a flat earth. So, let's see, Warren is back. Man, it's thick with trolls today. Okay, so Warren knows that Heidel is a complete troll. Somebody should go to her page and block her. So, that AC repairman, we know who that is, don't we? All right, we do. Apparently we do. Okay, so that's right. Warren had the deal. Warren kept his part of the agreement. So the United States government, it couldn't have been more incompetent. This is the one point that Steve Montelli is not afraid to make, but he doesn't go over the edge with this. The United States government has been so incompetent with the lockdown. It's as Steve Montelli said, it's as if they wanted the virus to spread. Well, that was the plan for the last 70 years. That has been the plan, to have a pandemic worldwide. So Steve, without saying it, indirectly states that they are doing this on purpose. So anybody that doesn't believe the pandemic procedures that were taken in the United States were totally incompetent, well, you should take a look at what's going on. We have now in America, we have the so-called social laws or social distancing laws where people have to wear the N95 mask and or masks. And yet the United States, that used to be the world's greatest creator of commerce. They built airplanes, they built tanks, they built ocean liners, they built battleships, submarines. We can't make masks for the American people. And 3M, who is the supplier of masks, could not update their factories to make enough masks. See, so Steve Montelli is correct in that it seems they're doing everything possible to not stop the pandemic, the United States. So, which brings me to the back again in full circle, that there are three major powers that control the earth or the flat earth, whatever you want to call it. And these powers are the Vatican, where all religious leaders are in agreement that it's okay to shut down all our religious institutions. All religious leaders are in agreement that they won't go against the government. And the funny thing is that the Masons have rules. Okay, now once you reach a certain state or a certain level of Masonry, climbing the ladder is what they call it, but there are rules that you are taught, and those rules have to be abided by, otherwise you will be breaking the rules, and there are all kinds of consequences for breaking the actual words and laws and bylaws of Masonry. But the primary rule that is well known and documented is that Masons, wherever they are, whatever culture, whatever religion. Because I can tell you, there are Masons in the Philippines, in China, in Russia. They all abide by a same set of agreements. But the primary agreement of Masonry is, one of the primary tenets of Masonry is to, it's quoted, obey your government. So, in that respect, any rules that the government mandate, Masons have to follow without question. So, is that happening now? Yes, it is, because most politicians and most congressmen, senators, lawyers, doctors, most successful people in the movie industry, and don't forget, most presidents were Masons. So even the President of the United States, which is Mr. Trump, he knows he ran on a platform of one ideology, but he has never followed that platform. I don't want to hear about people saying, don't talk bad about your president. Mr. Trump is a puppet, and he works for the Vatican, the Bank of the Square Mile of London, and he works for the Order of Masons in the United States. There is no way around any of this. Trump has made so much promises, so many promises that he didn't fulfill or couldn't keep, even if he wanted to. And then, of course, there are the videos dating back, placing Mr. Trump in the presidential office from 30 years ago. This was planned. If no unforeseeable accident happened to Mr. Trump, he would be a candidate, if not the president, one day. So what you have here is, you have the ultimate conspiracy where all the organizations of the world, worldwide and global, or across the flat earth, you have all of these organizations for the first time in all of history all agreeing on one single thing, and that's the lockdown. So, which brings me to my next point. So I have a friend of mine that lives in Bohol, and we're going to go over the costs of the lockdown to the economy. In general, it's destroying the economy of not just the Philippines, but the world. I mean, this lockdown is causing massive shortages of goods, all goods, except food. For some reason in the Philippines, the stores are stocked up with food. But I was in the supermarket 2 weeks ago, and I wanted to get some jelly beans. Well, they don't have any jelly beans. So then I went to my next, it's all junk food, I'll grant you that. And I only buy 100 grams, and that lasts me a month. But there were no jelly beans. Then there were no chiclets, the little gum chiclets. There were no apricots, sugar apricots. So of the 40 or so canisters at the ICM mall, I would say 30 were empty, except for the sugar at the bottom of the canister. So they're out of candy, but the liquor stores and the supplies of cigarettes are boxes all over the place. Extra Tanduay rum. In the case of the supermarket, they have 5 cases of Tanduay rum in front of the Tanduay rum display. In the cigarette store that sells cigarettes and alcohol at the ICM, there were just cartons stacked 10, 12 high of cigarettes. So they don't run out of cigarettes or rum, but they have no candy. Computers, not going to be possible to buy a computer in the Philippines at all, unless you want the base computer or an i3. So that's out of stock. 75% of the shelves on the computers, where they lock down the computers to the tables, they're out of stock. And pretty much 50% of all cell phone lockdowns on the counter are empty. They've removed the cell phone and the little wire that attaches to the cell phone. So in regards to commerce, there is basically no commerce in the Philippines except for food. Now, as everyone is well aware of, I have been working with Warren Hunt to get him to the Philippines. And I don't have a few phone calls, as some people might believe. I have over 300 phone calls to different agencies. I'll name the agencies, and I still can't get my computer on, but I'll name them. I've called up let's just say 5 hotels to get 5 different prices so that I could give Warren a scale of what he wants to spend when he gets here for a hotel. Now, they all range between 2,000 pesos a day to 3,500 pesos a day. So we're just going to round off the 3,500 to 3,000 pesos a day to make it simple for some people that are not so good at math. And the 2,500 or 2,000 to 2,000 pesos a day. So there are over 100 phone calls to get those 5 prices. Because a lot of the hotels that say they're quarantine accessible, they don't answer the phone because of low staffing, or they're just closed. I have no idea. They don't answer the phone. So I have 100 phone calls for the hotels. Then some of the hotels gave me a number for the municipality or someone you could speak with at a government office. Those numbers don't work, except for one hotel that gave me a number that worked, and I spoke with Enrique, who was very helpful, but he didn't listen to the words I said. I said Warren Hunt was renting a jet to come to the Philippines, and he gave me the information for a commercial jet to the Philippines, kept me on the phone for 10 or 11 minutes, and then said, but there are no commercial jets. And I said, I never said it was a commercial jet. I said a private jet. He goes, oh, okay, sir. Well, then these rules don't apply. So what you're getting is people that are programmed to give an answer, but they don't listen to the question for the most part. So eventually, after about 25 or 30 phone calls to government officers that kept giving me a different number and that I called up, eventually I got information to call the FAA. Well, I dare anyone to go onto the FAA website in the Philippines and get a working number the first time. Most of the numbers for the municipalities in Bohol and for the hotels in Bohol are either numbers that don't work or no one answers the phone. So as an officer of the FAA, you would think that they had working numbers on their website, but they don't update their website. So if the number does work, they don't answer the phone. That person's out for the day, the person's busy, whatever. So what's happening as far as people wanting to come into the country of the Philippines, which would be Warren Hunt, until like the 13th of July, we thought that was going to be possible. But now we're not so sure. We have to wait for the new regulations to come into play on August 1st. However, I have more than 300 phone calls to get Warren to the Philippines, and many, 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 many conversations with people that will talk to you for 2 or 3 minutes but don't have the information you require. First, they want to know what you're looking for, and after you tell them what you're looking for, they give you a phone number that either doesn't work or no one answers. What I have managed to come up with in the course of all those conversations, I always bring up the topic that I have a friend of mine in Bohol who is overstayed, and I wanted to find out what the penalties were. Oh, another telephone number that does not work or no one answers the phone. The phone rings, but no one answers the phone is the Bureau of Immigration in Bohol. No one has ever answered the phone going on 5 weeks now. 2 different numbers that no one answers the phone. They are understaffed at the Bureau of Immigration. There was only 2 people in the office where normally there are 6, but either way, no one answers the phone. So what I did find out is that overstay fees are going to start at about, on average, 1,000 pesos per day. Now, I can't tell you that's a fact because I didn't get that information from the Bureau of Immigration. But I also learned that if a person lived in Bohol and they wanted to leave the country, so Bohol is one island, in order to leave the country once your overstay starts to occur. So you have 3 years in the Philippines and then you have to leave for 72 hours or 24 hours, whatever it is. If you want to leave Bohol, you have to go to Cebu to get your exit clearance visa. So if you leave Bohol to go to Cebu or any other adjoining island, Balikasag Island, or whatever other island, if you go to Cebu, it's 14 days of lockdown. So let's go with the 3,000 peso fee for the hotel. So let's just round that off to 45,000 pesos. So it's 45,000 pesos in the hotel in Cebu. Now, you want to leave the hotel to go to the J Mall to get your visa. Well, after you leave the hotel, you have left quarantine. So now you get your visa, which could take a day online, could be there for 3 days. So you need another 3 days of hotel. We won't count that. We'll count that as 1,000 pesos a day for the hotel, because you can get hotels there for 1,000 pesos a day. So let's just say it's 3 days of a hotel in Cebu, and then 2,000 pesos for the exit clearance. Plus, let's say you're 30 days over stay. That's 1,000 pesos a day. So take 45,000 pesos, add 30,000 pesos for the overstay, and then add 5,000 pesos to get your exit clearance. So that's 45 and 30, 75. That's 80,000 pesos. Now, you want to come back to Bohol. You have to go back into lockdown for 14 days. So add another 45,000 pesos to the 80,000 pesos. That's 125,000 pesos. Now, you're in the hotel. Now, you have to understand something. When you're in the hotel in Cebu, you can't just go to the airport in a cab. You have to be placed in an ambulance. So add another 1,000 pesos. That's 126,000 pesos. Now you come back to Bohol. You have to stay in quarantine again for 45,000 pesos. So 125 and 45 is 130, and 40 is 171,000 pesos. But you haven't left the Philippines yet. Now you have to buy an airline ticket, let's say to Vietnam, and come back. So let's just say you spend 25,000 pesos. Let's say 30,000 pesos with the hotel. 30,000 pesos for the airfare. So we're up to, what were we up to? 170,000 pesos, right? And 30,000 pesos for the airline ticket to Vietnam. That's 200,000 pesos, $4,000. Now you go to Vietnam and you're in quarantine for another 14 days. That's 245,000 pesos. Now you do whatever you're going to do in there, and let's say you don't leave the quarantine in Vietnam and you come back. Well, now you got to go back to Cebu for another 45,000 pesos. That's 290,000 pesos. And then from Cebu, you got to fly back to Bohol. That's 335,000 pesos, or $6,000. For you, if you're overstayed, it's approximately $6,000 if you have to do that island hopping from Bohol to Cebu, back to Bohol. Now, you could cut out about 70,000 pesos of that by staying in a lesser expensive hotel. But either way, for my friend to leave Bohol, go to Vietnam and come back, it's 250,000 pesos. But there's an additional problem. If the lockdown doesn't stop within a little less than 4 months, at the 6-month mark, you will not be able to leave the Philippines unless you get an NBI clearance. And that's going to be an additional it's only several hundred pesos, but it takes 21 days to get the NBI clearance. So 21 days to get the exit clearance. So let's say you got it down to 250,000 pesos, but you have to wait 21 days for your exit clearance, your NBI clearance, which you can't get unless it's necessary. You add another 21,000 pesos to the 250,000 pesos, 271,000 pesos, plus the 1,000 pesos for the other thing. So you have 272,000 pesos. That's what my friend is looking at in fees to leave the Philippines and come back if he has to go through the current regulations for the quarantine procedures, because there are no flights to most places from the Bohol airport. The Bohol airport is pretty much only domestic flights, not out of the country. So if you're an overstayer, like my friend is, he's looking at about $5,000 in costs, and that's if he never leaves the hotel in the country he goes to stay in for his 72 hours. If he does, it goes up to 300,000 pesos again. So that's the only real piece of information I can give you, other than the fact that when Warren Hunt gets here, as it's noted in the title, I called up, these people are more than willing to answer the phone. Their numbers work. The Sea-Doo dealership in Cebu. They have one model of the 2019 Sea-Doo Pro Fisherman that might be available, but they can get the 2020 models if you want them. And I say models with an S at the end, as in plural, because I was talking to Warren about when he gets here, there's not a lot of stuff to do here in Bohol. So he mentioned, what about the jet skis? And I said, well, they're a little bit pricey. And he asked me how much. And I told him, yes, Sarah Mason, Nassau equals deception. You're right. Hello, Bruce Davis. Welcome to the machine. Thank you for stopping by, Bruce. You are one of the ultimate fence jumpers, Bruce Davis. Yes, Bruce Davis used to be associated with a channel that threw Bruce under the bus for not giving him super chat. Heidel is okay, he's just a shit stirrer, get along with him. I don't know, Heidel said some shit about me the other day, and if he wants to stir shit, let him stir shit on somebody else's channel. Sabang, well, with the piece of information, 3M can't make masks for the U.S. because their factories are in China. Okay, and they will not allow export. Okay, so they won't allow export, but are there no cloth factories in America, sewing companies that can do that? I don't, Sabang, I mean, That's a vital piece of information, Saban, but it doesn't make any sense. We have 10,000. We used to be one of the world's biggest purveyors of cloth and fabric. Are those companies completely gone? I mean, I don't know. Warren wants somebody to contribute $4 $500 super chats. That'd be nice. And talking about super chat, $4 $500 super chat. That'd be great. That'd be great. Thank you very much. Thanks for the shout out. Do you recommend moving to the Philippines? Thanks, Jack. I agree. I agree 100%. It's funny that boy George reminded me to send Michael more money yesterday for the tiles and tap fittings. That, you see, Warren H is the sole reason. He should be the poster boy for not sending Michael super chat. Just transfer it from one bank account to the other. So Warren says, remember his behavior. That would be that Streidel Cosberg or Heidel, whatever that. I've never liked that person. So if you want to let it go on, that's up to you. I have never, ever, one time ever enjoyed a comment from Heidel Strasberg, Streiscog, whatever. Okay, so talking about Super Chat, I have noticed a downturn in Super Chat, and then we're going back to the jet skis, because Warren and I talked about not a singular Sea-Doo Sport Pro, but a double. Warren, because we had this conversation, I'll get into the conversation. I noticed some of the bloggers are working on YouTube for hours on end, day after day after day after day after day, sometimes putting in 7, 8, 9, 10 hours of hard work and not getting any super chat. And those same people, many of them don't have a Patreon account or a PayPal account. And I estimated one of several vloggers, I just picked one at random, put in about 60 hours of live streams in the last 2 weeks. Oh my God. I see red. I see red. Do I see red? Red is $100. I estimate one of the bloggers put in about close to 60 hours, and they earned $10, which comes out to about 6 cents per dollar. 6. That red just appeared again. Is this real? Uh-oh. Oh my God, the pot. Oh my God, I holy macaroni. It's a $500 super chat. That's only the second one I ever got. Oh God. Oh, let me get a pot. Wait, I got better than a pot. I got to move all my electronics out of the way for this one. Holy shit. Oh my God, Warren Hunt puts up a $500 super chat. Holy oh, I just dropped a nut. I just dropped a nut. Just thinking, look at it. Oh my God. Holy, wait for it. Not only is there going to be banging of the pot, there's going to be Crocodile Tears. And we're talking Crocodile Tears. First, I got to do, I never did find my spatula, but we have shit to do for $500. And then we're going to talk about the not one, but two Sea-Doo Sport Pro Fisherman jet skis. And I'll tell you why 2 and not 1. And then when I give you the price, you guys are going to have to sit down for the pricing. So I should get a freaking raincoat because it's coming. Okay, so here we go. Oop. Showing you a little back. Oh my God. Where are we here? Okay, so first off, you heard the pot. You know the pot is coming. We got the pot. We got to get something to bang the pot with. Yeah, baby. All right, so we got the pot. We're going to do them all. For $500, we do them all. We got the pot. We got the toilet, the portable John. We got Crocodile Tears coming up. Big time, baby. Big time. This requires a stiff drink of distilled water. For $500, you get the works. Anybody else care to join in? Don't hold back. So one thing we're going to do is we're going to flush the portable toilet, right? Okay. Then watch what happens after that. I'm trying to figure out the best order. First, let's flush the toilet. All right, so we got a portable toilet, and this is one of my biggest money makers for the year 2019 was flushing a toilet bowl in America. Earned me $2,000 in $10 super chats because I requested $10 for me to go into the bathroom and show the people on my channel my American standard toilet bowl, and I requested $10, and then I would flush it and show it on a live stream. Now I know that sounds crazy, but that's what I requested, $10 for me to walk into the bathroom and flush the toilet and show it on a live stream. That earned me about $2,500 in the month of March and April of 2019. But I don't have an American standard toilet bowl in the Philippines, so I had to improvise. So we all know a toilet has a tank and it has a bowl. And when you flush the tank water into the bowl, it makes a whirlpool. And that was the part that was worth $10 for me to show them the whirlpool in the tank, or the water falling out of a container, a little bin, into the tank in a strange way. But I don't have that ability, so I had to improvise. And now what it looks like, if you don't have an American standard water-saving tank, you do it like this. You put the water in there like that, and you flush it, and that by itself earned me $2,500 last year, and I would say that flushing the tank this year probably netted between $800 and $1,000 if you go through my live streams. Now, another big money maker, then you could recycle this water, you know. Another big money maker last year was Crocodile Tears. As you well know, Crocodile Tears are what happens when someone is crying big tears. They call it Crocodile Tears. So I should put my glasses on for this because it will be the last time I'm going to be able to see the screen for a few minutes. So Crocodile Tears. This is for George and some other guy for $500 US, Australian dollars. My God, F you troll, says Warren Hunt. Bruce Davis, wow, Warren. Bruce Davis, I know someone special that is losing his mind right now, LOL. Bruce Davis, consider the mind intact for the time being. But when he sees the jet skis arrive to the property in Bohol with Warren, after Warren gets here, not one but two, Sea-Doo pro fishermen sport jet skis. And Seas, I will show you the invoice list and why we got two instead of one. So Warren says, how do you like me now, trolls? So, Warren, my super chat finger is itchy. That means that another super chat could happen at any moment. So stay tuned, folks. Stay tuned. What's up, mofos? Missy attitude. Sounds like a troll. Scott Del Fuego, a malignant narcissist and sociopath, like an open book for me. I've dealt with versions of him forever. I know what he will do and say. I can spool him up and make him dance like a puppet or a cower in fear. In his own inadequacies, your disgusting abuse now has my attention. Poor narcissist, you are no longer in control. You'll dance when I want, and you'll cower in realization of your exposure. Now that's from the wordsmith. That's from the wordsmith, Scott Del Fuego. Now, there are people on my channel that have degrees in psychology, and they're allowed to have their opinion, just like everybody else's channel is allowed to have their opinion. So I don't know what Stridel is talking about. Thank you, Princess Anne. Have a great day to you as well. Thank you for the comments, and thanks for stopping by. Now, well, I believe that Scott Del Fuego's comment is worth reading again, because Scott is talking about someone that Warren has been associated with in a very negative manner in the last month or so. So Scott Del Fuego is describing the characteristical traits of a malignant narcissist, according to Scott's psychological evaluation. So he says, a malignant narcissist and sociopath. So those two characteristical traits are what Scott Del Fuego portrays the person that is in fact causing a lot of trouble on YouTube in the last month or so, like an open book for me. So Scott Del Fuego is depicting that he knows what a malignant narcissist and sociopath is. I've dealt with versions of him forever. So Scott is specifically meaning a certain person without naming a certain person, which is legal. It's Scott's opinion. I know what he will do and say. I can spool him up and make him dance like a puppet or cower in fear of his own inadequacies. So what Scott is saying is that Scott has the ability to make you dance like a puppet on a string, in plain sight, in full purview of the YouTube community, without you knowing that you're being spooled up and dancing like a puppet on a string. That's my interpretation of Scott's wording. Going back to the end of the second paragraph, poor narcissist, comma. I think he's being a little bit facetious. Poor narcissist, you are no longer in control, period. That's true. You'll dance when I want, you'll cower in realization of your exposure. So Scott Del Fuego is basically explaining what's gone on in the last month on YouTube to a particular so-called famous public figure. Now, I'm not real sure which one he's talking about, because there are several. There are several people that have been abusing myself and Warren and Jack Thompson and another famous blogger named Rike. There are several people that are abusing other bloggers and commenters on YouTube. All of these people have different characteristical traits, but Scott is describing what two of those characteristical traits are in some of the people that are acting in an immature manner. So Now, when I say an immature man, I'm not talking about somebody that takes crocodile tears like a man. There's a difference between immaturity and taking your crocodile tears where they belong. So the first thing what you should do is always remember, if the fedora is on, there is always in the background and the foreground and the show notes, which I don't have up because I can't get my computer to turn on, there is always the premise, the understanding that Jesus said, it is better to give to Michael Fazio than for Michael Fazio to give to you. That's number one. And the $500 super chat comes because of a comment I made yesterday. Based on John F. Kennedy, our president of the United States, if you recall, John F. Kennedy, these are going to be, these inside this recycled toilet water that you have here, that came out of this John here, these are going to become crocodile tears momentarily. So just stay tuned, because this is about as manly as you can get, to take a full tank of crocodile tears and keep on ticking. So John F. Kennedy, if you remember what John F. Kennedy said, John F. Kennedy said, ask not what you super chatted to Michael Fazio yesterday, but ponder what super chat you can give to Michael Fazio today and tomorrow. This was President Kennedy's words, based on the King James Bible, where Jesus said, in the King James Bible, it's in the red letters. And if it's in red letters in the King James Bible, if you know your Bible study, if it's in red letters, it's supposed to be a direct quote from Jesus. So John F. Kennedy said, ask not what you super chatted Michael Fazio yesterday, but ponder what you can super chat to Michael Fazio today and tomorrow. Those are John F. Kennedy, the President of the United States, said that based on the Bible terms and words from Jesus himself that said, it is better, it's in the Bible. You can go look it up in the King James Bible. Just Google, it is better to give to Michael Fazio than for Michael Fazio to give to you. Now, what that does inside some people's minds, and these minds are not real big to begin with, is it causes a slurry of tears. Now, those tears are tears of sorrow and sadness. And let me show you the difference between sorrow and sadness tears and crocodile tears, baby, because this is what a crocodile tear looks like in the interim of reality. This is cold. This is cold, hard reality. This is what crocodile tears are made of. When a man does a live stream for 40 minutes and gets a $500 donation in red, it creates crocodile tears of laughter as opposed to tears of sorrow, where some people on YouTube work 60 or 70 hours, 80 hours a week, putting together 40-minute, 1-hour blogs, 10-minute blogs, 7-minute hate-filled rants and ramblings. That, by the way, we have to get to the Warren Hunt report, if there is one. But this $500 super chat has brought me to crocodile tears, baby. And this is what a real man, this is what real men get for being real men. They get crocodile tears. So, is everybody ready? Who wants me to dump it slow, and who wants me to dump it fast? Which way shall it be? I'll give the audience whether. Warren says, wow, Heidel, you're so jealous. Warren says, I just want to do another 500, but YouTube won't let me do more than 500. I'll send it through the bank transfers. There you go. 500 yesterday in a bank transfer, 500 today in a super chat. Oh my God. Crocodile Tears. Slow or fast, it's your choice. The Hapsters, you're in time for Crocodile Tears, Mrs. Hapster. Scott Del Fuego says, LOL, a major troll invasion by the unwashed idiots of YouTube. What a laughable bunch of feckless dopes. See how the hate came out when they saw the super chat I was challenged to make yesterday? Come on, Heidel, what's next? Warren, see how easy it is to make these trolls look like fools they are? Warren, fool them, baby. Make them look like the fools that they are. Where are we? Where are we? What sort of a loser, says Warren H., would have to be what Heidel is doing? I don't know what Heidel is doing. Streidel, leader of the band, Heidel Strauskog, you're jealous because nobody give on you like that super chat, hide more, go run. Let's see somebody give you that. Leader of the band. Make it around 2,000. Did I promise a 2,000 super chat? But the hate club backed out. Yes, sir. All right, there's no answer. So what I'm going to have to do, this is what I'm going to have to do. These are Crocodile Tears. I wanted to know, do I take the Crocodile Tears slow, like a man, or fast, like a sissy? So let's do a slow Crocodile Tears, baby. This is what Crocodile Tears look like. So we got to get the Lloyd Bridges windshield washers, and only $500 super chat. He promised 2,000, and he only gave me a $500 super chat. Only a $500 super chat. Where's Lloyd Bridges when you need him? Only a $500 super chat. I worked all for an hour. I got an hour into a $500 super chat. But wait. He's going to send it via the bank transfers. Yay! Yay! $2,000 in super chat and bank transfers plus $500 yesterday. $2,500 earned. Hard work and labor of Michael Fazio on YouTube and in the Philippines, baby. So let's go. Now, that was taking it like a man, because there aren't a lot of men left in this world, as you know. And one thing that you should understand and be fucking clear on this is that even though I kid around on YouTube, in real life, what I do as far as construction, as far as my building abilities and my knowledge in construction and in the field of contracting, excavation, carpentry, and cement work, what I do in real life, in far as putting in kitchens and bathrooms and having the ability to know how to sweat fittings and put PVC together, I take that really fucking serious. So I have yet to see a single blogger on YouTube come anywhere close to my knowledge base of construction. So I might fool around on YouTube, but take this to the fucking bank. There isn't a single person in the Philippines vlogging community except a man whose name I won't mention, and he is a friend of mine, that has the same basic skill sets that I do. Now, he doesn't operate heavy equipment, so we're going to take heavy equipment as something that's additional to my skill set. I can run pretty much any piece of heavy equipment that has ever been built or manufactured. Ray, who's a friend of mine, who doesn't comment on my page but watches my videos, his carpentry abilities, plumbing, electric, the ability to lay out a job, his are on par with mine. But he does not vlog any longer. And he doesn't vlog any longer because of the trolls on YouTube. So he decided to just back off YouTube years ago. But his skill sets and my skill sets are pretty much identical in far as the everyday operation of tools and laying out a job because of our background in the aviation industry. However, I also possessed a general contractor's license and an excavator license in America for 38 years. Excavation, land clearing, tree surgery, and general contractor's licenses, all I have held over 38 years of being a licensed businessman in America. So I might fool around on YouTube, but my skill sets supersede that of pretty much everyone I know if you add my skill sets in heavy equipment operation and repairs. Now, I have owned 3 different cranes, a pile driver, a barge, a 188-ton barge with self-propel called the Dragon, which had twin 671s and a Murray Integerta 07 stern drive unit with a twin disc transmission. Now, nobody knows what I just said except some of the old timers, but multiple different backhoes, bobcats, and other drill rigs, track hoes, all multiple different pieces of equipment I have operated or owned. So even though I fool around on YouTube, not a single person out there in the troll category or not a single person watching could kiss my lily white butt when it comes to construction knowledge and the operation of heavy equipment. That includes the following: kitchens, installation of kitchens and bathrooms, installation of rough plumbing, installation of finished plumbing, installation of Formica countertops, installation of PVC roughage, cast iron roughage, or PVC pressure, or PVC high pressure. There isn't a single person out there that could kiss my lily white buttocks. Now, some people call that pounding my chest, when in fact, those are the facts. And when I hear people say that you can't do this or you can't do that, and I pose $10,000 challenges and they go unchallenged, it's because you people don't have the skill sets that I possess. So when people super chat me, and apparently they like to super chat me because it was unsolicited, they give me this because of my show, which part of it is show and part of it is reality, part of it is information. And they also, many of the people that super chat me are members of my Patreon account and see things that you everyday normal YouTubers don't see. For instance, this week I posted several videos of what is called a 2K gecko entrapment in a glue trap, and how when I found the geckos in the glue trap, I had 2 choices. I could have put them in a bucket of water and ended their life relatively fast, or spend 5 hours surgically removing them from the glue without injuring their claws or their paws. Slowly, I placed a a regular kitchen knife under each paw so that I wouldn't break their little fingers or claws, whatever you want to call them. And as I lifted up each claw, I put a piece of tissue paper under the claw and then under the body. Slowly, I picked it up with a chopstick. Just put a chopstick under the body and picked the little 2K geckos up. Now, those are the kind of videos that you'll never see on YouTube. Those are the kind of videos that I only show my subscribers or members of my Patreon account. But there are hundreds of videos that will never be seen on YouTube. So a lot of the people that super chat me do so because they know more about me, my personal life, than other people. And they understand that those few videos I have, 2 up, and I have 2 more that just loaded about an hour ago, for the final cleaning of the 2K geckos. The fact that the glue that I put them in captivity inside, I'll show you what I did. All right, so I have these water bottles. I have these water bottles that I got distilled water in. Now, each water bottle holds 10 liters of water. And inside these bottles, after I removed most of the glue from the bottoms of the feet, I put a little bit of distilled water in the bottom of each of these containers. Then I put them out in the sun, hoping that the warm water, just like a 1/4 of an inch at the bottom, they won't drown, would free the glue from their little feet. Because no matter how much I worked, I'll show you, no matter how much I worked this brush, I don't know where it went. But anyway, this was one of the operating tables for the geckos. This is the chopstick. Well, I had a little toothbrush that was a very fine bristle. And no matter how much I bristled between their little paws with the warm water, it didn't come off. And it said on the glue trap that the only way to get it off is to use a little bit of warm water. Now, Dennis Adam, who's an avid friend of mine and watcher of my YouTube videos, sent me a link after I already solved the problem. So what I did was I took some warm water and put it in this bottom of this container after I got most of the glue off the gecko's feet and body, and I put it in the sun to keep it warm, to keep them warm also, because they need heat. They're little amphibious creatures. And overnight, the water made the glue soluble, and their little feet that were glued together like this, they couldn't move them, which meant they couldn't climb, which meant I couldn't release them back into the wild, which is above my bed. That's where they live, 2 of them. I thought there was 1, but apparently there's 2. So overnight, the glue softened up and their feet became free. All their claws became free. And I think they're very happy because, well, they only barked at me a little bit, but they did bark. And one of them, I'm going to show you what one of them did to me. These are not domesticated 2Ks. There's 2 types of 2Ks. There's ones that are born from an egg and you handle them from the time they're babies. Maybe they won't bite you every day. Maybe. And that's because the 2K gecko is apparently the most vicious of all geckos. It's like, its attitude is on par with that of a hungry crocodile, even when it's not hungry. So a crocodile might let you walk by it when it's not hungry, but a 2K gecko will not. They will bite you. they will bite you. So if you go and Google 2K geckos, you'll see that they are biting creatures. And their nickname is demon lizards. That's the nickname. And I found that out the hard way. So while I was taking their little bodies, separating their little bodies, I had tissue paper on here and separating their little bodies from the glue, and then I'd rub the tissue paper on it. Then I'd put them in the warm water and rub the tissue paper off. It was coming off, but slow. So overnight, their little paws opened up. Before that occurred, though, we had an incident. I'll call it the incident of the demon gecko. And this is the kind of video that the people on my Patreon page became Patreon members to see. So the demon gecko was being cleaned up. Now, I want you to understand something. The demon gecko, the demon lizard, lives, I mean, only the lizard, as I was removing this might be Warren Hunt, when I showed him this video, said, had he had broken ribs, like he did when they revived him from when he died on the operating the table while he was being treated for cancer last year. When they revived him, they broke his ribs. He said, had I showed him this video where the demon gecko latched onto my finger, and my response, he probably would have died from one of the broken ribs piercing his heart. So while I had the demon gecko over a bucket of warm water, I used a bucket, I used the money pot also towards the end, because I thought maybe they wouldn't be able to slither out of the stainless steel pot. But once their paws became free from the glue and the tissue paper, they climbed out of that pot in a second. I had to grab them again, but I used a glove, an industrial grade leather glove. So let me show you what the demon gecko did, so that you get an idea of the kind of trauma that my finger went through this week. And if you saw my reaction, which none of you will ever see, you would say, and if you saw the injury and how the demon lizard had my finger, and this happened to 99% of you so-called men out there, and I say so-called men because most of you would have cried like little girls had this happen to you. This little bit of that you see now is 4 days old, and that is a bite from the demon lizard. And what that little lizard did was, I'm trying to get you a good shot of this. That's 5/16 of an inch by a ½ inch. I hope you could see that. That's 5/16 of an inch by a ½ inch. What that little mouth did was it bit down on my finger like that. It's similar to like a pinch from a vice grip or a pair of pliers, but it bit down on my finger, and then it started with its jaws going back and forth with its jaws, sawing the piece of meat out from my finger. And this all happened instantly. I mean, when you see them jump on a bug or a small rodent or another gecko and it rips the head off, it's actually clamping down and chewing sideways. So this is one reason why people like my Patreon account, because there are hundreds of videos that you will never see on YouTube on my Patreon account, and at all different monetary levels. So I have the 2 videos with them stuck in the glue trap that I posted this week. And the second video, the first video is about 3 minutes long, shows you them stuck in the glue trap, and I'm contemplating how to get them out. Now, as a jet mechanic, I know a lot of things that aren't necessarily related to jet mechanics, but I know that if I pull the gecko body or the lizard body off the glue, I know that their legs are going to get dislocated and they're going to die. So I got a tool, which happened to be a kitchen knife, and I placed that tool underneath each paw, slowly, just pushed it into the glue very slowly, and then picked it up very slowly like that. And when I picked it up, then I put tissue paper on the bottom, underneath on the bottom. So I picked it up and put tissue paper under the paw. And I did that. And then I took a ball of tissue paper like this, and I pushed it underneath the leg so that the leg couldn't go back into the glue. Then I picked up the body with a chopstick and picked up the body with a chopstick like that, and then under the body I put another piece of tissue paper like this. So what I was doing was very slowly picking the creature up from the glue, because if I just yoked the creature up from the glue, it would have ripped his claws or his leg off or broken the legs. So you have to understand this procedure took 5 hours, because I never did it before, and the first one was experimental in that I never did it before and I didn't want to hurt the little fella or girl, whatever it was. So I did that, and eventually I got it to with the warm water. I just kept taking tissue paper and wiping the creature down with the warm water and the tissue paper, and the tissue paper would dissolve and fall down into the bucket of warm water, and eventually it got down to where there was no more sticky, but it was just on the skin like a paint. And then I put them in these buckets overnight, and out in the sun and with the warm water. So yesterday when I woke up, I made the final 2 videos that I just loaded now. So people don't super chat me because they don't super chat me because I'm stupid. They might super chat me because I do stupid things. They super chat me because they know that by far I have some of the best video content of any vlogger in the Philippines vlogging community. Now, my friend Ray, if he's watching, which I don't think he is, but if he is watching, he's the only person I've ever met that comes close to my skill set, and that's because we're both A&P jet mechanics, and we both have the same background that we always did our own work. And in my case, I installed dozens, if not hundreds, of kitchens and bathrooms total in my lifetime. Ray was a jet mechanic who always worked with high-tech stuff, and that's how he built his house, high-tech style. In any event, there is no vlogger that will ever take any of my challenges. And that's why I laugh at you trolls that come to my channel and think you're this and think you're that and think you're this. You have a guy named the Hemorrhoid, right? He's a hemorrhoid because he's nothing but a pain in the ass. There's no doubt about that. He blogs 2,000 or 3,000 comments a week for no reason whatsoever. He doesn't get super chat. No one acknowledges him as a person or even as a human being because of the type of crap he comments and how he diminishes and demeans people. Why does he do that? For what is lacking in the hemorrhoid's life? Then you have Heidel Strauss-Kahn, whatever. I don't know what her comments were, or his comments. I don't know if it's a man or a woman, but apparently that she's or he's fighting with somebody on, or everybody on my channel. For what reason? do you come? For what purpose does it serve? Then you have other people that go under different names that do the same thing. And I have screenshots and copies of some of their comments, and not that it matters, it's just that it does matter, but it doesn't make a difference to me. And you get a guy named Johnny Wad, right? And he's always talking crap about Michael Fazio, always. Do you think that Johnny Wad's comments affect me in any way, shape, or form other than the fact that I read them? How does that comment that has nothing to do with truth or reality, for the most part, how does it affect me? So the people that really know me, like Warren and Scott and Dennis, by the way, Dennis, that article that you sent me, the next day after I freed the gecko and their feet and with the warm water, the article said to use a mineral oil to relieve the glue from their feet, but not so much because it might damage their natural ability to fend off, to be water resistant. Either way, but it was the identical way that I figured out without reading the article, because I just had an idea, and my idea was the only idea inside my head that I thought would work. You can't pull them off of it. You got to take them up one at a time. So that's what the article said. But thanks for sending that to me, Dennis. And I did post it to the page of the geckos, but because it's spammed because of the link, that's where it is, in the gecko, the video that I sent you because of the Patreon community. So you people out there that you say Warren sent $500, you have no idea the plans that Warren and I have to build something in the Philippines together. Because men, real men, we're not talking about a half a man or a quarter man or a sissy girl man or a lady man or a lady boy man. We're not talking about that kind of man. We're talking about real men. Real men set a goal. Many times real men set goals that are unachievable, but there has always been the premise that if you set a goal that's unreachable and you get halfway there, you've done more than most other people have ever believed possible. So whereas Warren and I have a goal to build a hotel, to own not one, but 2 hotels on 2 different islands, and to have goals of, once again, both of us flying again, because we both enjoyed the freedom of flight and aircraft, flying an airplane, sitting in an airplane and giving it full throttle, especially from the left seat, and taking off. We both enjoyed that pleasure in our lives. We both enjoy adventure. Now, Warren had a motorcycle as a motorcycle police officer for 13 years. I wouldn't ride a motorcycle, but he likes a motorcycle. But I have racing boats. Now, Warren didn't have racing boats. So while Warren was riding a motorcycle, I was playing in ocean racers. Real men's toys. Big Harley Davidsons like Scott has. Big ocean racers. Now, then you get the jealous, little-minded, small little cretins that say, oh, you got to have a big Harley Davidson because you got a little Komasikiyama. No, I would be afraid to ride a Harley Davidson, but I liked ocean races. But where I went in the ocean with my ocean racer, and what I did with my ocean racer, and if I took people out to the ocean with me, they would never get back on another ocean racer with me. They would be literally panicking and I'd be sitting there full throttle laughing my ass off, because some of the stuff that you can do with a big, powerful boat is pretty trippy. Now, one time I scared myself, and I probably didn't do that again ever, but I did. But I did scare myself. But this is what real men do. They push the limits. Evel Knievel pushed the limits. Scott Del Fuego riding a motorcycle, just getting on the damn thing, pushing the limits. Warren H. as a police officer, pushing the limits of our manhood. Not sitting and blogging and going blah, 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 Fazio this and Fazio that. You people have no damn lives. Now, in regards to critiquing myself, Scott Del Fuego, Dennis Adam, Jack Thompson, real men. Jack Thompson walks on roofs with 90-pound bundles of shingles and buckets of tar and 50-pound boxes of nails and screws and the materials that he uses, logs, 16, 18-foot, 8x8 log to build a log cabin. If it falls on him, he dies. He doesn't go to the doctor, he dies. This is what men do. Non-men, sissy boys, girly men, they don't do any of this shit. Non-men, sissy boys, girly men, and all lady boys, or ladyboy lovers, pretty much only run their mouth on YouTube. So this is where I was going with this. So getting back to the reaction, when this little creature latched onto my finger, did I panic? No. I mean, you know, when you panic, you die. Okay, let's clear the air here. If anybody's ever done any real man type work or real man stuff, and you see something about to happen and it's going to happen to you and you panic, typically your panic puts you in what we call the freeze mode, and that if like a tree is falling in your direction, you might freeze for 1 second or 2 seconds. That's the difference between surviving and bad placed falling tree or fell tree and living. So when the little fellow latched onto my finger, oh, he was right away. You could feel him like that. Now, was it a big deal? Not for me, but for some people, they would have cried. Then they would have panicked. And before 1 minute was up, I had the solution to get the little fella or girl, whatever it was, off my finger without killing the creature, without harming the creature. So most people would have panicked. They would have grabbed the little creature's torso and pulled it. And with pulling the little creature off their finger, they would have ripped that piece of skin or meat off their finger. And they may have killed the little demon lizard. I didn't do that. I laughed. I laughed the same way I laugh at you trolls. Because what I know about you trolls, what I'm absolutely sure of the people that are trolling my channel right now, I am 100% sure that none of you trolls will walk up, if you're trolling Rike, not one of you will ever walk up and confront Rike face to face. Nobody. None of you. If you're trolling, let's say you were trolling Scott Del Fuego, who's coming to the Philippines as soon as the lockdown is over, not one of you would ever walk up to Scott Del Fuego and troll him to his face. Nor would you do that to Jack Thompson or Dennis Adam or John Escape or Gary Kennedy. Now, none of you would ever do that. None of you. Why? I know that for a fact because many people say, I see Fazio walking around Tag Balaran, but why is it that you don't come up and say this shit to my face? Because you don't have what it takes to say that shit to anybody's face. You don't have that. You don't have what is called a spine to say that to another man's face. whether or not you can beat the other man up in a fight, whether or not that's even possible that you could do that, you wouldn't do it anyway, because you don't want to really confront people face to face because you're a bunch of cowards. You wouldn't do that to Scott Del Fuego, or you certainly wouldn't do it to Warren Hunt. And that brings me back to the topic matter at hand, to the Sea-Doos that Warren Hunt and I are going to buy now from a dealership in Cebu. So let me tell you what they're going to cost as soon as I put my fedora back on, because we're going back into the scamming mode. And you know, and I know, that if I have the fedora on, it's a good time to start a new scam. It's always a good time. Or any time is a good time to start a scam, any time of the day and night. So, but the one thing that you got to remember under the fedora is you got to get your hair combed back like that, because otherwise the fedora pushes the hair down into your face. You got to get that like that. And then, you know that there are ways to wear a fedora. You could wear the fedora like this, that look like a rapper, which I'm not a rapper. Or you could wear the fedora like this, which means that you're running a legitimate scam. So let's run it halfway so that you could see my eyes while I run my next legitimate scam on my subscribers. So I don't know where the comments are right now. Oh my God. Oh my God. Jerry Scott. Aha. Okay, so I'm back to where the comments ended. Scott Del Fuego says, it's indicative of one who is meek and afraid of confrontation, likely bullied in real life. Now, that is something I've done a lot of reading on in the last week, and I'll talk about that when I'm done with this comment. It's indicative of one who is meek and afraid of confrontation. The word afraid is the key word there. Afraid of real. When I say real confrontation, face-to-face confrontation, because most people, when they're face-to-face with an adversary, they will back down because they're really, inside their heart, they have no real wish, will, or desire to be confrontational. But their mouth, as we said when we were children, your mouth is writing checks that your body can't cash. And that has been a saying since the 1970s. And there's a funny story about my friend Justin Minicino, that before he owned an entire hotel, a diving resort in Key Largo. But before he would confront somebody, he would tell them that he would use that saying. He would say, from far away, from 6 or 7 feet away, he's going, I'm warning you. Justin Minicino would say, I'm warning you, your mouth is writing checks that your body can't cash. And then he would go back to the bar, turn around, and face the bar, and not face the person he said that to, hoping that the man would go away. And I would look at Justin and I would say, you know, should I tell him? But we had a little thing that we used to do. We had spent a lot of time together, and he's going, okay, like, go over there and tell him. And I would walk over to the guy and say, look, I don't really know who you are, and you're not from the Florida Keys, that's for sure, because that guy over there, Justin Minicino, that's not the guy you want to have a fight with. Look, you're a big guy, and there's 3 of you. Not enough. Go get some more guys and come back. But you don't want to fight Justin Minicino. Now, you can look it up. You can look him up and where he was and where he spent a lot of time in his life in New Jersey as a professional kickboxer and all kinds of fighting martial arts skills this guy had. He was stupid strong, too. He could do 700 crunches in 700 seconds. It's unheard of. But he could do it. And he would do it. But I would talk to the men in the bar and I would say, dude, your mouth, you guys are sitting, you're in the Florida Keys having a good time. Just go about your business. Go someplace else. Go down to Sharky's Pub or go to Coconuts or something like that, you know, because you don't want to mess with Justin Minicino. And I was so small compared to these were big guys. I remember what Justin did to these three big guys. It was an amazing thing. And so there's a lot of guys on YouTube that you got big mouths, but when I see you in the mall, you're all, hey, Fazio, how you doing? Or, hey, Michael, how you doing? Because you got big mouths, and that's it. And aside from that, no one really cares what you say on YouTube. But in real life, that's when we separate the men from the boys. And I have seen a lot of little boys back down when put under pressure. And not in the Philippines, of course, but in real life. You got a guy, I remember Tommy G, we won't mention his name. He used to start shit with everybody, and then we'd fight, as Jack Thompson and I talked about, and then the four of us, Tommy G would start shit with people in another bar, and me, Matthew, and Eddie would have to fight, and he would run away. He'd run to the back, and he did that a couple of times, and then after that, we would just let him get into a fight. But you guys with the big mouths out there, the big mouths, Fazio this, and I am asking you to please, by all means, feel free to say that in real life. Just don't back down. Don't be afraid. Nothing's going to happen to you. I just want to hear you say it. Hopefully I'll have my camera and I'll be able to videotape you talking the shit you talk to me about on YouTube. I'll be able to videotape that and document it so that I will say, well, look at this guy. He's actually saying it in real life, because I don't believe that I've ever heard it in real life. But I look forward to documenting, and I'll put a video up for you, super YouTube tough guys out there. I'll put look at this guy. Look at this guy, and Joe Blow troll name. Look how tough he is. Look at him standing over there, 8 or 10 feet away, yelling. Look how tough he is. Look at that. Oh my God. And then, of course, that's all that'll ever happen, because it's the same thing. The keyboard warriors with the big mouths and the wannabe tough guys in real life, they'll always back 8 or 10 feet away. So they'll make you seemingly the fool when in fact they're running their mouth from 8 or 10 feet away. Do it. You want to get in somebody's face? Get right in their face. That's the way to do it. That's the best way to make everybody around you understand that you're serious. You're right there in his circle. And let's go back to the leader of the band. Says Michael is a good man and be true person, not like you, Heidel. I don't even know who this Heidel is, but thank you, leader of the band. So back to Scott Del Fuego's wordsmithing. It is indicative of one meek and afraid of confrontation, likely bullied in real life. Now, I read an article about children that were abused by family members. And I'm going to leave that for another live stream, where I'm only going to review the videos of the psychologists that give reasons for people to have what they call problems, mental problems. We'll leave it at that. Trying to be bold in anonymity. Bad, sad actually, but losers like this need to be cut out like bad meat. Whoa, my finger. That reminds me of the little gecko when he bit my finger. That was funny though, yeah, Scott. I'd pay big money to say this BS to my face, says Warren. I can't review Barry Jordan. I don't know if you're the real Barry Jordan or not. I can't see your comment. It could have been someone else's 2000, but their boy ran away from the channel and hid under their mother's skirt. I did see that video. So we're getting close to the point we're going to talk about, if Warren wants to talk about it. Warren has been being abused big time on YouTube. Warren has been trolled, stalked, and abused verbally and mentally for the last month, continuously abused. Now, I know for a fact, now when I say I know for a fact the person that is stalking, abusing, and mentally abusing Warren Hunt, I know for a fact that person will never, and he's going to get the chance, he will never speak up to Warren face to face, mano a mano, whatever that saying is. He won't do that. I know that for a fact. I know it for a fact. Because Warren is not the type of person to take that kind of bullshit in real life. But I know for a fact that the blogger will cower down to Warren. He won't say that to Warren's face. And he's going to get that chance. It appears that he's going to get that chance, because when Warren comes to the Philippines, Warren already inquired for legal assistance in the Philippines. He's already done the inquiries. He's already got a law firm that he's going to use in the Philippines, and he's going to give the person who was mentally and verbally abusing him through YouTube videos the opportunity to meet him in court and defend himself for things like, you know, they're just so absurd. Some of the absurdities, some of the bullshit, some of the things that were said to Warren are just, I won't say them on my live stream because I might get a strike for saying what was said to Warren H. and including myself. So that should go, that it has been noted and documented, of course, that Warren is coming to the Philippines. I want you to understand, this is not hearsay. This is a fact. He's coming to the Philippines, and he's going to hire a solicitor on his behalf to bring to light justice in the Philippines court system. It's going to do that. And as you well know, Warren has the finances to do that. So what I see happening is I see Warren coming to the Philippines, us doing our paperwork to get the hotel sorted out. The name of the hotel has already been picked out. We have some equipment that needs to be brought onto the property and utilized and then gotten off the property, and then the building can start, the construction part of it can start. And then once we get our legal paperwork done and behind us, Warren is headed on a full, when I say full head-on onslaught of legal, whatever is legal in the Philippines, Warren is going to get that law pressed against somebody for demeaning, slandering, and maligning Warren Hunt's character. That's what I see happening. That's what Warren told me is going to happen. I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen. So the fact that Warren didn't come to the live stream till late today, maybe Warren wants to tell us where he was and what he did this morning. Because from my recollection, It was to file a complaint against somebody that is cyber stalking Warren on the internet. Now, that's from my recollection from yesterday. I don't know where Warren was this morning, but if he wants to elaborate on that, if he can, legally, you should know that Warren has the tenacity. You should also know that Warren was a 19-year police veteran in Australia, and you should also know that Warren holds 2 different degrees in the psychiatric field, in the field of psychiatry and determining the mental acuity of, in the case of Warren's job description as a police officer, Warren holds 2, not 1, but 2 different degrees where he can make a psychological evaluation on a person, and his degrees allow him to do that. So when you hear Warren make a statement, he might be laughing, he might be serious, he might be even in angst, but when he makes a statement, you can rest assured that his statement can and will be accredited in a court of law. You should understand that to be true, because he holds the degrees necessary that he got in the Australian Police Department. Boy, this is going to be fun. Let me get to my next topic. We're going to talk about the price of the jet skis now. Leader of the band. Okay, so Scott Del Fuego, the great leader of the band. Okay, Warren. It could have been someone else's $2,000, but their boy ran away from the channel and hid under his mother's skit. Leader of the band. That's great, Michael. And that feel of Heidel Strauss-Cog. I know you cry now, not Warren. He's a good man. Thank you, leader of the band. Scott Del Fuego. I'd double it, Warren. Be worth watching, like the Terminator 5 movie. No, Warren. No more Super Chat for today. Super Chat is closed for the day, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, we have trolls everywhere. We even have trolls with troll in their name. Insults don't matter when they're delivered by disgusting amoebas that one doesn't give a shit about. That's true, Scott. So we do have a troll that never accepted one of my offers to build something. I see his name, but I can't read the comment. And I also want that guy to know that the other guy threw him under the bus last week and said that that guy, whose name I didn't mention, was the person and the originator of a certain video that needs, I can't talk about it because it's a legal issue, but they threw you under the bus for that picture, video, and where the picture came from. I don't really care where it came from, and neither do the authorities. They only care what channel the picture and video appeared on, and they may or may not follow through with what they said. The meeting is on Thursday of this week to determine whether or not additional things can be done. Scott Del Fuego. Interesting to find out how many of these troll accounts were linked. Cleaning out a bunch right now. That all should have been blocked before anyway. Thank you, Scott. So, yeah, well, Pinoy, leader of the band. Pinoy troll. Ha ha ha. You're crazy that what you think. Don't judgmental on Warren H. You never know. Ha ha ha. Crazy man, I know who you are. Leader of the band. I don't think leader of the band is, he actually writes quite good English, but I don't think he's American. So thanks for the comment, leader of the band. Warren says, wow, we are kicking trolls today. Cano expat blocked, leader of the band. For someone who lives by themselves and has no sex life to say that is mere projection on their own lack of life. You aren't having sex on your own, LOL. Well, I heard that guy has a facsimile of a female body part. I saw that on that person's channel itself. I gotta tell you that was one of, I don't know how drunk you were when you posted that video of you with the female body part. I have no idea how drunk you are. In fact, no one knows how drunk you'd have to be to show that female body part on your live stream, on your page, and then show it with all the bodily fluids that were on the female body part. And what was going through your mind, without being, without being facetious, without being nasty? Why would you post a video of a female body part, and it wasn't just a little rubber pocket, thing. It was like the whole torso of a female. Why would you post? I have a question for you. Seriously, why would you post that on your channel? And how drunk were you? Or were you drunk at all? How drunk were you to post and then talk about how it worked? That was an amazing thing. I didn't believe what I was saying, and the next day when I woke up, the video was gone. But I do have clear recollection of that happening on YouTube. It was an amazing thing. And you come and troll my channel after that crap you put on your channel. This proves that there's a double standard, at least. And if it was true that you got the original picture, or you sent somebody to my house to get the original picture, I could give a shit less that you did that. Because you, as far as I know, didn't post it on your page. But the other guy, he posted it on his page. And we're going to take that as far as we can take that. Not in your direction, because I don't remember seeing it on your page, but I did see it on the other guy's page. And when confronted that it was on his page, the first thing he said, an hour after I made my live stream saying that probably isn't legal, within an hour he came on and said, well, I didn't take that picture. If you want to know where that picture came from, ask Pinoy Troll. The guy ratted you out in like 10 seconds after my live stream went up. I'm talking 10 on the street. He wouldn't have any friends on the street. I mean, he didn't even just to say, I don't know where that picture came from. He gave your name right up within 10 seconds. And you are coming to my channel trolling me? I could care less that the troll comes to my channel and trolls me, because I can't see your comments, number one. But what you should be more concerned about, if you sent that guy the picture, you should be more concerned that guy doesn't try to get the reward. But he can't, because that would mean he admitted that he posted the picture. So he can't get the $20,000 reward. And if he did, he'd have to give you up and admit that he put that picture on his page. But it doesn't matter. Screenshots of the channel, screenshots of the URL, screenshots of the picture, screenshots of all the words, transcripts, all that shit is done. Let me show it to you. Let me show you what it looks like. I don't know that you could see this, but Can you see that? See the bottom word? See the word shack on the bottom? This is the full document. Screenshot, Word documents, timestamps, the video, the channel that the video was posted on, the day the channel that the video, there's 2 videos on here. One is about the accusation that someone killed someone. That's the first word. Now that's just an accusation, but it refers to something else that's related to the shack video. So you see that right there, this little file here? So what's on here is a video about a possible murder that no one has been able to prove, and the video of the shack and where it came from, where the video came from, the timestamp by the day, the URL of the channel maker of the video, and the follow-up video where he threw the troll under the bus, where he also admitted that if you want to know where that video, and there are other things on here, something called the, let me show it to you. Hold on a second. Let me get this. It's over here. I don't want to open up this folder, but I will. Let me see if I could get the word. Let's see. Well, I really can't show you this document because it's illegal. I better not. But what I will tell you that this is a formal complaint about unjust vexation. I'll tell you that much, that it's a formal, it's going to be, it's a formal complaint. Not going to be anything, it's already done. It's a formal complaint about unjust vexation. And the fact that the email used for the harassment is in fact a well-known email. So I'm not going to show this to you, but I just want you to know that this is 3 copies of the email, where the email was sent, and where the email came from. So on that little thumb drive here is the shack, a video about the person who put the shack video up and a possible murder that occurred that he may or may not be aware of, because there's no proof at this point that it existed, but it was talked about, and the law about unjust vexation and the rest. So you guys just keep that shit up, and when you think that you have enough, on your plate, don't stop then. Just keep dishing that shit out. Just start dishing it over to another guy, because that guy gave you up. And well, I wasn't on YouTube. My live stream wasn't over for 90 seconds, and that guy came on and said, if you want to know about where that picture came from, you talk to the troll. That's what he said. He gave you up in a heartbeat. And the other guy, he gave up in a heartbeat too. He gave him up in a heartbeat. There's I don't want to mention the man's name, but you guys know what live stream I offered my assistance to for a person that was being abused. Oh, Well, maybe I should elaborate on this drive a little bit. A guy that was accused falsely, by the way, by YouTube channel creators. What you want to call them, a channel creator? A guy was, there's another thing on here. I forgot all about it. So there's a guy that was accused falsely of murder. And I did get a little bit upset about that. I got upset because I don't know the guy at all. I've never talked to him on the phone or on Skype or on Facebook or anything like that. But I didn't believe that it was true. I just refused to believe it was true. But it turns out it wasn't true. But two people talked about this third party committing or possibly committing a murder. Now, when they mentioned, here is the law in the Philippines, when they mentioned that the third party who I offered my assistance to, when the third party's name was mentioned as a person who murdered another person in America, when that was mentioned, and there wasn't an immediate follow-up saying, I don't believe that he did it. And instead, the reference was, wait, well, you know, you never know if he murdered somebody or not. There's a lot of people on YouTube that might be murderers, and they might. When you followed up with this person may have murdered somebody, we don't know that for a fact, and then someone brought me into the equation, and you didn't say, no, I know that Michael Fazio did not commit a murder. I am sure that Michael Fazio, and your response was, well, you know, you never know, there's a lot of crazy people on you. I hope, I don't know if you guys, it dropped out for a few seconds. You, when you mention, when one of your trolls or one of your friends or your other account insinuated that Michael Fazio committed murder in America, or possibly committed murder in America. See this little, it says murder in the shack? When that comment went on your channel and you said, well, we don't know whether or not he, you know, we're not, no, that's the wrong answer. The right answer would have been, no, we know for a fact that he never did that. Or throw the guy right off your channel and said, we don't want to hear shit like that. We don't know that. But you didn't do that. You left it open for other people's opinions. That was not a good thing. And the other guy in Cebu, that was questionable whether or not he committed a murder. You just went right along with that other vlogger. That was a big mistake. Because now you're culpable to insinuating that I killed somebody because you didn't deny it right away. But even more so, for the other guy in Cebu, you are even more so culpable because you didn't deny what you were reading or listening to or discussing. The next day, you backpedaled about 787,000 miles an hour after you realized I said I would help that other man in Cebu, whatever he needed. Don't make any mistake about it. Don't make even the slightest bit of a mistake. If that man needs information, and I said it on my live stream, feel free to contact me. I'll tell him how to go through the proper procedures to file a case against someone. And there you go. That's why the word murder and shack is on the same drive. That's why they're there. Now, will anything ever come of it? For a fact, Everybody's face is on these videos. Everybody's face. My face, the guy in Cebu, the guy talking about the guy in Cebu, and the guy in Cebu talking about the guy in Cebu. Everybody's face is in the videos. So forget about that bullshit that no one has a single piece of evidence that'll hold up in court. Right here. There it is, right there. There's probably 5 videos on this drive. Now, unless something is like a miracle happens, like a plane crashes into my house, this drive goes to the authorities on Thursday. Now, what they do with it, I won't know. But rest assured, your face, your channel link, your voice, your screenshot of your video, and then the words that appeared in your video using the closed captions are all right there. That's going to be something separate. That's separate. Now, also on this little drive, the one that says murder, all the follow-up evidence of unjust vexation, contacting someone's neighbor without the solicitation of the neighbor's help. No one asked you for your fucking help. No one asked you for your damn opinion. And no one asked you to send that fucking email using your email address. No one asked you to do that. You did that. You did that. So I'll just put this over here. It's right here on top of my computer. You want it? You want it? Come and get it. Come and get it. Because if you don't get this by Thursday, this copy goes to the authorities, and this copy, hold on, let me get my glasses. Oh, my glasses fell down. Hold on. This copy here, this copy, which is this one says murder and shack. I can't show you what this one says, but let me tell you, on this one is an additional, this one here is not just a backup, but there is additional evidence on here to a real crime. So here, this thing right here it is right here. I'm going to put it on top of my computer. I'm going to put it right here on top of my computer. You want it? Come and get it. But on Thursday, we'll know if I have to make 3 more copies of this. So right now, I have this copy. Then I have another thumb drive here. And then I have this thumb drive, which has everything on it again. And then I need, well, I don't need a thumb drive because I have it in the computer. And I also have it all loaded. So here it is right here. Here it is right here. Murder, unjust vexation, and shack. Okay? It's right here. I'm going to put it on top of my computer. Come and get it. Then I won't be able to give it to the police. But anything short of coming by Thursday morning at 11 o'clock, it's not going to be on the computer anymore. It's going to where it's supposed to be going. And we already have an appointment for 11 a.m. Thursday, so you should just... here, look, you can't see where I'm putting it, but I want you to listen. Listen, you hear what? Did you hear? I dropped it on my computer. It's just 8 inches away from my keyboard. That video shows a person not denying, fully, wholly denying that another man may or may not have committed a murder. So in fact, the law, and I'm going to tell you what the law is, the law frowns on that shit. What the law will do about it, I don't know. But the law is very interested to see the video. Very interested. Now, from my perspective, not really a big deal. But from the guy in Cebu, from his perspective, I would say he has whatever I have, plus he has videos that I don't have, and I don't need, because it has nothing to do with me. But I would say that if that guy in Cebu wanted to document what's going on, and he wanted to bring all parties involved into the court system, I guarantee you, if the man in Cebu that was falsely accused of committing a murder, I guarantee you he can get you into a courtroom. I guarantee you he can get you to come to Cebu to go to court. I am guaranteeing you that, because I have that as gold coming from the authorities. There's no doubt in my mind that you will have to at least address what that man has to say about you in a court if he chooses to bring you to court. You can deny all that you want, but I don't have the videos, all of them, but he does. I don't know how he got them. I know he doesn't watch my channel or other people's channels in this genre so much. Pretty much, does his own thing, but he has videos, multiple videos of you know who you are, talking about him without denying that he was a murderer, which actually you came very close to implying that the possibility existed that he was, which is criminal. So if he wants to bring you to Cebu, he's going to do that if he chooses to do that. And I don't know what he's going to do. I'm just letting you know that there are laws against accusing or not emphatically denying that a person is a murderer. So if your trolls came on your account and said, Fazio is a murderer, he's running away from the mafia in New York City, or Fazio was under witness protection, or Fazio did this in New York and had to run away. First of all, none of that shit is true, but you didn't deny it, and you played along with it. But, here's the fucking drive right here. Here's the drive. Thursday morning, this goes where it has been prearranged for it to go. And if the authorities decide to follow up on what's inside there, that's their prerogative. If they decide not to follow up with what's inside this little thumb drive, the one that says murder and shack on it, if they decide not to follow up on that, that's their prerogative too. But it will be noted one way or another. So you people out there that are trolling my account and talking shit about me, you got these guys named Johnny Watt. Now, Warren made a good point yesterday. Johnny Watt is still talking about Daisy May. Daisy May is gone close to a year, but I still hear stories about Daisy May. And you allow those stories to take place. In fact, just 2 days ago, I saw comments about Dilly May and Eugene, and why? What is wrong with you people? You people are really fucked up in the head. It's a year. Let Daisy's life move on in whatever direction she chooses. What the fuck is wrong with you that you have to keep bringing up the past? Because there's something seriously wrong with the play. Do that. Inside your head, you project it in video format on YouTube. You're going to pay for that. You're going to pay the price for that one day. It's going to cost you legal fees, it's going to cost you time, and it's going to cost you angst you're gonna fess up to the shit that you said. There are too many videos. There are too many videos with all the necessary requirements by law to not see that you said those things. So if you have a troll account and you keep posting shit about me, just keep it up. I don't care. You think you're going to piss me off and that I'm going to go off on some weird tangent and say something illegal? Not going to happen. I don't give a flying shit what you guys say. What I do want you to do, though, next time you see me in the ICM mall or the BQ mall, ask me if I have my camera, because you want to curse me out. And then if I have the camera, I'll turn the camera on and you curse me out. Okay? I'll show you what a big man I am. I'll show you that I got a good sense of humor. I'll show it to you. If I have, hopefully I'll have. I tell you what, if you really feel like doing that, you want to curse me out, motherfucker me or something in the mall, you want to say some shit that would be, you know, that you'd say on YouTube. If I don't have a camera, I'll go buy a phone, and I'll buy a phone with a camera in it, and then I'll come back and I'll meet you, and I could buy the phone with the money that Warren gave me, but that's for pipes and fittings. But if I don't have a camera, I'll go buy one, and you just wait. You can come to the phone store with me. You could even run that shit in my ear all the way to the phone store. And when I get the phone, I turn the phone on, I turn the camera on. You can make fun of me right in front of the camera. I don't give a fuck, but what I do care about is this little file right here. It's right here on top of my computer. There it is, right there. Won't be there. Only going to be there 6 more days, and not even 1 hour. Just 1 hour shy of 6 days, and then it goes to the authorities. What happens after that, who knows? But that fucking video is everything that most people dream of. Thomas Grube is in the house, a long-term friend of my Patreon account and long-term Patreon member, and also a Philippines vlogger who lives in one of the most beautiful places in the Philippines. I don't know where he lives, but he lives on the side of a mountain overlooking the ocean, and he has a manicured backyard like something out of Dallas or Dynasty. And apparently he does that work himself, which as a landscaper, I would never do that. I did landscaping, rough landscaping. I'd keep the weeds out from between your bushes. I would trim a couple of hedges occasionally, but mostly my landscaping consisted of limbing off trees, removing roots. I had the license. I didn't have the arbor's license to do certain types of work in with what is called the mangroves. I could do mangrove. I could do mangrove removal, and I could do mangrove trimming with special license with my tree surgeon's license, but I didn't have the tag for mangroves because I didn't do mangroves. But I didn't do manicured landscaping, but Thomas Grube has a manicured backyard. And then if you go inside Thomas Grube's house, if you go to his videos, he has a manicured kitchen. That I've never had such a neat kitchen as Thomas Grube. He's got everything like this, like little statues. It's got to be the cleanest and prettiest and most ornamental kitchen that I've ever seen in the Philippines. I've seen bigger kitchens. I've been in a kitchen the kitchen was 15 feet wide and 38 feet long. The kitchen. was 15 by 38. That's about the size of one floor of my hotel, and that was just the kitchen. And the entire kitchen on one side was windows, and on the left side, they had the pantry doors on the bottom and the cabinet doors up on top. For 38 feet, less the refrigerator and the stove, all the cabinets were stuffed solid. And that was not the pantry or the liquor room or the storage facility. I have a friend of mine who has a house in the Philippines. It's just, you go in there, you go, why do you have all that food? I mean, you know, why? I mean, there are years, I won't tell you how many people are in the family, but 3 or 4 years worth of food in just the cabinets in the kitchen. There's tons of food in the kitchen, tons. And with the pantry, boxes and boxes. And then there's soda. The soda closet was probably 10 by 10, and it was just full from floor to ceiling, wall to wall. Not a lot of people live in the house. But Thomas Grube, welcome to the machine. And I'm glad if you saw that video, which it appears you did, I'm glad you enjoyed it. The gecko videos are priceless. My reaction to the gecko biting my finger was priceless. I couldn't believe I couldn't believe he got me. That was the second time he got me. And the way that the geckos get you, it's called a 2K lizard, otherwise known as a demon lizard, 2K lizard. The way they get you, and he got me like this after I knew what he did the first time. The first time the little bastard was playing dead, okay, which is what they do. You'll see a gecko on the wall just hang there for like, you know, half an hour, won't move. His eyes won't even blink. And then he jumps off the wall in the air and catches a fly that's buzzing around a light bulb. These guys, they have, you know, timing and experience catching stuff that's moving. So when I had him the first time, he was like lethargic because he was stuck in the glue trap, and I'm going, he's dead. He's dead. I thought he was dead because he just was laying there like that. As soon as I got his mouth up, he still laid there. The eyes were open. He wasn't breathing, or that you could see. And as soon as, I don't know if I wasn't watching or I was watching, but as soon as my train of thought veered away from him, first of all, I had never gotten bit by one of these things. So I didn't even think they could bite hard. So the first time I got bit, I was not aware that they could bite hard. And he grabbed me like this, on this thumb, like this, like that. So the top teeth were on the top and the bottom teeth were on the bottom, and he didn't do much damage. You could feel it cutting, but it wasn't that tight. And I took the kitchen knife and pried his mouth off the bottom of my finger. It was easy because his mouth was open this much, you know, 3/8 to half an inch. But the second time, so I said, wow, his jaws are not that strong. But the second time he was already clamped down to less than 1/8 of an inch, like that. He was less. That was a good. I gotta tell you, that hurt. I mean, not enough to make me stop laughing, because, you know, I'm thinking, look at this little bastard. I'm trying to save his life, and he's biting me. And then he's biting the hand that's going to feed him, because later on I fed him. It's an amazing thing. So anyway, when I watched the videos, Thomas, and to anybody else out there that just came in, when I watched the videos about the 2K geckos, if those lizards, creatures, are not brought up in captivity and you play with them every day from the time they're born, they are not domesticated. They will bite anybody and everybody. And even the ones that are brought up in captivity, they're pretty much on a scale of 1 to 5 as handleable pets, like where you can handle a pet freely. On a scale of 1 to 5, they're less than a 2. And that's if they're domesticated. If they're not domesticated, on a scale of 1 to 5, they're like near 0, because they'll bite you every time. So Thomas, I'm glad you enjoyed the video, and thank you for your long-term patronage on my Patreon account. Warren wants to know who's the next hilarious troll to be kicked. And Warren did kick some ass there for a while. Did you guys go back and see the super chat that Warren gave me, which I didn't bang the pot for, nor did I do a Crocodile Tear drop. Leader of the band. Wow, great troll account, and I know only one person own all crazy troll accounts. Ha ha ha. You loser. You never get Michael and Warren. They are a good person. Thank you, leader of the band. Though, thank you very much. Warren, leader of the band. It just makes my resolve to sue their master all the more. Ah, okay. Poor Heidel must have given up and run under its mother's skirt to hide from the bad man. LOL. So, we're going to go back and talk about two things. One thing I want to talk about is the price of the jet ski, which I was talking to Warren about, and the reason we're going to get a jet ski. Now, I know that you people think that Warren is being used and being abused, and you can take that theory and stick it where the sun doesn't shine. Because had I had that in my mind, I could have done that. I guess it's going back 2 years ago, where Warren, I just want everybody to be clear on this. Warren offered me the money to build up to the second floor by just signing an affidavit that I would pay him back when my house in America sold. And at that time, we found out that Warren had cancer. Had I wanted to use Warren for some nefarious reason, that would have been the most opportune time to do so. He was going in and through preliminary cancer treatments. He was of sound mind and body. He knew what he was doing, but he offered the money to build up to the second floor. Well, it had to be 2 years or more ago. And all I had to do was sign a contract that he would be a partner in the hotel. And at that time, Daisy agreed. And I said no. I didn't think it was going to take this long for my house in New York to be ready to be sold. I didn't think that there was going to be so many complications with the lockdown and the virus and the pandemic and all that other crap. I didn't know about all this stuff. Had I known, and had I known that Warren was going to get better, I would have took the money. But I was not taking money from a man who, at that time, had a less than 10% chance of living. And I didn't take it for a couple of reasons. One, I didn't need it because I had the funds from my house are more than enough to build the entire hotel and buy a jet ski. Okay, so let's just clear that up. So buying a jet ski, even at the price that we were quoted for the jet skis, buying a jet ski and building the hotel, the money from my house more than covers that, but I have to sell the house. And now that's becoming slightly problematic because of this pandemic. And I lost probably more than $175,000 in value. Okay, so I left off. So the money for the hotel, I have enough money to build the hotel. And for the schmucks out there that say I can't build the hotel, I can build anything I want on this property. I don't know what the hell is on your mind. Do you not understand the laws of the Philippines? Do you not understand I can build a 4-story, 5-story, or 6-story on the property? As long as I pay for it, I can build it. Do you not understand because I rent the property, I can do whatever I want on this property? Do you not understand that? I fail to understand why you don't understand that. I'm telling you the truth, but more moving past that. So, had Warren not been sick, and had Warren not been diagnosed with a very small chance of living, I said, I'm not going to take money from you. What if you need that money later on for medical? I didn't say those words. Maybe I did. I don't remember. But in my mind, I'm going, well, this man is going to die. I'm not taking his money. Because what if he needs that money later on for medical expenses, and I spent it on materials for the hotel? So I had that offer to get money from Warren to build the hotel. So you people that think this is a new idea, that Warren all of a sudden magically the last 3 months after he got out of the hospital wants to build the hotel. This offer for Warren and I to be partners was always on the table. If Warren gave me the money 2 years ago, he would have been the owner of the second floor. Now, it was a long time after that we decided to call it the Warren H. Pavilion, but it was his floor. And originally it wasn't the entire second floor. It was all of the second floor except for about a 10-foot section. So it would have been about 29 feet by 18 feet. And then that would have been his part of the second floor. I wanted to have one rentable unit on the second floor. And later on, we just decided that Warren needed more room, and that being that Warren wants to fund the project in full right now until my house sells, then he'll take the whole second floor and he'll have room for his guitars, and he'll have a hobby room and such, so on and so forth. He'll have what he needs to feel comfortable, end of view. So you people out there that think that I'm somehow manipulating Warren to give me the money for the hotel, no, that's wrong. That's not true. And I mean, if need be, there's no way that I can prove what I just said, although I said it and it's true. You can ask Warren if it's true. That's how I can prove it's true. So if anybody out there doubts what I just said, just ask Warren. He's here. And maybe, just maybe, because I was man enough and honorable enough to say, no, I'm not going to take that money. That I didn't know that it was not Warren's last $100,000, $80,000. I did not know it wasn't his. For all I knew, he was giving me half of his net worth. And I would not do that because a long stay in the hospital would burn up much more money than that. Warren spent $225,000 in the hospital. So had he given me $100,000, as far as I was concerned, he would probably be broke. I had no idea that Warren had the ability to pay that and give me the money. If I did, and I thought Warren was going to live, I was not taking money from a dead man or a man that was going to die. I'm not like that. See, I always earned a living. I always worked for everything I have in life. Everything I have right now, I worked for. Go ahead, and show us what you've accomplished in your life. Most of you people you have an apartment or a small house somewhere, and that's fine. But you never owned big, giant properties in the Florida Keys. You never owned cranes and barges. You never had 25 people working for you. Most of you people. You never had a payroll, a $7,000 to $9,000 a week payroll. You never had that. You never did that. Because you're just the average Joe citizen, and that's fine. That's what America needs. But there are what we call overachievers out there. And most of my friends are overachievers. Jack Thompson, overachiever. Peekaboo to you, who was here before, overachiever. Moved to the highest possible position in life possible. Peekaboo to you did. Scott Del Fuego moved to the highest position in his field possible. Scott Del Fuego did. Many of my friends, the doctors, the psychologists, the psychotherapists, that all have offices, that all have written books and written articles for the American Medical Association, the AMA, all of my friends are overachievers or very mechanically inclined with the common sense level that is basically genius. Look at Big E and Cebu. You people, you make fun of Big E in Cebu. This is a perfect example of you small-minded cretins. You make fun of Big E in Cebu. Big E in Cebu. And the guy who doxed Big E in Cebu, we're going to find out if that's a crime as well. That's going to happen. We're going to find that out. And how we're going to find that out is Big E in Cebu is coming to Bohol, baby, with Chi, baby. And we're going to find out a lot of information. And hopefully Warren will be here by then, and we'll all have dinner at the Hennon, and we'll have a bunch of laughs for sure. But at that point, if Big E determines that some sort of legal law was broke, and Chi also finds that there was a law that was broken against her, and they're filing charges. They're going to file charges. If any laws were broken, they're going to file charges. So you people out there that think that, getting back to making fun of Big E, he's a guy that's climbed to the highest. Well, he's been doxxed by some little twit on YouTube, or multiple twits on YouTube. So to say what Big E does, Big E achieved the highest possible position in his company possible. Okay? There's nowhere more for Big E to go to. And in addition, Big E controls, or is under Big E's control, all of Asia. All of Asia. And you people make fun of him? How can you make fun of a man that controls directly under him 247 people, and after that 700 people? How can you make fun of a man he's been doxxed on YouTube, so everybody knows what his position is, and you still make fun of Big E? You still make fun of John Escape, and you have no idea what John Escape does besides the horses. And you make fun of John Escape. John Escape has 700 people directly under his supervision. Now, there are different bosses under John in legitimate business, of course, but there are different stages. Like John is here, let's say the board of directors is here, and then John is over here. He might be like equivalent to the board of directors of one of the biggest operations in the state of Florida. And yet you make fun of John Escape. How do you do this without knowing who these people are? How do you do this without knowing, understanding that you could make fun of somebody that can hire a lawyer to put you in court for the next 25 years? Why would you do that? Do you hear me talking shit about powerful people on YouTube? Do you hear me talking shit like that? In 10 years on YouTube, you ever hear? Except for Obama and Trump and their political figures, so it's okay. In fact, they're called political animals because they have different set of rules. So different set of rules to apply. But do you hear me talking shit about powerful people? Real power. Once I realized that a person actually achieved a higher position than most other people, I stopped and look at it and say, wow, that was, even though I've had my doubts about you or my differences in the past, got to give a man credit for what he's achieved. And yet you people continually abuse myself, Big E, Scott, Warren, John Escape, even Chi, who has achieved a different level of success. You abuse Chi Corsairs. She has done very good for a Filipina in the vlogging community. Very good for herself. Whatever she is as a human being, I've never seen her do anything that was really bad enough for her to take the kind of abuse that you people put on her. The names that you have called her, the names you've called me, the names you've called Big E. You people are a bunch of very small-minded, low-brow cretins. That your day is your day will come. Your day will come. It will happen. Don't make any mistake about it. The court system in the Philippines, everybody says it works slow, but it works. It seems to be working very well right now, actually. So when Warren gets here, he's going to open up another can of worms because of his 587 videos that he has copied against some of the most egregious shit anybody's ever heard on YouTube, directed at Warren, Hunt, and myself. Going to do that. So he's going to do that. Now, I don't know if Warren is still here, and I don't know if Warren wants to talk about what he did this morning. Yep. I don't see the chat. All right, let me see how I can get the chat back. Hold on. Top chat, live chat, all message visible. Okay, there we go. Scott, Warren, Jack Thompson. Expat Prepper is in the house. Welcome to the machine, Expat. Larry, I have been watching your wife's videos. I just want you to know. I don't comment on everything. Expat Prepper. Okay, Big Kevin, let's go to where I was. I didn't see the comments because they were turned off. Big Kevin, you were abused the other day too. Oh boy, there's a lot of comments here. Warren, Scott. Wow. Big Kevin, oh my God, there's a lot of comments. Boy, when I was off, there must have, holy shit stains. Did you guys, wow, LaRue, Liam O'Carroll. I'm back up to Liam O'Carroll. Now, Liam O'Carroll has a channel with some funny videos on it, and they're of him playing guitar and his band that Warren used to be part of. So that's what they're talking about. Ah, that's interesting, Scott. Okay. Thank you for that, Scott Del Fuego. It's a blessing for me that God using you, Jack Thompson, and Warren H. through the kindness of this channel, our dear friend Michael Fazio. LaRue Segrest, a true believer in the Lord Jesus. Thank you, LaRue, for always stopping by, and probably hands down the most polite person on YouTube. Thank you, LaRue. We love, everybody loves LaRue. All right, I don't, as people have noticed, I don't go on YouTube much the last couple of weeks. I listen, but I don't really go on that much. I have another project that I've been working on. A couple of projects that I've been working on. Scott Warren says, we all clean toilets, you could say. Jack Thompson, run back to the top of the page and hit the like button. Thanks, Jack. Scott, got you, Warren. A fellow monkey herder. Yeah, baby. That's true. That's true. Actually, I put the DEP shirt on, the Department of Environmental Protection, because that cleans up the garbage as well. And being that I worked in septic tanks, I did work with fecal matter, but not the same, not ones with arms and legs. Big Kevin, welcome to the machine. Thank you for stopping by. Big Kevin hasn't put on a show in a long time, but Big Kevin has been abused almost every 2 or 3 days. Don't worry, Big Kevin. Some of these little trolls have not forgotten you. Scott says, Big Kevin Noble, welcome to the stream. Fazio's Whitewater River of knowledge. Hold on. Rapids are around the bend. Thanks, Scott. Big Money Warren. Big Kevin saw that. Nothing compared to Benny the Mac, Big Kevin. Nothing compared to Benny the Mac. Not to put Warren's super chat down, but Benny the Mac, he was hitting you hard. But then again, there are the other bank transfers and shit like that. So I don't know. We'd have to compare notes, and I asked you for your phone number a couple of years ago, and you wouldn't give it to me. So I can't talk to you, but if we compared notes, I wouldn't tell you what it was anyway. Big Kevin, I was told yesterday I could not afford to do a $500 super chat. And well, you know me, I love a challenge. Warren H. said. LaRue Segrest is listening to the live stream whilst doing other stuff in the background. Thank you. Always keeping us up to date, cooking, cleaning, things of that nature. Thank you, LaRue. Jack Thompson and LaRue have a special affinity towards one another. They enjoy each other's company on a natural level. There's like, there are some people that you just bond to naturally. And LaRue and Jack, LaRue is always bonded to everybody on my channel. Notice LaRue never says a bad word about anybody, but she knows what's going on. Warren, Scott Del Fuego says to Warren, no offense, but it didn't seem to be much of a challenge to you. Oh, he's egging Warren on to make another stupid chat. I could see where he's going with this. He's begging to give me a beating with stupid chat. Warren H. says, Scott Del Fuego, no offense, but it didn't seem to be much of a challenge to you. Just hit the button and send it. Not like you have to go without food or medicine for a week to do it, like some folks. What's the word, Jack Thompson? Hope all is well. Scott is egging you into another $500 super chat. Don't let him bait you. Scott Del Fuego, I know you're right, but the orange vlogger expected me to wait for his boy George to make a super chat for up to 20 years. And when he called an end to his is claimed I pussied out. Oh, okay. All right, we got to read. Warren says, Scott the Fuego, I know you're right. But, an orange vlogger expected me to wait for his boy George to make a super chat for up to 20 years. And when he called an end to his claim, he claimed I pussied out. LaRue Seagrass, just Jack, just doing something. Scott Del Fuego. Warren says to Scott, did you see when the 2K bit Michael on the finger? It was a rolling on the floor, laughing my ass off moment. Big Kevin says, hey, thank you to Warren for shining bright on Michael. We all need help. That's true, Big Kevin. That is true. I mean, and what I want to make a point of, in one respect, there are bloggers out there that you got to feel sorry for them, both for their mental inaptitude and their inability to do good shows. Their inability for topic matter, their inability to understand reality, and their inability to excite their audience other than to garnish trolls. So there's one vlogger in particular I want to talk about again, because I don't know if the live stream was on before, that was circling. There's a vlogger out there, a very famous man. You could ask him, he'll tell you. He did 11 videos one day, 12 videos another, a couple of weeks ago, 8 videos, 7 videos, 5 videos, 6 videos, and then, of course, live streams, one day, 4 live streams another day. And so basically this month, the month of July, today's the 24th, in the month of July, this particular vlogger did about 100 hours of vlogging, and they collected $40 or thereabouts. There's no known way of finding that out, but so 100, let's say they collected $50, so that's 50 cents an hour, less 33%, so that's 30 cents an hour. Now you have to pay for electric and you have to pay for the internet. So they're basically doing it out of the goodness of their heart. 100 hours, basically volunteer time on the internet. But I would wager big money that same most generous from the heart vlogger, since July 1st, I'd wager big money that particular vlogger said, no one gives me super chat. You don't appreciate my time. You'll appreciate my time. One day no one is giving me money. I'll block everybody. What's wrong with you people? You come to my show because you know I have a good show and you don't give. And I would wager big money this month, if you went through all the videos and uploads, I would wager big money that man, famous vlogger, mentioned super chat, donate money to my channel. You don't donate money to my channel. I don't want you to donate money to my channel. I don't need your money. I do this because I enjoy YouTube. I would wager to say, big money I would wager, if all the videos went back up since July 1st to July 23rd, I would wager all of my super chat and my YouTube earnings and my Patreon earnings, I would wager that the word money, you don't give me money, I don't want your money. No one gives me super chat, I don't want your super chat. No one donates to my channel, I don't care if you donate to my channel. I'm not going to block you if you donate to my channel. I'm going to block you if you don't. I would wager big money, I'd wager it all, that put all those videos back up that disappeared since July 1st till today. I'd wager big money, all my super chat, all my AdSense and all my Patreon money this month, for the month of July, that man mentioned Super Chat or money 250 times. In some way, money. Now, of course, all those videos would have to go back up, which would mean I'd have to go through my files and give the names of all of, unless he has them just set on private or, and no one can see them, but put them all back up. And if I find any that are missing, I'll notify you that you forgot to make one public. Put them all back up, and let us count how many times you mentioned Super Chat. I don't want Super Chat. I don't want your damn money. I don't do this for money. You people don't give me money. I don't do this for money. I don't care if you give me money. I'm blocking you. You didn't give me any money. Oh, and the most famous line this month from that famous blogger. You people out there that are telling other people to send me money, you should be the first people to send me money. It should be you that sends me money first. Set an example. That was fucking hilarious, dude. That was fucking hilarious. The psychology that you used on those fucking people, all the people, all 28 that were watching, you fucking buried them in psychology. And what did they give you? They gave you fucking exactly what you deserved. Nothing. That was funny as all get out. 250 fucking times. I don't want your money. I don't need your money. I'm not going to use your money. Who cares if you give me? I don't do this for money. And then you got no money and you bitched about it. What the fuck? Just tell them you're running a legitimate fucking scam. Send me money, motherfucker, or I'll block you. Get a fedora, will you? Stop crying. Oh my God, you fucking cry like a little girl. Lots of love. Warren H. He is a prisoner of his own disordered thinking and deviant personality. Can you imagine believing the ridiculous things he does and actually admitting it in public? Needs a red nose. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose. Scott, all is well so far. Getting used to actually working again, says Jack Thompson. Scott Del Fuego, didn't yet, Warren, been way too damn busy. That's good, Jack Thompson. Work is God's way to keep us out of trouble. That's true. Lord knows that's the truth. Idle hands are the devil's playground. Scott Del Fuego, very true. He's the one destroying his happy life in the Philippines, but running his mouth the way he does. But I don't think and know who we're talking about. Scott Del Fuego, wait until you see the 2K hanging off the glove. That was funny too. I'm going to put, for you guys out there that watch this stream, I'm going to put, I have 2 more videos. One, well, actually, I have the video of the 2K being cleaned up, the 2K lizards. But what happened was I had them in the container and I put them on my bed and one got loose, which scares me a little bit. Not that much, because they live right above my bed anyway, but it scares me because I was thinking, for all the handling I did, I was very gentle with those little fellas, but what if they come back at night and they both latch on to a piece of me? I don't know what I would have to remove them in any way, shape, or form. But I don't think they're malicious, but I don't even think they remember. But you would think after 4 years of living, they've lived in my house for 4 years, 3.5 years. You'd think they wouldn't bite me? Everyone, Toko. No, you would think they would know better than to bite me. Yeah, baby. wow, by this stage of the live stream, we were usually down to 15 or so. 24 at the moment, says Warren H. Good. Scott Del Fuego, sounds worth seeing, bro. I need a laugh after the time I've had around here. 17 shot in one incident yesterday. And Scott posted the link. That's tough. Scott is... Yeah, go ahead when Scott gets here and run your mouth to Scott. Or any of my friends. Go ahead and see what happens. Even the little people. Michael is telling the truth about me offering the money back in 2018. Wow, we're far back on the comments. I haven't done a YouTube show for a month, says Kevin. So Scott says he's going through a little when I go to work right now. He is too tough to be scared and hates me, but still he sees all the crap that's going on and I think is worried. I'll come home each time. So Scott is talking about his son, who has reason to believe that on any given day, Scott can leave the house and not come back. 17 murders, 17 shootings in one day. That's what Scott gets involved with a couple of times a week. Things of that nature. It was an Orange Vlogger's idea for me to become a partner in the hotels. In the hotels. The key word there is plural. Because there's a beautiful piece of land, from what I hear, and on another island that we might do 2 hotels, Warren and I. Why not? I mean, it'll give us something to do. Plus, we'll have 2 jet skis, so we'll be able to travel back and forth from one island to the other without the use of a ferry, because we're going to talk about the jet skis in a minute. Hoodwinked by an expat prepper. Fazia, when the pandemic is over and we're able to travel, my wife and I are coming to Alona Beach for a getaway vacation. Do you want a Belgian... No, I don't want a dog. I just got rid of 4 puppies, Larry. I have no time. A dog is an hour a day, and plus once I start building, I won't have a place or the time for a dog. But thank you. It sounds like a beautiful animal, but no, I cannot take a puppy. Thank you. I don't have... The 4 puppies I had, I nurtured them up to about 9 weeks, and then one of the neighbors took the puppies for about 3 days and didn't feed them. I didn't know who took them. They were just gone. One morning I woke up and they were gone. But they were gone for 3 days, and and then like the 3rd day at night, I heard, so I saw them, and you could count the ribs on these little fellas. They were about 7 weeks old at the time. So I made them a giant pot of rice with some gravy from some pork and soy sauce and a little mayonnaise, and they ate. Well, they ate good, and the next morning they ate good, and then they disappeared again for 3 days again, and they came back, and then they disappeared again the next day. But when they came back, another neighbor was feeding them. But so I had 4 puppies, and all of them were cute as all get out. But no, Larry, thank you. I can't take a puppy. It was a really nice offer, because I'm sure it's a beautiful animal. But if the hotel was done, I would take a puppy. I would take a puppy and train it. But right now, no. I have so much stuff going on. Plus, I'm going to have to start doing some traveling soon to get equipment and stuff from Cebu. I won't have time for that. Warren says, a hobby room with a bed and a whip in it. LOL. But but it's going to be for me and ladies only. Yeah, you know, that's another thing. I heard some strange stories about a certain vlogger. Really weird shit, man, I heard about that. I would never say what I heard, but one thing I will say is that there's a vlogger out there projecting words and innuendos and outright blatant lies towards other bloggers, and yet the possibility exists that they are projecting their own inadequacies. LaRue is still here in the background. And a vlogger said Australia has sophisticated, and a vlogger, says Warren H., said Australia has socialized medicine like Canada. Nope, we have a Medicare for the poor and private health insurance for the rest. I do know that it was $1,288 a day for Warren to be in the hospital for 186 days. And after that, there were more days. Scott, expat prepper, gotta love alligators, but high energy. Warren says, only Jack deserves abuse. I tried to abuse Jack this morning early by calling him up. And I had an idea, Jack. I had an idea at about 7 o'clock this morning, but you weren't around. I couldn't share that idea with you. Okay, so Jack Thompson says, very true, mate. Wait. Jack Thompson, some folks don't know who they are messing with until they know the money. They'll know the money. You know, Jack, I think you said more than a mouthful, because what I was talking about before, if you remember, and everybody remembers, when I first met Big E, I said, Big E said something that I didn't believe. And I said, prove it, or don't come on my channel. And I called him a liar. But then I started to go to Big E's live streams, and I realized this guy is way smart. I mean, listening to his vocabulary, and if he was a Marine, which it turns out he was, if he was in the armed forces, and his vocabulary about medicine, nuclear science, nuclear physics, chemistry, and the production of oil, cracking, more specifically a cracking plant. He was talking, he didn't say the word a cracking plant, because what an oil distiller is a cracking plant, C-R-A-C-K-I-N-G plant. So it used to be back in the 80s that an oil refinery cracked 493 petrochemical products from oil. I don't know what it is today. And that is where the word crack came from for the street drug crack. It came from the definition of what cracking means. Cracking means to break something down into its base material. So in the case of oil, they've distilled it down into 493 products. But in the case of drugs, crack probably, I don't know how many products were in the original product. I'm not real sure about stuff like that. But Big E was talking about a distillation plant without mentioning the word distillation plant, that how they break down different chemicals. And I happen to remember reading about a chemical distillation plant and how it works. And I'm going, this guy knows too much about too many things. So I said, let me give him another shot, right? I realized I made a mistake, because Big E turned out to be one of my best friends on YouTube. And not only that, but he is all that he said he was and a lot more. So when I realized how smart, how I realized how smart he was how he could rattle off the names of medical petrochemicals that were made into medicines, or petrochemicals that were made in different types of plants, and then how to store and house the chemicals. He said, no. I don't know that he has a degree in chemistry, but he sure should, because he knows too much. And as it turns out, he does. But so I made a mistake, and I was man enough to admit it. But we have people out there that will never admit that other people are way overachievers, that they could never hope to be like the other people. Not that they should, but that they, compared to most people, are underachievers. I mean, let's just face it. There are overachievers and there are underachievers. Nothing to be dismissive about if you're an underachiever. You're just the type of person that goes to work and pays taxes and comes home and, you know, you live a very bland life. But don't ridicule the people that are successful in their fields. And that's what I see happening to all my friends on here. How could you ridicule Warren Hunt, who was a 19-year police veteran? How do you do that? And has 2 degrees in psychology. If he cares to share what they are, by all means. How do you belittle a man like Jack Thompson, who has an entire crew building huge buildings, huge structures for him, and runs the whole crew, figures out the job? How do you belittle a man when all you have ever done in your entire mundane life is go to work and back up to a paycheck? How can you belittle someone who I consider great, someone who I consider an overachiever? How can you belittle so many people? How can you belittle Big Kevin? How can you do that? If you look at Big Kevin's past, he's done a lot of hard and world's most dangerous jobs, and you belittle him because somebody hit him with a bolo, and then you make fun of him and you laugh at him the same way you laugh at Warren H. having testicular cancer. You're gonna regret those words. Those words are gonna come. They're going to appear in a document. You're gonna regret that. And now that you understand that Warren H. is coming to the Philippines, we are building a hotel and we are buying 2 jet skis. And the reason for the 2 jet skis, because we're men. Now, if we buy one because the other one isn't available, we'll see how it works out. But I didn't like the idea of Warren H. riding bitch on the back of the jet ski. Plus, it might be hard to plane it off. So I wasn't happy about that. But being that I'm the licensed captain, he gets to sit in the back riding bitch. So when I talked to Warren about that yesterday, he goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, if we only have 1 jet ski, you got to ride bitch. I don't want to ride bitch." And he started laughing. He goes, "Don't worry, we'll get 2. Problem solved." I said, "Warren, do you have any idea how much they cost?" He said, $20,000. I said, "That's $20,000 from Yamaha in America, but it's $40,000 US dollars in the Philippines each." And he said, "What's the problem? I'm not riding bitch." And I said, "Okay, you don't see there to be a problem. I don't see there to be a problem." So because Warren realized that I have the captain, I'm the water guy. I'm the water guy. I'm the guy with the experience on the water. I know the waterways and stuff around. Because Warren realized that he would have to ride bitch, he said, you know what, we'll just get 2. 80,000. No problem. That's what you're up against when you're talking shit about Warren H. You're up against a guy that just spends another 40,000 like it was like it was, I don't know, you know, I mean, like, I never met anybody like that before. But, so could you imagine if you demeaned, slandered, maligned, ridiculed, threatened Warren H., and if he decided to move forward in a legal manner, can you imagine how much money he could throw at that? Can you just imagine the possibilities of Warren hiring the best fucking lawyer in all of the Philippines is not a problem. Warren spent $40,000 yesterday, told me to order the jet skis. I said, how many? He said, we talked about this an hour ago, order 2. I said, don't you think we should start building? He goes, we'll find out when they could get here because there aren't any jet skis in the Philippines. So now I don't want a jet ski until we get the construction underway. I want to get everything underway first. But I mean, if he insists, who am I to deny Warren when he gets here his jet ski time? I mean, that would be not fair to Warren. How much time he spent in the hospital in the last year. Warren deserves to have a jet ski, his own jet ski. His own jet ski. He doesn't deserve to ride bitch behind me. If he wants to get 2 jet skis, fuck it, man, I'm all in. I'll just figure out a way to get that money from Australia to Cebu, to the dealer in Cebu that I spoke with yesterday and the day before, and if we can get, but we can't get the jet skis, that's the problem. But fuck it, you know, could just imagine, the possibilities are endless. Endless. We could buy a fucking plane too. Let's get a fucking plane. Let's get 2 fucking planes so we can make video of each other from the other plane. That would be the best. We get 2 jet skis and we do vlogging from the jet skis. We set up a jet ski vlogging channel. Then we get 2 Kruger Signet 3s. Now they're $116,000 a piece. 2 of them might be over the top, but when my house sells in New York, I'm getting a fucking airplane. If it doesn't hold both of us, we're going to have to go on a diet. Or we'll just have to buy 2 planes. Warren, I'll take the abuse that comes my way, # gorilla hands. Uh-oh. 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 Jack Thompson comes up with one of the quotes of the day. Some folks don't know who they are messing with until they know the money. Money talks, bullshit walks, buddy. And, you know, that was an avenue that I haven't traveled down. But I will tell you that money can hire a good lawyer. Very true, mate, says Warren. Now, Warren and Scott are talking about a funeral home shooting that took place in Chicago, with multiple shootings and multiple deaths that happened about a week ago. Scott Del Fuego, Michael only abuses powerful people when they super chat for it. Super chat. So that what Scott is trying to make you aware of is that guy out there, the famous vlogger in the Philippines that vlogged for 100 hours and collected $50. That guy is in the money, buddy. That guy made $50 less 30%. But somebody went on his channel somewhere between the July 1st and July 7th and super chatted $1, another $1. So it was really $51 in the last 23 days. So that brings it up another 2 cents an hour for vlogging, which doesn't cover the electric or the price of the internet, but it's something. It's heading in the right direction. It's up, right? Up. Up, up, and away. Expat Prepper Larry is the man. So Warren says he has 594 videos of a particular very famous man abusing Warren. And then, about a year and 3 months ago, no, oh God, you don't realize it's a year and a half ago, he started saving my videos where I was abused with Daisy May and my house and the hotel and the plans. And then there are, I think he said there were 304 of those. But, I will tell you there's a whole lot more than 304 of those. Keep the comments rolling, guys. There's always a lot of comments. I know this is how a real channel works, says Jack Thompson. And comments back and forth to one another. Comments of people like LaRue, who has been long-term friends with everybody here. Scott Delego sharing a small piece of his most dangerous life. I would say that aside from the danger of Scott going to work, Scott is riding a motorcycle, living in a city that's not the safest city in the world. Scott is around danger 24/7. And we talked about this once before. And if Scott Del Fuego decided that if he decided he wanted to come to the Philippines, I would scrap renting rooms out of the hotel altogether. I would just make it a 3-story condo, and that would be the end of it. Scott, Warren, and I, 3 floors, and the next floor up would be the toy room, machines, a little machine shop, a little carpentry shop, and on the ground floor, we already picked out what we want to do on the ground floor. We have two ideas for the ground floor. Neither one of them require much hired help. Okay, but we're not renting rooms on the ground floor. We're going to do businesses on the ground floor. So they'll be rented out to Filipino businessmen, so that we don't have to get a business license for those businesses. We'll have to get a business license for the hotel, but we won't have to get a business license for the businesses that are in the basement of the hotel. That would be under the directive of the business owner. And both of those businesses, no possible way either one of them could fail. Warren and I talked about it. I've never seen the business that Warren suggested fail. I've never seen one fail. I've seen them expand. I've seen them go up another floor. I've seen them go left or right sideways, but I've never seen one fail. And then I've seen multiple of those businesses. And the business that I want, that would be impossible to run out of work for that. It has nothing to do with retail and not a damn thing to do with customers, walk-in customers. It's just all strictly commercial. Still here, LaRue Seagrass says, in the background host. YouTube has me stopped from making the second $500 donation. Warren, stop. Stop in the name of the Lord. I'll bang a pot. I will bang a pot. Evil super chat. $500 super chats. Stop making $500 super chats. Stop making $500 super chats. Stop. 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 Super chat. Stop. Stop. trying to make $500 super chat. Stop! 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 Stop making $500 super chats. Did you not hear me earlier in the show? Please stop making $500 super chats to my channel. Stop testing the bounds of YouTube. You will get me in trouble. Stop now, immediately. All super chatting must stop now. Stop the super chat. Stop the super chat. Stop, 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 Stop making $500 super chats, Polyhogue, please. Stop. Stop. Stop in the name of the Warren Hunt Pavilion. Stop making $500 super chats, Polyhogue. And now, if I have to do that again, I'm going to be upset. I dropped the pot. Stop making $500 super chats. Bobby Gritch says, how are you? I'm a huge fan of yours. Well, thank you, Bobby Gritch. Thank you. I know there's a lot of people that are subscribed to my channel. I just don't know who they all are because not everybody comments. But thank you for stopping by and thank you for making a comment. Thank you very much. Michael, if you do 3 more live streams over the next 3 days, I will send you the rest of the 1,500 to slap these trolls in the face. Ladies and gentlemen, my new schedule is tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. I will be doing a live stream because, as you know, Jesus said, it is better for you to give to Michael Fazio than the other way around. So if I am being offered $1,500, I cannot. For me to turn down $1,500, do I look stupid to you? Do I appear to be stupid? Do I look like a guy that's going to say, no, don't send me $1,500, Polyhogue? Please don't send me $1,500. My new schedule, my weekend just got rearranged altogether. I thought tomorrow I was going to do something else. I was going to go food shopping. Forget about that. Tomorrow, I'll be setting up a series of notes. What I'll do is if I can get my computer turned back on, I will show you the jet skis that we're going to get. And then I want to do one more thing. I'd like to show you the airplane, too, if I have time. The Kruger Signet 3. They list with the 100-horse Rotax engine. They list for, they're up around 60,000 US dollars now, plus shipping, and then plus the import fee, so that each airplane runs a little over $110,000, which it's well worth it. I mean, this is a bargain to have a plane like that. You could do all kinds of cool stuff with those. You can go island hopping with an airplane like that. Like, oh, it has a top speed of about 55 knots. Okay, 60 miles an hour. And if you get the wind at your back, you could go 65. But it has a range of 250 miles with the extended tanks. You could literally go from here to Boracay, weather permitting. So, but to go 100 miles, not a big deal for a Kruger Signet 3. So we are looking into those. There's a lot of stuff I had to do tomorrow with getting. I need to get in touch. The guy from Cebu who owns the jet ski dealership, he's supposed to have made the phone calls this morning to find out if there are even jet skis available. The Sea-Doo Pro Fisherman, Sport Fisherman. Now, let me give you some details about the Sea-Doo Pro Sport Fisherman. Okay, so it's 14 feet long, and it weighs about 1,100 pounds without anybody in the jet ski. It goes 60 knots, so it goes about 65 miles an hour. Now, for anybody that's ever been out on the water, my Ocean Racer went 60 knots, but it burned 2 gallons per mile. Okay, 2 gallons a mile. This thing goes 60 knots, and it doesn't really burn much more than a liter. Well, that's a little bit less than a liter per mile. A lot less than, I think it's 2 miles to the liter, so it's 4 kilometers to the liter. So it's fast, it's heavy, it's a little over 1,100 pounds. It's 14 feet, has a 49-inch width, if I remember correctly, and it seats 3 people legally, but you can put 4 or 5 small people on there. And it has storage for scuba diving tanks, snorkeling gear, snorkeling masks, snorkels, and fishing gear. So that's just what it holds inside under the seat. Now there's another separate box on the back of the jet ski that's an ice box for fish, a fish box. And on the side of the fish box and the front of the jet ski has a total of 8, if you wish, 8 rod holders. So you could troll with it and cast out from the back if you want, or you could have the 2 trolls from the top, left and right, and then have 1 from the back. It also has a Garmin GPS, which tells you exactly where you are to within 10 feet anywhere in the ocean. And it has a fish finder. Actually has a fish finder. It will tell you the size of the fish and the depth of the fish. Literally tells you that in a computer. And that package is $20,000 US. It comes, and if I had my computer on, it comes, I'm going to have to disconnect that thing again. It won't start. It comes with 2 trim packages where you put your feet, where everybody puts their feet in what's called the gunnels. You can have it a gray and a gray, or a gray and black, or you could have it trimmed out, the whole boat. We'll call it a boat. The whole boat can be trimmed out with orange. Now, I know where I'm going with that. I'm going orange because orange is very visible from a distance. I'm going to go with, I would like to order the whole jet ski in bright orange, because when you're out in the ocean, the more reflectivity from radar and the more higher the vibration of the color, like this orange here, the more that you have of that, the better, less of a chance you have of a fisherman running into you at night or in the daytime. I mean, it happens. So I'm going orange. I'm going to I asked him to find out what colors were available. I won't tell you his name, so I don't want you to talk into him. Bobby Gritch, hello, Warren. It is very generous of you to send this wonderful gift. So Warren just depicted what Warren, in fact, asked me to be available for the next 3 days so I could collect $1,500 in Super Chat. And who am I to smack a gift horse in the mouth? I mean, who am I to say, well, insult a gift horse in the mouth? Who am I to do that? I mean, I'm just a lowly, YouTuber trying to put together a couple of rubles, running an honest scam here and there. And I run a legitimate scam because I got the fedora that says anybody who wears a fedora runs some kind of scam. The difference between their scams and my scams is I run a legitimate scam. Take that to the bank and collect interest on it. So, let's see, Warren, Michael, if you do 3 more live streams over the next 3 days, I will send you the rest of the $15 to slap these trolls in the face. I'm all in, Warren. I'm all in. In fact, what I did was I just had my secretary clear up the rest of July in case you're feeling spunky. Just kidding. So, Jack Thompson, Xanadu, my favorite Australian song. That's a good song. It's just nice to have a friend out there to give you a hand. And Kevin brought up the actual reason why Warren and I are friends. Aside from what you people don't understand, all the joking, all the kidding, all of the jibber that went on, to have a friend that will look out for your best interest, and for him to have a friend that would look out for his best interest is worth a lot more than money, especially living in the Philippines. I mean, it's not that it's dangerous to live here in the Philippines, although some people believe it to be so. I walk around anywhere at any time, at any given day, at any concert or get together or party. No matter where I go, no matter when I go, I don't ever think for a second that anybody's going to harass me. It's just not like that in Bohol. So that's number one. But it's difficult in the same respect to have somebody that's equal on a cultural level, that we both, like, for instance, now I'm taking this to an extreme, of course, but Warren was a pilot, where he was a regular pilot, single engine aircraft pilot. And I have quite a bit of pilot training myself. Plus, I'm a jet mechanic. So mechanical, I can do all the servicing that needs to be done, because you can't bring the jet ski or the plane to a service technician. You certainly, I guarantee you, if you looked at some of the repair shops in the Philippines, and I have repair shops on my videos, you wouldn't want, for the most part, you wouldn't want a non-certified mechanic doing your repairs. Plus, I'll tell you what it costs to get a mechanic from Manila. 100,000 pesos for 2 days for 2 mechanics to come and switch out an electrical component with 3 plugs on it and 2 1/4-inch nuts, stainless steel nuts. 100 was 93,000 pesos. That's what they wanted. That was 6 years ago. So you can't hire a jet ski mechanic here at all. There aren't any in Bohol. I know that for a fact. I've gone to every jet ski mechanic in Bohol. I look around, I'm going, they're just backyard mechanics. But anyway, getting back to Warren and I, we both come from the same cultural background. We would be able to watch out for each other. That's worth more than money. And if Warren couldn't hire somebody like me that would never allow any harm to come to him, and vice versa. You can't hire people like that. I mean, you can, but they're still not your friend. And then if Warren and I both had, even if we only even if we only got one jet ski, even if we both had to share a jet ski, I guess I could ride bitch 50%. What would make it fair is the flip of a coin. Whoever wins the head, the tail, the coin toss gets to drive the boat. And to be honest, When I was in the Florida Keys, Carl and I went jet skiing, and I always used to run the jet ski. But what I realized when Carl was running the jet ski, and it was a big one, a 3-person jet ski, when you're running the jet ski at slow speed, 20, 25 miles an hour, you could hold the camera out like that a little bit. But when you're moving at 50 miles an hour, you can't do photography. But if Warren was driving, I'd be able to do photography. And if I was driving, Warren would be able to do the photography, holding the wand and stuff like that. So there are advantages to being in the back seat. But even if we only got one jet ski, only one jet ski, I would be okay with that. I wouldn't push. I would be okay with that till I sold my house in America, and then I would make a decision. If we didn't have a plane, at that point, we'd have a plane. And if we already had a plane, at that point, we'd get another jet ski. Okay? But, I mean, you got to make sacrifices. Is one $40,000 jet ski enough for 560 pounds of men? Yes, it is. It has a weight limitation of well over that. So it would be enough, and it would be good. But so if we were reduced, one jet ski, it'd be okay. I'd be all right with that. But 2 jet skis are always better than 1. Everybody knows this. Jesus said that 2 jet skis are better than 1. It's in the Bible. I don't know why you don't see this. You guys don't read the Bible near enough. So Big Kevin is right. Warren and I, we see eye to eye on politics. We see eye to eye on humor, for sure. We certainly see eye to eye on staying within the boundaries of the law. We see eye to eye on that. Although other people believe it's okay to break the law, Warren and I are in 100% agreement that the law is going to take care of the problems that have been caused to myself and Warren. Warren says, Big Kev, I'll help you out too when you're on. That's cool. I appreciate that. Next time, my friend, says Big Kevin to Warren. Big Kev, no bull. Next time you're on, I will give you a nice chunk of change, says Warren. I better hurry up and start a show, LOL. Big Kevin is, I better get my show on before Big Kevin's show. What time? You go on at 10:30. I'll go. You go on at 10:30 at night. I'll go on at 10. We'll hit them every half an hour. I heard that live stream that Warren, I don't know where this came from. Warren was called a scammer yesterday. He gives me money hand over fist. He gives everybody nothing but love and affection. Everybody that goes to his videos that comments are all in agreement about certain topics. No one has ever called Warren a scammer except people that have troll accounts. I don't understand. So that's all bullshit, so I wouldn't let it worry you. But it did worry him. It worried him to the point of now Warren feels obligated to send me $2,000. So in a way, thank you, George. Salamat. And thank you for the channel creator that created George or allowed George to comment on your channel, because you, the channel creator, the guy that let George come on and say all kinds of shit about me and Warren and other people that were on talking shit about me, you just earned me $2,000. Salamat. You are behind the $2,000 mad super chat that's going to happen over the next 3 days. 500 today, 500 tomorrow, 500 the next day. and 500 the day after that. That comes out to 2,000 Australian dollars. You, thank you very much. Now, I know that you believe that you did a wonderful thing by abusing me and Warren. I know you think inside here somewhere, and part of that is all in your mind. It's all in your mind. You have never done an altruistic thing in your life. Never, from all accounts, from all venues, from all different... What you have done is caused disharmony between friends, disharmony between a marriage, not just one marriage, but two marriages, disharmony between a boyfriend and a girlfriend, disharmony and doubt between a boyfriend and a girlfriend because of something you said that wasn't true, that you can't prove, that you made up and you lied about, but you said it anyway. And disharmony between friends for no reason other than the fact that your, I guess, thrill of victory is to cause other people angst. Am I allowed to say that you cause people angst? Am I allowed to say that? I think I'm allowed to say that. But I'm not allowed to say what I'm not allowed to say. There's a lot of things I'm not allowed to say. I'm not allowed to say what I'm not allowed to say. Because now I'm not allowed to say. I'm not even allowed to say why I'm not allowed to say what I'm not allowed to say. But if I said what I wanted to say, the only thing I can say about what I want to say is I'm not allowed to say what I want to say because I'm not allowed to say what I want to say. But if I did say what I wanted to say, I would be breaking an agreement that I have not to say what I want to say. So I don't say what I want to say when I want to say it. But one day, when I do say it, I'll just say it when the time is right. And rest assured, I started to say it once before, but I never finished what I had to say. But I think on another day, on another live stream, I think I'll finish what I had started to say a few weeks back. Maybe I will and maybe I won't, because I have to find out, I have to get permission to say what I want to say, to see if what I want to say is allowed to be said without there causing more consequences. Because there are people that said to me, don't say certain shit about certain people, about certain things. And I said, okay, I won't say that shit. But is the other person allowed to say that shit about me? No, absolutely not. But they do. But they do. Yes, that's okay. Just make sure you get a copy. Okay. Okay. That I got. Say that now. That I could say. That I got a copy of what they said that they're not supposed to say. And God forbid, let's just say on the edge of reality, they fell off the flat earth, and two people fell off the edge of the flat earth at the same time, and one of them was me, and one of them was a person from Cebu. And on the way down, because we would be attached with a tether, we discussed all the things that have been going on for the last year and a half. And that person found out about another person talking about stuff that they weren't supposed to talk about. Imagine, on the way down, we'd have like an indefinite amount of time to talk to each other, so the conversation could go back and forth. Once you fall off the edge of the flat earth, once you go that route, there's no coming back. So the best thing to do would be to tether yourself up with the other person. And imagine you fall for about, 8 or 10 days. There's water and, you could stop for a Coke and shit on the way down. And then and then all of a sudden, when you get to the bottom, it reverses and you go back up and you get another Coke and a hot dog and maybe a hamburger. Nathan's is probably the best. And you get back up to the top. And now, when you thought that you were going to keep falling forever. You already told the other person all the personal shit that they shouldn't know. And then now that person says, you know, fuck, man, I didn't know that. If I would have known that, I would have fucking not did what I did. But you did that. You did that. You created that fucking mess. You would have want to walked off the edge of the fucking flat earth. You walked off the edge of the... I didn't walk off the fucking edge of the flat earth. I was over by the edge of the flat earth and I fell. But the other person, you pushed them under the bus with your bullshit. When they found out on the way down and then on the way back up what you did, holy macaroni. Imagine if they found out. It's all fictitious, you know, because what fucking one thing that you should really know about the edge of the flat earth, when you fall off, you don't come back up. You fall off. That's it, gone. You fall off the edge and you just keep going forever, never stop, but you don't die. That's the good part. So you have all that time to think about what you could have did when you were up on top of the flat earth. But if you're lucky at some point when you're falling, you'll see markers, and the markers start to become like when you're taking an aircraft off. So first you're in alpha, and then you're at the beginning of the runway, right? You're in alpha, and you taxi out of alpha, and you get to the beginning of the runway, right? So there's for different airports, it's different for different airplanes, but for out of Republic Airport, where I used to fly, you have a marker on the runway for small engine aircraft, and that's called V1, Victory 1. Okay. Now, if you get to V1 and you look at your instruments, because you're constantly scanning your instruments, you'll see that let's say you see an oil gauge go down, or a beep, an alarm goes off for no brake oil, something, anything. At V1, you can pull your throttle back because you're at 100 and you're at full throttle. You're at 110, 120% of engine capacity. What people forget, they don't realize when you're at the beginning of the runway, you don't go like this. You don't do that. You just go like this. You give it full throttle right away. There's no progressive, unless you just want to go 100 feet or 100 yards. But when you're getting ready to take off and you're at the beginning of the runway, you just give it full power. You might go 85, 90% for about 2 or 3 seconds and then go full power. It depends on the plane, depends on the engine, turbo, supercharged, not supercharged, old engine, new engine, but you give it full power. So you're at V1, and now you're falling off the edge of the flat earth, right? Well, you're going to see a marker about halfway down. It's a big white stripe about halfway down. And I know this, I'll tell you how I know this in a minute. So you see that halfway down marker. So you look at your watch and you say, well, I've been falling for 8 days. So I know that in 8 more days, I'm going to get to the bottom. There is a bottom of the flat earth. Now, as you get closer to the bottom of the flat earth, those white stripes get progressively bigger and longer. And then when you get to like an hour away from the bottom of the flat earth, you start to see pink. You start to see pink. Pink stripes, pink with the white stripes like that. So when you see solid pink, all pink like that, you are very close to the bottom of the flat earth. What you should be looking for is a wire that runs parallel to the bottom of the flat earth that you can reach out and grab. Now the wire is covered with a cloth, a very soft cloth, so the wire will give way for a very long time, like an elastic rubber band. And then when that rubber band gets all the way down to the bottom, it pushes you back up towards the top of the flat earth. Now, you could either go back up that way from the bottom of the flat earth, or you could wait for the rubber band to stop rubber banding back and forth. And when it stops, there's a little booth there, and you, like an old bowling alley where you picked out shoes, you could just, the rubber band stops right at the boot. The boot is the whole bottom of the flat earth, all the way around the bottom. And you could just call into the computer that you need like a size 12 or 13 anti-gravity boot. And then the computer will bring you a set of anti-gravity boots, and there's a little chair there. You take your shoes off and let them go, or save them, whatever. It's up to you. But then you get into the bottom of the flat earth, and then you sit down at a chair, and you put your boots on and you lace them up, and then you could walk on the bottom of the flat earth. Now, like I said before, you could either take the shot back up to the top, but if you miss the top, then you're screwed. So the best thing to do is to take the rubber band, wait for it to stop bouncing, order your size gravity boots, and then go upside down and walk to the stables. There's a set of stables down there. They have unicorns. And the stables house these beautiful pink and blue and orange unicorns with the big horns. Well, it's all free. It's all free. It's on the arm, so to speak. It's all supplied by the Vela Foundation. So the Vela is a very generous man. He's made so much money on the bottom of the flat earth. So when you get to the stables, where they got unicorns, and they got horses, but all the animals have anti-gravity boots. So you'll have anti-gravity boots, the horses will have anti-gravity boots, and the unicorns will have anti-gravity boots. Okay, this is the beautiful thing at the bottom of the flat earth, and all this stuff is free, donated by the Vela Foundation. Vela Corp. There's a Vela Corporation, there's a Vela Foundation, there's a lot of Velas, or Vela everything. Carl Vela is in charge of everything. So at the bottom of the flat earth, you get the Vela, the free anti-gravity boots from the Vela, and you get the free horses with the anti-gravity boots already on from the Vela, or you could get a unicorn from the Vela. The only difference is the unicorn seats one. So you're with somebody else. So if they don't know how to ride a unicorn, then you got to get a horse which rides too. It's just economics. I mean, if they don't know how to ride a unicorn, then you got to get a horse and share it with somebody else. And then you got to decide who's going to ride bitch on the bottom of the flat earth, motherfucker. And that's my story. Let's see what else we got going. Oh, Scott. So, did you like the end of my story? Did you like that? You know, Scott, last night, now, I was afraid. I usually, you know, I always, well, I mean, I was afraid the little guys, I put on a heavy-duty pair of pants last night. I know that sounds crazy, but what if they had an attitude for me manhandling them yesterday? What if he got upset that I was stuck him underwater? Because when he was underwater, I said, how do you like that? You like that? I figured he'd let go, but he didn't give a shit. Apparently they can close their throat, close their nose, close their ears, and they don't give a shit. Now, I didn't hold them underwater for more than 20 seconds, but I did swirl them around a little bit, it reminded me of stirring, like a shaken, not stirred on James Bond, but okay. Scott says, if one of those lizards mounts an attack on the Komasikiyama, it's an ugly thought. That's why I put the thick pants on last night, just in case. You never know. I mean, some strange shit like that happened. Imagine waking up and having a demon lizard on your Komosikiyama, which has happened many times before. But luckily she left in the morning. Warren H., he is illiterate, shit slinger. He destroys the English language. It drives me nuts. Now, Jack Thompson is an English scholar. All kidding aside, he has more of an ability for English language than me, on par with Warren and Scott, and but better than most. And when Jack Thompson saw some of the writings, the private writings that go under unjust vexation, motherfucker. When Jack Thompson saw that, he's going, who the fuck wrote that? And I'm saying they were on the bottom of the flat earth. They couldn't decide whether to pick out a unicorn, that each person would ride a unicorn, or two people would ride on the horse. And the biggest decision when they were going to ride on the horse is, who rides bitch on the back of the horse, motherfucker? So Jack Thompson said, Warren H., he's an illiterate shit slinger. He destroys the English language. It drives me nuts. Jack Thompson, LOL. I see. I don't listen to him. Yesterday, for example, I was sent text telling me what was being said and to jump on a PC ASAP. Expat Prepper, Larry, I hope I'm here when you guys come for a visit. Be great to meet you guys in person. So, well, that's something we should talk about. So Warren has not abandoned his quest to come to the Philippines. If anything, what we're waiting for is the next update. Now, there's no way that the rules change at this point. There's no way the rules change for anybody except, I guess, diplomats or political figures. But Warren, for no amount of money and no amount of agreements that stay in quarantine, Warren can't come here. So that's for the next 7 more days. That might change August 1st. If on August 1st the Philippines says, okay, everybody come to the Philippines, we'll give you tourist visas and so on and so forth, Warren isn't going to wait 72 hours and he'll be on a plane to the Philippines. So you should know that if you want to come to Bohol, that if the Philippines opens up for tourists again, Warren will be on a plane within 72 hours. Just want you to know that. LaRue, I see you. So, LaRue, still here around, says LaRue. Thanks for sticking around. She must love this stuff where I curse. And now, I know she doesn't like that part, but she likes to listen to intelligent banter, let's call it. Warren says it would be nice to meet expat prepper. Jack says, Warren, I got to tell you, his butchering of the language drives me absolutely crazy. I want to comment on his channel, but he's blocked everyone that has logged into YouTube. LOL. Yes, Jack, still here doing something in the background in the kitchen. Live large, says Scott. So Scott is talking about buying not one jet ski, but 2, and an airplane. Why not? I mean, if we have the money, it's not like we're going to be able to, we're not going to run out. Once the house is sold, don't worry about that. No money, no honey. What's up, Warren and crew? No Money, No Honey is a very famous YouTuber who, about a month or so ago, a little bit more, jumped the fence and has seen the light. Thanks for stopping by. No Money, No Honey. So No Money, No Honey is a fence jumper. Warren Hunt is a fence jumper. I never was on that side of the fence from day one. I never, ever, ever, except for one time, and that was a mistake, ever was on that side of the fence for about an hour. And I realized that it's not so good over there. And Bruce Davis is a fence jumper. And Racing Heart is a fence jumper. There's so many fence jumpers. Too many. It's like too many. I wish I could come online. My girlfriend and kids are here. I would love to give her a huge French kiss on the camera. That would be nice, actually, to look at Warren enjoy himself after 8 months in the hospital. That would be pretty cool. Thanks, Warren, for sharing that. What's her name? I didn't forget the 500 from yesterday. I didn't want to rub it in, but being that you mentioned it. So yesterday, now I'm not kidding you now, on the live stream that Warren has been talking about, somebody abused him saying he was a cheap bastard and he would never give me money. So Warren opened up his bank account and sent me $500. So I didn't want to, I was kind of hoping that Warren would use that towards the 2,000, but apparently he's not going to do that. So last night at 8:30 at night or thereabouts, Warren sent me 500. Today he super chatted me 500. Tomorrow he's going to super chat me 500. The next day he's going to super chat me 500, and the next day after that he's going to super chat me 500. So he says, and I believe him. Now, I don't know, I don't know. If it doesn't happen, that's okay. I mean, but if it happens, imagine if it happens. Imagine that. Come on. You know you're going to love it. You know you're going to talk about it. You know that I would be the man for the week. I'll be the man. The man. Warren would be the man. Warren would be the man giving the man money. And of course, this is going to translate into being an e-beggar. So you saw me e-begging for the first 500 last night, right? I wasn't even around to know that. If I didn't get a notice that someone pumped $500 into my bank account last night, this morning when I woke up, I wouldn't know that the money came into my account. So I e-begged for that 500, and then today I got another 500. So, but it's going to translate into e-begging because I got a fedora. And everybody knows I run a legitimate scam, baby. I run a legitimate scam. I am a scammer, man. There's my glasses. Let me see what else we got going here. I need water. The so-called man. See who... Big Kevin. Oh, yeah, I didn't forget about the 500. I was hoping you would incorporate it like 2 days from now. Just say that 500, the 500 today, now it's going to be $2,500. Rabbi! Jew Barker in the Philippines, baby. That's right. Who loves you, baby? Who loves you, baby? Let me get water. I'll be right back. I got some cold water right here. And I got something special that I'm gonna put it on the screen, and as soon as I get a little bit of water, I'm a little bit dry, but $500 super chats, they go a long way. You know, I'm not Steve Montelli. I personally, I don't know what kind of water Steve Montelli is drinking, but I drink distilled water. Now, this morning, instead of breakfast, I had a small amount of rice, white rice, and an entire bottle this size of distilled water, 700 milliliters. There's three things I want to tell Steve Montelli. One, I don't drink anything out of a plastic bottle. Now, the water comes in a plastic bottle, the distilled water, but I don't drink it out of the distilled water bottle. And that's actually like a surgical type of bottle. It's not. One thing I'll tell you is those bottles that the water comes in, the filtered water, that has a weird ass taste to it. I don't like that water at all. And I don't know what they put in that water. I don't know what the hell that is. Ah, I know what it is. So Steve Montelli, he takes a sip of water every 45 seconds to 2 minutes sometimes. I don't know. I don't drink any water out of a plastic water bottle unless I go to the city. At which point, when I go to the city, sometimes I use, well, no, always, I use a plastic water bottle to put my water in, but there's a reason for that. Because the glass bottles, if they break, it makes a mess in your bag, so I don't put them down. This is a lollipop that melted. I had it on the counter, and it's got a lot of the paper wrapper on it, but it's one of those good lollipops with the bubble gum in the middle. Who loves you, baby? Warren H. loves you, baby. I just have to get rid of this garbage. And being that it had it was a little, I'm going to wash my hands. Be back in 10 seconds. Who loves you, baby? Who loves you? Remember, when you're on the bottom of the flat earth with your friend, and you and your friend are on the bottom of the flat earth, and you get your gravity boots, and you go over to where they keep the unicorns, the free unicorns with gravity boots, and you go over to where they keep the horses with the free gravity boots on the horses, and you say to your friend, "Can you ride a unicorn?" And your friend says, "No, I don't know how to ride a unicorn." Now you know who's riding bitch, baby. That's right. So 2,500, 500 and 2,000 is 2,500. That's what I can expect to make until from now till Sunday. But of course, that's because Warren H. is a scammer, right? He's a scammer. And that's because Warren H. is a scammer. He's giving me money, right? He's going to prove to you how much of a scammer he is by giving me money. Who loves you, baby? I got to say thanks. That was the best show you ever put on yesterday. And allowing that troll on there, George, which way did he go, George? When you think about it, George Dionysus, or whatever his name was, he made me $2,500. I got to say thanks, George. And to the guy whose channel he was on, the channel creator, I got to say thanks, buddy. Warren H. says, Big Kevin says, see who has the last laugh. $2,500 for 4 days? I'm going to be laughing last. Don't worry about that. Warren says, the so-called man, whoa, those are some fucking fighting words. The so-called man who said we are gay, oh, those are fucking fighting words. Those are law fighting words. Those are criminal law fighting words. All right. So now Warren is making a professional opinion now. This is not satire. This is not humor. This is not bullshit. Okay. Warren Hunt, those of you who don't know, was a police officer for 19 years. In those 19 years, the police of Australia sent him to school, and he got 2 degrees in psychology in the American Medical Association in psychology and psychotherapy. So Warren says, the so-called man who said we are gay is merely projecting his own homosexual desires. He needs to inflict hate on people to make himself feel better. But I don't know who we're talking about. So Warren is giving his professional opinion about a man who has been abusing both myself and Warren. Say what you want to say in person again, Michael, and watch that person shrink in their seat again. That was funny. Once you pass the Vela Zone, there is nothing to eat or drink unless you buy it from the stewardess. Good night, Big Heaven. Thanks for stopping by. So there's a stewardess that I didn't know about. They put a stewardess in the Vela Zone. Oh, my God. The Vela Zone, constant expansion, constant betterment. The bottom of the flat earth is a wonderful place. In fact, we're bringing people down to the bottom of the flat earth next week. And they're going to stay there. And they're going to supervise the new mining operations and work directly for Carl Vela. Warren H. says a guy who opens his mouth at 1,000 miles an hour but has his brain only moving at 1 mile an hour has a lot that he will not be able to defend. A jury / judge won't like what they hear, I was told. At V2, oh, I forgot to go over what happens at V2. So when you're taking off and you give it, I always slam it to the firewall, but some people do and some people don't. Some people, I've seen guys that we were training for pilot training, and they only want to give it half throttle because it makes a lot of noise. I mean, anyway, so at V1, if you see a broken fuel line or a buzzer goes off, you can pull the throttle back, full flaps up, and hit the brakes slowly, tap the brakes, pump them. But at V2, no. There's no, at V2, that means, unless you know different, at V2, you should be at a velocity where your brakes and flaps won't stop the aircraft anymore before you hit the fence, a wall, an embankment, or go into the ocean. So at V2, no matter what's wrong, unless your engine just fails, you need to take off and do a turnaround. That's what you need to do at V2. There's no, or look for another highway down the road and land on a highway if you can. But I mean, if you lose something that you can't turn around. But at V2, you're going to crash into the wall. You're not going to stop before you hit the embankment, the wall, the water. Hopefully it would be water, and hopefully you could slow down, but on the bottom of the flat earth, the unicorns, the only thing, there's no saddles on unicorns. Real men ride bareback on unicorns. Warren has it right. Real men. And real men are not embarrassed. Squeeze with your legs. You crunch in with your legs. The unicorns are pretty, docile creatures. The horses, now, I gotta tell you, I tell you a funny story about horses, but it's a little bit, probably not allowed. I probably should pass that story up. It was a story about, no, I can't go there. LaRue is still there. LaRue Seagrass. Now, if anybody out there is religious and you got past my first 3 hours of bullshit, LaRue Seagrass, I forgot to give her a shout out. If you're religious and you want to talk about Jesus or the church or religion, by all means, go to LaRue Seagrass' channel. She's a very religious, and I believe in God. Don't make any mistake about it. If I didn't believe in God, well, things would be different. Warren says, as soon as the Philippines says it's open, I'm going there ASAP. Thank you, Warren. I will never spend all my money, so we may as well live the best 20-odd years of our lives with luxuries and ladies. Now, you're going to argue with that? I don't think so. Ladies and luxury and gentlemen, welcome to the world of Warren Hunt. I don't really care that much about ladies. I like ladies. I mean, there's nothing wrong with ladies. But to be honest, only a very lonely person has some deep inner need to be surrounded all the time with a woman. There's nothing wrong with being with a woman, a lot, but to be around them all the time, I didn't mind so much living with Daisy. She was a good woman. But I think it would have been better if I don't know, there was not more room, because Daisy and I didn't care that we lived so tight. I think it would have been better if my house would have sold in America and we had the money to build the hotel 3.5 years ago. I think that would have been about the best way, because when the house deal went stagnant, we didn't have a goal. We had a goal to still build the hotel, but we didn't have a goal that was foreseeable in the foreseeable future. And we both wanted things that needed to happen after the hotel was built. I wanted a shop. She wanted children. So it would have been better had my house sold 3 years ago, but it didn't work out like that. So where Warren says luxuries and ladies, I got to tell you, even though it's hard to put it in a monetary, monetary thing, me personally, none of the women I ever dated ever wanted or dated me for money. So ladies and the luxury I provided them were never had anything to do with money. But here in the Philippines, it might be different. I don't know. It wasn't in the past, but it might be in the future. I can't say. But I could say that I would never let my mind be controlled by a person that didn't have the ability to offer equal or more knowledge. And that's what it seems to be in the Philippines. A lot of women and men's relationships here, to be honest, the women, this is what's called a matriarchal society. Women are in charge of everything here. If you walk down the block, there are, I don't know, 7 or 8 sari stores within 2,000 feet of the house. They're all over the place. All of them are controlled by a woman, or all of them are manned by a woman. Now, the interesting thing about the sari stores is that when a foreigner walks up to the door of a sari store, there's always people hanging out in front of the store. But if you go like during the morning, on the weekend, whatever, now everybody's home, so now all the kids are around. But if you go to a sari store, everybody gathers around you, and they want candy or potato chips or a bag of this or a bag of that. Now, that, that gets old after a while. So, because the sari store owner has, 15,000 pieces of candy. So what they'll do, what the women will do is they'll tell you, the children, whatever they say in their language, there's like a key word or a sign, or the children are just programmed to want candy or cakes or snacks. They want snacks. So you'll buy, I don't know, if you buy the kids candy, if you don't buy the kids candy, but the sari store owner, the woman, she'll typically say, the children want a soda. Only 10 pesos, for those little bottles. But there's 16 kids. Now, they have no qualms about, trying to make a sale and trying to get you to buy it for the kids. Now, I've been in that position, and sometimes I buy and sometimes I don't buy. Most times I don't buy because they are the ones who have a house. They have a car that goes back and forth to the city, or a truck that picks up the goods. They have not one, but typically 2 motorcycles. They sell loads, and they have bottled water, and they sell diesel fuel. And they sell cigarettes for, now it's 140 pesos for a pack that they pay 90 pesos for. So they make 50 pesos on a pack of cigarettes, and there's a lot of construction workers that need to buy those cigarettes for 140 pesos. So just on cigarettes alone, they're making a lot of money. Why don't they give the kids soda or a snack once in a while? I mean, I don't ever see that happen. So, but the women will believe it's okay for them to say, you give the children, you give. Now, if you want to give, you give, but it won't ever stop. It will eventually lead to the children following you down I've already gone this route here. I gave out 32,000 pesos in candy, cigarettes, and rum in 8 months I was here at Alona Beach. The first 8 months. And I needed a piece of wood dragged 30 feet up a small hill. I was dragging this piece of lumber. 3 of us were dragging. It was quite the log. Because one of the men on New Year's Eve decided to burn my mahogany tree log that I was going to carve a table and a chair out of. I had to go get another log. So on New Year's Day, I got a couple of friends of mine, and we went and got another log, but it was wet mahogany. It wasn't dry mahogany. So when we got it to where I live on the beach, we had to drag it up a hill. We just couldn't get it up the hill. So I needed 2 men or 3 men or 4 men to help us drag it up the hill. The guy who burnt my log the night before, that guy who came to where I lived, took the log off the side of my house where I lived, after he asked me for that log New Year's Eve in the afternoon, Michael, can I have that piece of wood? I said, no, don't touch that wood. Don't touch the wood. Leave the wood alone. After I told him that, he took that log that he wanted and 2 more big pieces and used them for a fire New Year's Eve. When I found out he did it, it wasn't New Year's Day. New Year's Day, I asked him and 3 other men to help me drag the log 20 feet, or to the house, which would have been 80 feet. Yeah, okay. Give me 50 pesos. 50 pesos? After all the foods and beer and rum and cigarettes and candy I give you guys, you want 50 pesos? Give. You give. You have many pesos, many money. I didn't give them nothing. I told them I won't give you anything. I mean, I gave these guys probably 15,000 pesos of the 32,000 pesos because I saw them every day building the house next door. So, the motto of the story is, no matter how much you give these people, that's never enough. And to just ask them to do a favor that would take exactly 45 seconds. They wanted 50 pesos. And as it turns out, when I denied them the money, 2 people came from the shadows and said, we'll do it for free. Because I gave them a lot of pesos. And I gave them 20 pesos each, not 50. And they said, thank you. But if you start giving to the children, if you start giving to the neighbors, no matter what it is, doesn't matter, it won't ever stop. And it took, I could tell you, I'd open up my sliding doors and there'd be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 men that just finished jogging on the beach, standing at the bottom of my deck. You know, what's up? You give candy? You give candy. I swear to God. These are grown men, 28 to 50 years old, like a jogging crew. And I gave them candy. But they came every day. Eventually, I just didn't give them any more candy. But grown men asking you for 2 or 3 pesos worth of candy. Doesn't stop here. So with the women, and the experience I had this week of giving children candy for multiple years, the same children, some of them since they were born, I said, look, I'll give you candy, but you have to say, Polyhode candy, Michael. Which means, please give me candy, Michael. Well, I give them 2 pieces of candy each. And all I want them to say is, please give me candy. I don't want to shake their hand or high-five them or nothing like that. Just say, because they walk up to my house and say like this, they go, give me candy, give me candy. Now, I've been asking these children for 2 or 3 years to say, please, Polyhode candy. And they know that if they want the candy, they have to say Polyhode candy. But they won't. Some of the children don't say Polyhode candy. So I give 2 pieces of candy to the children that agree to say it. And then typically those children will say, Wai Sapayan, which means thank you. And I'll say, have a nice day, or take care to the kids. But there are boys and girls that won't say Polyhode candy. So, I already said this in another live stream, but one of the girls that was with the boys, about 9 years old, 8 years old, I said, will you say Polyhode candy? No. I said, okay. And she walked away. So they won't ask you. They expect you to give it, and they don't say thank you. So it took me 3 years to get some of these children to say please and thank you. It's just common sense. In the real world, it's going to do them a lot more good than harm. In the real world, the real educated people say please and thank you. That's one of, the things of etiquette. But it's not taught here in the Philippines. Big cultural shock coming to the Philippines. Big cultural shock. Grown men that have, like the Sari store. So they just built, now 2 motorcycles, a truck to go back and forth to get the goods, a house, 4 children. 7 years ago, I was practically feeding this family on a daily basis, giving them foods. He had one child, one wife, and he had a baby on the way, and I was literally giving him like 50 pesos a day in food, which was enough for rice and some vegetables. And plus, you know, he didn't have a job. He took care of a boat out on the bay. So anyway, now he has a house. He has a pig farm. He has chickens. He has a renter. He built a private room for a foreigner to stay at with aircon. He has a store, 2 motorcycles, and a truck. And yet, they still want you to give them stuff. So, he wanted 10,000 pesos a while back, 5 months ago. I said, no. He said, why? It's because you won't pay me back. He goes, you have many money. Not, yeah, don't worry, I'll pay you back. And not, don't worry, I'll give you back your money. Or I said, how will you pay me back? Well, you have many money. Did no answer to the question how you'll pay me back. No answer to if you'll pay me back, which we all know is not going to happen. But you have many money is the answer. So if I give him, so he didn't ask for 100 pesos or 1,000. He asked for $200. They would never see that money again. And if you tried to get that money, I would be the bad guy on the block. So I don't lend people money. There you go. But Warren and I talked about this. He needs to understand. He can do what he wants with his money, but the people here will suck you dry. And you know that's the case in most places. It's much less, Warren says, it's much less chismes on this side of the fence. More truth here. Thanks, Warren. Sandy is my girlfriend's name, says Warren. Always has been. Warren says, no, I will send you another 1,500 in Super Chat and happy to lose the 600, which I will also give to you. Oh, my God. So, we have to go back to George. Thank you, George. Salamat, George. Salamat, George DeSimone, or whatever your name was. Thank you. And thank you to the creator of that channel that created George, because you, in all probability, are the force behind George Somanat, or whatever his name was. Thank you. I should remember his name. Guy just made me $2,500 and I can't remember his name. Salamat, the creator of George DeSimone. Diamond, George Diamond. I don't think it was a play on words. George Diamond, I think is that. Thanks, George Diamond. Salamat. Warren is telling George, no, I'll send you the 1,500 plus 500 today. That's 2,000 in Super Chat, and happy to lose 600, which I will also give you. So, wow, those numbers are astounding. So, if Warren sends 2,000 plus, and I lose 600. In order for Warren to make up the 600, he has to send me another 1,000. That's 3,000. That's a little bit over the top, my friend. Slap, 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 says Warren H. And don't forget what Jesus said. It is better to give to Michael Fazio than for Michael Fazio to give to you. That's Jesus. Fucking Jesus. He's my man. He's my main man. Jesus. I want you to know. Jesus said, me and that Warren brought up Jesus. It's not too late to love Jesus. Jesus said, Warren knows that everybody's beginning to know that there's the main, even I hope one day the the jury and the judge and the prosecutor and the people of Bahal know that when people start giving money to Michael Fazio instead of the church, or splitting the money between myself and the church, that they'll know why. They'll be, of course, the church will file a lawsuit against Michael Fazio because people will start giving me the money instead of putting it in the coffer. But people will know why. Because Jesus said it's better to give Michael Fazio the money than for Michael Fazio to give it to you or the church. That's what Jesus said. Right, Jesus? That's right, Michael Fazio. Better to give money to Michael Fazio than Michael Fazio to give money to the church. Salamat. All right, Jesus, sit down for a little while. Jesus is taking a break. Shoulder break. Uh-oh. Yep, just to slap some trolls around. Just think, oh God, he heard that. Well, he already knew that. Oh, he already knew that. 2,000? Yep, just to slap some trolls around. Just think, the 2,000 plus 1,000 would have been someone else's if their boy had come through. But they didn't come through. He would have had to send me 2,000 back. Oh, we know who you're talking about. That's the creator of George D. Simone. What is the entrance fee to get into a legitimate scam? Jack, all you need is a fedora and my book on how to run a legitimate scam. That's all you need. Thank you, Warren, for your legitimate. Jack, what I can do is for free. Jack has given me so much fucking money on Patreon right now that I couldn't even begin to ask Jack for the money for the book on how to run a legitimate scam. So tomorrow morning I'll call you up before my super scam chats thing goes on. I got to make notes and I will tell you the different stages that you need to develop. You need to develop a sense of humor with the ability to let other people make fun of you. Number one. Number two, you have to find somebody that wants to abuse you so that you can expose them for being an abuser. You need to do that. It's got to be like George D. Simone. Without George would have cost me, if George was never created by a very great blogger, if George didn't come and appear on a very great blogger's channel, it would have cost me $3,000. But George is here. George is there. George is everywhere. George came. George spoke. George earned me money. Without George, without the conflict, without somebody wanting to slap George's face, open hand, man paws, without somebody wanting to do that to George, I would have stopped talking 2 hours ago. Number one, I wouldn't have my lollipop. Yeah, baby. And by the end of this weekend, Monday afternoon, I will be Tuesday. It's got to go today, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 4 days, and then 2 more days for the other 1,000. Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah, by Wednesday I'll be $3,000 richer thanks to boy George D. Simone there. Salamat. Hang on. Aren't I being scammed? Being given money? George ran away with his tall tails between his legs and under his mother's skirt and hid for 24 hours. Where is George? Which way did he go? Which way did George go? Which way did he go, George? for the entrance fee. That's right, LaRue. Jack wants to go against all that is right and just in the world and become a legitimate scammer. We can make LaRue the stewardess of the Vela Zone. She would make a great stewardess. There's a lot of going on down. LaRue, did you ever see my videos on the Vela Zone and the bottom of the flat earth? I should ask you that question. You would like it there. Very nice place, the bottom of the flat earth. Employees taken on after July 1st, 2020 are being paid by having their bung reamed out. No money. I don't know what that means. That's right. Warren is talking about taking off a small engine or single or double. Any aircraft has a V1 and a V2. Now, if you were at Kennedy Airport taking off in a Piper Cub, you'd have plenty of room to stop. But for the runways, Warren says, no way you're going to stop. Balls to the wall until takeoff, just in case you need the speed after V2 to turn around. Or find a road or something flat to land on without wires, hopefully. Yeah, I should have said that, Warren. For those of you who don't know what V1 and V2 mean, velocity 1, velocity 2, vector 1, vector 2. You just have it. And V1, when you pass V1, typically you're moving right up on V2. I mean, at that point, V1 might be 6 seconds away, 7 seconds away, but V2 is 2.5 or 3 seconds away, typically. I could see LaRue Segrest coming to Bahal. I could see that happening when we get the place built, because we're all going to still be friends years from now. See, that's the thing about the group of friends that are here now, the ones that fell asleep, the ones that are watching and didn't say anything. When the hotel is built, we'll all still be friends. Jack Thompson says, LaRue should do a live stream so we can help her a bit. That'd be nice. LaRue, can you want to start a live stream, or maybe tomorrow you do a live stream? That would be nice. But remember Jesus said, good for me to be a stewardess of the Vela Zone, LOL. Jack Thompson, I'd be in for that in a few hours once my girlfriend's kids go home. Okay, so LaRue, if you want to start a live stream, Warren said he'll be in for a few hours. If you want to do a live stream after I stop, and anytime you guys want to tell me to go away, don't be afraid. I have notes to make for tomorrow's show. Tomorrow's show got to be a good show. LaRue, you're a lot smarter than most people. You're a good person. You know the difference between right and wrong. That's more beneficial than knowing things, LaRue. You have a good, honest, pure heart. That you can't take away from that. Thank you. Warren says Daisy is a nice girl. We had a good chat earlier this week. I'm glad to hear that. That's pretty cool. That is nice that you talked with Daisy. Thanks for sharing that with us, Warren. Warren and host Michael, please extend our greetings to Daisy May. missed her for almost half years ago. Well, I'm not in contact with Daisy May, but Warren apparently is in contact with Daisy May. So, Warren, if you want to extend greetings to Daisy May, by all means, for LaRue, do so. It's a year now, LaRue. Jack Thompson, Australia has more deadly animals and creatures, both in the ocean, on the reefs, on the beach, and in the desert and jungle area than any other country on earth. They have some of the most deadly creatures on earth. They have a little jellyfish about this big that if you step on it, it has a little spine in it. You die in like 3 hours. Then they have the great white sharks. They have poisonous fish, which most countries have. They have some of the most deadly snakes in the world. Australia has so many different ways that you can die by accident or, I have to laugh at the trolls who mention Daisy. You would think from what they say, they have never had a relationship or never had a breakup. Some guy says he had 150 women. So that's 150 breakups. I heard that story. Personally, I call bullshit. Although I believe anything is possible, I heard too many conflicting stories about that. Too many. Expat Prepper, Larry, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, Expat Prepper, if you're still here, he has a farm. God, I don't know how many acres it is. I didn't realize it was that big, but what an amazing... He has a channel about farming. He's got a really nice channel. If you guys are out there and they show you how to water the plants, how to get them started. They got corn. They got, I don't know how many, 10,000 melons, squash like this big already, 8-10 inches in diameter. They got huge, that place. Way bigger than I ever thought. Thanks for stopping by, Larry. Jack Thompson, I still get a bit of action from one, but won't complain. I'm typing fast before my girlfriend sees the message. LOL. She's playing board game with her kids. Ha! Studley Warren. Warren is talking about getting action. You gotta like that. Gotta like that. I have held back from any conversations regarding relationships because I am so tired of the trolls. But if and when I decide to bring a woman, a female, into the picture, it might surprise you. I'm going to find it hard not to give some money to the kids for the first few months. I'm sure you will. I'm sure it's okay, too. It's just that that's just the way it's always been. It's hard to describe. Hard to describe. You'll see when you get here. It's your money. Like I said, it's just that there would be no end. There is no... It's not so much giving the people money here, it's that you expect... What would be a good example? All right. So they see me working out in the yard doing something, whatever it is. I'll give you a little example. And they'll see me working very hard out in the sun. They don't ever offer a hand. But these are the same people that I gave many, many times, many food. For instance, a woman, oh boy, it's so hard to describe without sounding like a cheap bastard, but a woman wanted to have a party. All right. And she had no money. Now, I've known this woman longer than anybody else. And she asked me to borrow a large sum of money. I said, okay, because I like her. And anytime she ever had a party for the last several years, every party, whether it's a birthday party, her birthday party, her son's birthday party, the fiesta, Christmas, New Year's, Easter, or a party, doesn't matter. She's always invited me to the party. So for her, I would lend her anything she wants. And she eventually paid me back. But, and whenever she walks by, she asks me, can I help you? She will. She'll stop and help. She's an amazing lady. But that's the only one person. And she's also a business person. And she's also very well known and liked in the community. But it just, it's the luck of the draw where you move in the Philippines. You never know who your neighbors are going to be. Warren says, isn't it strange how that works? I'm actually better friends with my ex than when we were together. Jack is talking about his ex-wife in Thailand, I think. Jack Thompson, yeah, me too. Now, I had one gal break up with me because you're too nice. What the fuck, says Warren. Real men don't hold grudges. They just man. That's true. So, Michael, aren't you glad you don't have private shoppers and personal pilots? I remember that. I remember. There's nothing for free in the Philippines, my friend. I got a manicure the other day, Jack. Real men don't get... Michael, I got a manicure the other day. Look, see? I got manicured by a demon lizard. Yeah, that son of a bitch would have took that chunk out of my finger. I guess he was on for a minute. Seemed like a lot longer, but yeah, real men don't get manicures and pedicures. That is true. Now, one time, I got a pedicure. I made one video. The first week I was in the Philippines, I got a pedicure. I figured, what the hell? And I had been working 7 days a week, and my feet were a mess. And that's on my homepage. I think I have 400,000 views. And I got one pedicure after that, too. And I don't know. I kind of felt sorry for the lady. But, yeah, I don't normally... I just rip them off with a pair of... I get a pair of wire cutters, and I just snip them off when they get long. My fingers, I use this file like this. You want to see how I do my nails? I take this file, It's a triangle file, and it's a fine grade triangle file. And all I do is I just file my nails like this. Now, and it's good because it's strong. It doesn't wear out. And then when I want to do the tops, the cuticles, I just grab the bad boys like this and scratch it along the top and clean out the cuticle off the nail. Not a problem. And if I have a dent in my nail from something, and I just take this like this, and I hit that across the top, and it gives it like a non-sheen. If they become too shiny, and how that works, a little dust, it gets nice and flat, and then. And I don't bother with a nail clipper. You can also put this underneath a little bit on an angle like this, on an angle, but real men, I always did this like this. I have a nice cuticle set, but I don't use it. Real men don't get manicures or pedicures. Real men just take. You hear that? That's what real men do. Real men don't sit in some chair and get a haircut and worry about their hairline or anything like that. In fact, my hairline, what I did notice about my hairline, talking about hairlines, look how long I've been no haircut. Shit's growing. I'm almost ready for a ponytail again. Look at this. It's already, 3 inches long? I'm thinking about doing something creative with my hair soon. Although Warren said he's going to bring a pair of electric clippers when he comes. I'm looking forward to that. If I had electric clippers, I might run sideways across the top of my head. I got an idea. No offense, Jack. Put your wallet underneath someplace where it's safe, but I got an idea. Warren was on... Yeah. That Warren is talking about that girl. That young girl was stubborn. While I was removing the glue from the gecko, the children stopped by. You can hear me talking to the children. What's the magic words? And at that day, they didn't want to say polyhoid candy. I said, okay, umping, and they left. But I don't care. If they want candy, all they have to do is say, please give me candy. I'll give them all the candy they want. No, I will not do that. I will give each child 2 pieces of candy in the morning and 2 pieces of candy in the afternoon. So if they come in the morning and they ask, I'll give them 2 pieces of candy each. Now you got to remember, there's 10 or 15 children. Most of the times they just come in groups of 4 or 5 because they're playing with each other. But in the afternoon, there might be 8 or 10 children. If they ask me for candy, I give them candy. I don't give a shit. I mean, candy it's a small thing to give the children like candy, but I don't give them too much because too much candy is no good for them. And the shit that's in the candy, who knows if that's good or not. But hold on. The girl that you're going to hear me talking to the children, if you're a Patreon member, you'll hear me talking to the children saying, what's the magic words? Now, 4 years, 3 years, 2.5 years, these children have been coming and I give them candy every time they come and ask. But each time I say to them, the magic words are polyhoid candy. So while I was fixing the gecko, saving the demon lizard. I said, what's the magic words? They go like this. No magic word? You're not going to say polyho candy? No candy. And they walk away. All I have to do is say please. It's just part of their culture. They don't want to ask you, and they don't say thank you. So when you give them the candy, you say, what do you say? Wife's up by N, yeah? Yeah, 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 like that. No, not yeah. Say wife's up by N. And they say thank you, but they don't want to. I'm not trying to make them do anything hard. A friend of mine says, Warren, whose daughter turned 10 yesterday, said she is stubborn as a 15-year-old. Different time, I suppose. When I was 10 years old, I did what my father or mother told me to do. Not because they would hit me, because they didn't hit me. Even my mother didn't hit us, which, if we were going to get hit, it was my mother's job. But she never hit us. Never hit us that I only remember my mother hit me one time. I was probably 15 or 16 years old. I don't know what I did. I think I knocked a bridge down. That's what I'm pretty sure that was for that. She got really pissed off about that. Anyway, she hit me. And it didn't bother me. But that was, I think it pissed her off that she hit me hard too. I mean, it wasn't like, it wasn't like she was smacking my buttocks or something like that. She went all in when I knocked that bridge down. That didn't bother me at all. My old man kicked my ass, though, that night. I remember that. Well, I think my mother, I could only remember my mother hitting me once. And I can never remember my father hitting me till that day. I remember that day. I remember it good, too. After or before, I don't remember any time that my dad ever hit me, or my mother for that matter. I know my mother got mad at me. But hit me? No, that was it. That one thing. It might have been that they were pissed off. A lot of people were pissed off. And so, George Dione was the scumbag's name, says Warren H. Hey, LaRue Segrest is still here. Shiny Rhythm Vlog. Hi, friends. Hello, Shiny Rhythm Vlog. How are you? I'll send it to prove a point, Michael. I love to slap a troll. Wow. $3,000 to prove a point. I wish there was more points to solve. Shiny Rhythm Vlog, thank you for stopping by and have a nice day back at yourself. To prove a point, Warren Hunter's going to give Michael Fazio 3,000 Australian dollars. Fuck, I mean, I wish they had a computer I could buy. I'd upgrade it again to the i9, which is what I want anyway. I got to tell you something. I'm going to talk to you about the computer. The i7 was 169,000 pesos, which I ordered 4 days ago. But it said they didn't have it in stock. So it said they had it in stock. I ordered it, but it didn't. When the time came to check out, because what I did was, one thing, I am mistaken. I ordered the computer 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago, when it was 169,000 pesos. Because they wouldn't take my American credit card. They didn't give a shit. They don't want to take the American credit card. Not Lazada. They want you to have a Philippines bank account. So they'll take my Philippines bank account. So I ordered the computer, and when I got to the checkout, it said, but they're out of stock. So it was 169,000 pesos. It had 16 gigs of RAM. Now the newer model came out with 32 gigs of RAM. Now it's 204,000 pesos. So now I got to go transfer money from an American account into a Philippines account to make up the difference, because I still have to maintain a 20,000 peso, 10,000 peso minimum in the bank account. So next time I go to the city, I'll transfer the money. And then if they have, but I don't even want the I7 now. I want the I9, which is like 240,000 pesos. So I got to transfer more money than I have to go to the bank twice to do that. But that money will come in handy. I got to tell you, Warren. Thank you. Salamat. Diane. George Diane. I'll remember your fucking name from now on, George. In fact, I was thinking about chiseling your name on the back of Jesus Christ's head. George Diane. Better to give to Michael Fazio than for Michael Fazio to give to George Diane. George, you gave me big. And the love of your life, your channel, the channel that you were on, salamat. Tell that guy I said hello. Tell him I said salamat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, George Diane. Salamat. Jesus, you stay right there, Jesus, in case we need a little bit of love, a little bit of stupid child, a little bit of teach these people a lesson, Jesus. Jack Thompson, I believe in Jesus Christ, the Savior. That's right. I believe more in Jesus than God. I seriously speaking. Jesus keeps looking into my soul and tells me, you're a good guy, but not in a narcissistic way, says Warren. So Warren is now enthralled with the eyes of Jesus, saying, it is better to give to Michael Fazio than the other for Michael Fazio to give to you. So we have the creator of the George Diane channel, where George was on. Without you, George, none of this $3,000 would be possible. I'll remember your name from now on. George Diane. George Diane, baby. I love fucking George Diane. I wish George Diane would fucking do more vlogging, more commenting, and more bullshit on his creator's channel. I wish George, which way did he go? Where's George? Somebody go get George. George, where are you? And we're back to the comments. Jack Thompson, I believe in Jesus Christ, the Savior. Now, that, too many powerful moments in my life where I believe in Jesus more than I believe in God. Jesus really sounds like Mr. Obama and Mr. Trump. Well, Jesus lets them get away with all that evil shit, just like he lets all those evil people get away with the evil shit. It's up to you, Warren Hunt, and me, Michael Fazio, to put a stop to the evil in the world. We have to change the world somehow, and we can do that. We can do that by getting not one but two Sport Pro Sea-Doo jet skis with fishing poles and fishing tackle boxes. And when we go out fishing into the middle of the damn ocean and we catch fish, squid, fish, triggerfish, yellowtail snapper, when we catch those, our world will become a happy place. And therefore, we will look at the rest of the world as a happy place. So it's within your power and my power to change the world, but only our world. And of course, when Jack gets here, Jack will be riding, bitch. Scott, probably going to have to give him the controls because he already is a motorcycle. No, just kidding. We'll give you guys the front seat. Jesus really sounds like Mr. Obama and Mr. Trump. It's all one. We're all one spirit. We are all one spirit, except one of us is not part of the one spirit. And we know which one that is. Jack has give you a lot less than I have, Michael. Wait. Jack has given you a lot more than I have, Michael. Super scam him harder. No. Jack, I got fucking jacked up into one of the highest slots in Patreon. Leave Jack alone. He's okay where he is. Don't remind him how much money he costs me every month. Besides the super chat. I got Jack right there. Here's the top. Here's Jack right here. If I could get him over that hump, I could fucking retire if I could get a couple more people up right where Jack is. Whew, gotta tell you. Salamat, Jack. You're number one, Jack. Jack Thompson, I disagree. I've seen your donations, brother. No, Jack. Let's not get in. Let's not see who could give Michael Fazio more money today. Wait till tomorrow. Remember that thing I said to you guys a few weeks ago when we were all on Skype? I'm on Skype, right? I got Warren and Jack to talk to each other on Skype. Not that there was a problem, but nobody was ever around at the same time. So I have to go outside and do some things and take a bath. They were breaking my balls. I said, whoa, you guys are breaking my balls. You guys haven't given me money yet today. You can't break my balls till you give me money. Well, that started off a really cool conversation. They were going, hey, you're right. Until you give Michael money, you shouldn't break his balls that day. I mean, it's only natural to give him. Jesus said, my girlfriend says she's happy to abuse me for a few days, said with a wry smile on her face. Well, that means she wants a little komasikiyama. Jack Thompson, you're too modest, my man. Jack Warren, I know the facts. Imagine being George. He fled yesterday, and then he had to hide and try and be all nice today. What a wank break. George was here today? Fuck. Send George my regards. Warren H. Unfortunately, a certain vlogger has everyone blocked. He will never know. I haven't seen a comment from that guy, and I'm going to tell you the truth. I think I've been blocked by that guy for probably, I don't know. It's years. It's going back a year, 2 years. I don't know when the last time I saw him. V2, rotate, baby, rotation. Warren is talking about at V2, when you're taking off or landing, you are going to rotate, and you rotate from land into the air, and you start to climb, and you try to get to your desired altitude right away, at an economic pitch to go up. And that's called a rotation. So when you leave an airport, you are rotating. Now, when you're coming into an airport and on landing, on approach, and after you get out of the loop, which could be any desired distance, depending on the airport itself, in the cone, C-O-N-E. Once you're in the cone and you're on approach, once you get the final word for approach, when you go down, and if you have gear, you drop your gear, and when you land, that's another rotation. So in order to fly, successfully take off and land, it's 2 rotations. If you just get one of those rotations right, you're screwed. And usually, I don't know. I kind of liked landing. It was always, I didn't like the Cherokee Warrior 2 because it had a low wing, fixed wing. Well, we're all fixed wing, but a low wing. And we were right over the wing. You couldn't see the runway. You just had to fly by, you know. You had to fly by the instruments when you were coming in on approach. I mean, you had an altimeter, and you could see the runway, but you couldn't see. You could see the runway in front of you, like 60 feet ahead of you, but that's all you could see. I kind of liked the high wing aircraft, but my instructor, Jimmy, he wanted me to learn on a low wing aircraft. He says, if you learn how to fly on a low wing aircraft, you can fly anything. So that's what I learned on. But rotations were hard landing, especially the first solo. I gotta tell you, boy, that was, you know, you have the instructor in the right seat, always making sure that, you know, what you do is okay. But when you do your solo, what you do is up to you. And there's nobody and there's no radio communication that's going to compensate for your mistakes. So anyway, rotation is, at V2 you rotate up, and on landing you rotate down onto the gear, onto the strip. Uh-oh. Jack says, in order to have a successful YouTube channel, you must unblock everyone and trust your wrenches. I don't, you know, I haven't seen a comment that I didn't like yet. Now, I know that there were people making comments and that they were trolling my channel, but my wrenches kept that from me from seeing that, which is really nice. Uh-oh, no, Michael Fazio is taking notes again. Notes are the way to go, baby. LaRue Segrest, I will send your regards to Daisy. She is like my little sister to me, says Warren Hunt. So Warren says, LaRue Segrest, I will send your regards to Daisy. She is like my little sister to me. Thank you, Warren. We breed them tough in Australia. Kangaroo. I highly recommend Expat Prepper's channel. Larry is a great guy and has great content. He actually does have a lot of good content. I mean, he built God knows how many hundreds and hundreds of feet of wall and flower gardens above ground, vegetable gardens, and some flowers. And then how to put the rocks on the bottom and the soil and the membrane. Larry has a good channel if you're into farming. Michael, that fit gal was really fit, if you know what I mean. Yeah, she was a looker. I will bring, I could have sworn she worked for an acrobatics company too, that one. Anyway, LOL. Warren, I think it's about time for the guy, that guy stop doing live streams. To do a non-live stream bashing you. Whoa. Jack is starting some shit here. Notice we haven't talked anything negative all day, and Jack is starting shit. So Jack says, Warren, I think it's about time for that guy that stopped doing live streams to do a non-live stream to bashing you. Trigger Warren. He won't stay off. Warren says he won't stay off. Now, something must be going on here that I don't know about. Jack Thompson, but I'm crazy. I'm the crazy Aussie guy. Warren, you just keep on donating. I mean, Jesus said, you know what Jesus said, right? But when Jesus said, it is better for you to give to Michael Fazio than for Michael Fazio to give. There's a backup statement for people that don't get this. In the backup statement, it is Jesus, this is what Jesus said. Don't blame me for that. Jesus said, it is better for you to give to Michael Fazio than for Michael Fazio to give to you. And then Jesus said, give. Give until it hurts. Jesus said, give Michael Fazio money till it hurts. Till you just run out and have to transfer money from one account to the other. Just keep giving money to Michael. Give money to Michael Fazio till it hurts. So it goes like this. Jesus said, it is better for you to give money to Michael Fazio than for Michael Fazio to give to you. And then, give until it hurts, said Jesus. He said these words. And it's all in red letters in the Bible. So don't be afraid to give. Don't be afraid to become a member of my Patreon account. And if you're not a member, holy shit. I'm looking at something here. I just realized this. Look, I was thinking $18. Look at this. Look at this. Where are we? See that? 18K. 18,000 pesos. In Super Chat, baby. I forgot all about that. I mean, I forgot about so they took the money out already. They deducted it. So today's earnings are 18,000 pesos for 4 hours. So that comes out to about $100 an hour, because it's, about $100 an hour. But I do remember a guy that did 100 hours of Super Chat. 100 hours of live stream, and got $50, which is about 6 cents an hour. No, let's see. 100 hours divided by $30. That's 30 cents an hour, less electric and food. That's a minus. So this is 18,000. That's like $375 an hour for 4 hours work. It's not bad. Not bad. Tomorrow, I'm gonna do something special. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do tomorrow. Earning $500 a day on Super Chat is not easy, you know. That's why Jesus has the rules. Don't worry about what Fazio says. Don't worry about where he going, what topic. Don't try to even keep track. Half the shit he says is all bullshit. But remember to give until it hurts. And it is better to give to Michael Fazio than for Michael Fazio to give. Warren says, Jack Thompson, but I'm the crazy Aussie guy. Jack Thompson, I think he almost stroked out when he saw the $500 Super Chat. I almost stroked out when I saw the $500 Super Chat. What the fuck are you talking about? I thought there was $100 red Super Chat. I thought it was $100, and I was shitting bricks at the time. I'm going, wow, $100 Super Chat, that is smoking. And but Warren did say he did warn. He fucking warned that guy. No, I don't mean to say. George, I apologize. George Diane, I didn't mean to say your name in loudness or in anger. George, I love you, George. Not the way the other guy, the creator, does, but I love you, George. You're the fucking man, George. You are the fucking man. George Diane, you're the fucking man. Without you, George, I would have been outside in the rain doing something I didn't want to do to begin with. I got a blower that needs to have the muffler taken off so I can clean the screen, and I got a weed whacker. My weed whacker. Oh, son of a bitch, man. I got a weed whacker, a Hitachi, a Ryobi weed whacker that has the string on the weed whacker, but I took the string off, and I took the parts off the weed whacker to put a saw, an 8.5-inch a regular skill saw blade. Jack would know. It has a 5/8 arbor. So I took that off and I put the parts. First of all, if it had a hole in it, I put a string through it. If it didn't have a hole in it, I taped it to the other parts with masking tape in a ball. And then I put it in a Ziploc bag and I masking taped the Ziploc bag closed. The parts that changes the head from the string, the part that releases the string when you bounce it off the ground. And I have those parts somewhere, but they're in a box, in a box, in a box. So I have the weed whacker with an 8-inch skill saw blade. It's not a 24 tip. It's a 40 tooth. It's a piece of junk blade I had, and this thing you can hit up. The reason I have it is because I have it because I had to clear out the back of my property, and there were like trees growing like this thick, and the chainsaw blade is like $40 for a chainsaw blade, and I didn't want to have it near the rocks, and there was a lot of rocks between the trees and the back of the property, so I hit it. I gotta put a new blade on my Ryobi weed whacker, but it's the weed whacker from hell. This thing is. You can hit you can hit a 1-inch tree with that at like an inch off the ground, and it just cuts right through it. So with a chainsaw, you'd have to go down on an angle, and you have to worry about the chain going in the dirt. And here it's all hard coral, so if the chainsaw hit the coral, you got to sharpen the blade. But that thing, even with missing half the teeth, the thing still chops them trees right down. So I got that to do. But if I have to be here tomorrow for $500 plus any benefits anybody else want to give until it hurts, motherfucker. Don't worry about it. George, if you want to come here tomorrow, be my guest. Stop by, say hello, have a fucking Coke and a sandwich on me. There's fucking pastries at the door. Don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. Rebuttal, Jack. Jack says, I think he almost stroked out when he saw the $500 super chat. What makes you think anybody else is even watching my channel? I don't understand. Rebuttal, disclaimer. By the way, I want to talk about this disclaimer bullshit. I'm going to do a show tomorrow. Now, I don't know if cease and desist is a legal entity in the Philippines. I got to find that out. I don't know. I'm going to do that as part of my show tomorrow. I've heard that expression, and I got to find out if it's actually a legal term that can be used. Because I remember reading or hearing it on. There's a show called the Great Brown American Expat. He puts on a show. I think it was on no, it doesn't say the Brown American Expat. Is it the Great Brown American? Could be either one. But either way, the Brown American Expat is a great vlogger. Oh my God, some of the content he has. He's running a channel called All Up in Your Geek. All Up in Your Geek. He's not the only person with that name, but he has some really fucking wicked content on his channel. Some very, very educational stuff about Philippines, about flying to the Philippines, costs for airline tickets, his boats in Texas. He's a great fisherman, an avid fisherman. Anyway, Roberto, that's his name. Roberto, the Great Brown American Expat. Roberto had a show on a long time ago saying that if you say to somebody, cease and desist, stop making videos about me, somehow that's legal. Well, Roberto said it ain't legal. And Roberto works in a kind of law enforcement. So I'm going to go with Roberto calling bullshit on the cease and desist. But I mean, I will look into it, but I don't think you can say cease and desist and it becomes a legal action. Because if it did, I remember trying it and it never fucking worked for me. So I call bullshit on the cease and desist. I call bullshit. Now Warren gonna find that out. He's also gonna look that up. Well, Jack Thompson says, Warren, he's sucking cold air from a dirty aircon right now. There is one point I want to bring up about the air-conditioned room. I like my air conditioner. Today I don't need it, but it does make a lot of noise. But if you haven't noticed, I could be wrong. I haven't heard the air conditioner in a few weeks. I'm not sure the air conditioner still works. I don't know. Has anybody else heard the air conditioner on? I mean, I don't know if... I remember the air conditioner was making a noise because the gentleman that came and fixed the air conditioner, I never saw anybody clean an air conditioner by taking the evaporators off. I never saw that. I gotta tell you, the radiator evaporator mechanism, I never saw anybody unbolt the radiator evaporator from the chassis. I never saw that. Now, typically, I don't put a cleaning solution on the radiator / evaporator. I'll tell you why. Okay, so to be fair, the men that cleaned the radiator / evaporator used a product similar to Drano. Well, that product it might have foamed up and turned a pretty white pink, but basically it's a mild acid, more than muriatic, but less than sulfuric. And they might have left it on too long. And when you have an old copper coil, not a good idea to put that kind of a solution on. Now, even if you had a new coil, if you put enough of that on and left it on for 2 days, it would blow the unit apart. But I did not see or hear the air conditioner work again. I heard a noise for a few days, and I'm not sure. So if anybody knows if the air conditioner is still working, I don't even know that it still works. Oh boy, I'm back on the numbers here. Warren, he's sucking cold air from the dirty aircon right now. I don't know. Warren says Jack Thompson and having an apple juice with a football drink, beer, beverage, like a Heineken or a Rheingold, probably Rheingold. Oh well, you can thank George for the extra money for the better PC, Michael. Salamat, George. George, we love you, George. Where's George? Which way did George go? Which way did he go, George? We should call him Runaway George. LOL. George, don't run away. Don't run away, George. Next week, we need you back. Same time, same bullshit, same channel, same results. Salamat. Jack said, oh wait, according to comments from a certain vlogger's channel, Michael Fazio, oh shit, I forgot all about that. There was a guy named, whatever the fuck that guy's name was, I don't remember the name of the guy. Some guy said that Michael Fazio, I was escorted. I heard this. I saw the comment. Said that I was escorted from my property by some authority. Well, I can assure you that didn't happen. But if it did, it probably would be a mistake, and I would be the first person to tell you. But it didn't. So this is what these fucking trolls do on other people's channels. They start bullshit. Again, start bullshit with for no reason. Why would somebody say that? And of course, I don't respond to the comment. If you think I'm going to take a minute or 2 minutes to respond to a guy who has no content on his channel, no videos, I just don't do that. I don't even respond to the scumbags on YouTube. I don't respond to them that have videos up and take them down. There's a guy, he lives in America, but he puts videos up and then he takes them down, and he puts them up and he takes them down, he puts them. Who gives a fuck what that guy puts on his channel? He's got 90 subscribers. How's that affect me? And how does the troll account saying Michael Fazio was escorted off his property by the authorities? Who gives a fuck what they say? In fact, if it wasn't for that guy and George Diany having a conversation with each other, I wouldn't be getting $3,000 this week. So actually, the scumbag that said I got escorted off my property, whoever that was, and the other guy, George Diany, who was arguing with him, I have to thank the both of them, because their actions created a new action, and their new action was a troll bet, and the troll bet turned out to be $3,000 in my fucking pocket. So to the guy who said I got escorted off the property, thank you very much. To George Diany, who was arguing with that guy about some bullshit, thank you very much. And to Warren H., remember what Jesus said, it's better to give to Michael Fazio than the other way, than for Michael Fazio to give to you. Just remember, give till it hurts, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine a 1 hour live stream with just one comment. Warren says, yeah, I heard that too. And George talked to me on the phone. I remember reading that. I was actually loading videos. I have my hard drive in my computer had like 27 gigabytes left from the videos I have that I loaded from Tagbilaran, and videos of the new jeepneys, and the videos of the bus, and some things I did. I went to a restaurant and asked them if they were open, but they were closed. But I knew they were closed. Anyway, I had and I haven't dumped my computer out, I don't know, a year, maybe a year and a half. Anyway, so I was loading videos from my computer to outside into the cloud. And I was reading the comments at the same time, and I'm going, what the fuck are those guys talking about? I mean, why would they waste all that time doing that? So whoever George is, thanks, George. Whoever that other guy was, Murder something. I think that was the guy's name. Murder something. Thank you. You're a fucking couple of swell fucking blokes. We'll call you like an Australian. You're a couple of swell fucking blokes. You made me $3,000 fucking dollars. Who can complain? Actually, you made me more. You made me $3,500. 3,000 super chat and 500 bank transfer. Fucking guys. George Diany. Which way did George go? Where the fuck did George go? Somebody get that motherfucker back here. Imagine a 1 hour live stream with one comment and no super chat. Let's add no super chat to the 1 hour live stream with one hour comment. Warren says, I like to take offs for the pure speed. I like that too. Warren, I could see in the foreseeable future when Warren gets here, I can see an amphibious aircraft is in the works, because contrary to what you've been told, I live close to the beach. Let's see. Jack Thompson, or a 6.5 hour live stream with only 20 odd comments. And no super chat. Or no, did he get super chat that day? I don't know. Probably not. 6.5 hours, 6 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours. Is there really a fucking difference? I always do what Jesus says. He's the man. Then Larry, Scott, and then Jack. But they are listed in no particular order. Salamat. I'd rather be paid $18 an hour than 6 cents an hour. That's right, baby. $18 an hour is better than 6 cents an hour. Typically, that's about what I average for my live streams. Michael, I think you're losing money. We got to get this shit up. Get this shit up. Warren says, that says Jack Thompson. I'm losing money. I don't care. And I am getting tired of talking. I'm going to have to save my voice for tomorrow a little bit. Jack Thompson, I still have an itchy, stupid chat finger to slap trolls with, but YouTube won't let me send any more than $500. Warren already sent that $500. Warren has come and gone. Warren blew his load. Warren dropped his wad for the day. Save it, says Jack Thompson. Let him smolder for a bit. A certain vlogger need a bit of marination. Warren is going to marinate him in stupid chat. Warren H., you know his drilling a fucking hole in his tile floor like a fucking Tasmanian devil. Like a dust devil. Like a dust devil. He's probably more pissed off than you think. But that's because he lets the trolls. Had he not let those trolls on his page, it would have cost me $3,000. So I love trolls. Maybe that'll be the name of my fucking show tomorrow. I love trolls. George, I could put George Diane in there, and I love trolls. I love George. I love George. I love trolls. Let him spin a bit, says Jack Thompson. Warren says, rolling on the floor, laughing. Warren H., here's legal. Now, this is legal. Warren was a police officer. No, ceases and desists is only legal if a court issues an order. And in that case, both parties would be held to it. But we all know an orange lawyer who thinks it's real. I didn't think it was real. That's what the great, and I repeat, the great Roberto, the brown American expat, fisherman, all-around family man, single wife, one wife for 25 years, in love with his beautiful wife, has 3 beautiful children. Roberto, the great brown American expat. I remember reading that the cease and desist order means nothing. Nothing is wrong with air conditioning. It just the window units make a lot of noise. Runaway George is hiding between the legs of his birth, of him that birthed him. Him that birthed him is correct. Cease and desist being a complete moron. Cease and desist being a complete moron. But plus I think he said it spelled incorrectly with an S. But again, dating back to the English language, there does seem to be a minor conflict of words and the way they come out. Murder Hornet was the commenter. That's right, Murder Hornet. We love you, Murder Hornet. Murder Hornet, wherefore art thou come back, make me money, motherfucker? You and George Diane, you made me $3,000. Murder Hornet, yeah, baby. Murder Hornet. And to the channel creator, we again, salamat to the channel creator that let Murder Hornet on. Okay, LaRue, host, I need to go out and buy some food. Thank you for being nice to me. God bless. And LaRue, in the fact that I believe Jesus is a very special man with very special powers, I will say, may Jesus bless you, LaRue. I really believe in Jesus more than I believe in God. Jesus has the ability to perform miracles. God, not so much. Otherwise, he would have done things to the politicians that are doing things to us. LaRue Segrest, I'll go ahead, Jack Thompson and Warren H. See you next time. LaRue says, I think Scott Del Fuego is already asleep. Thanks to all of you as my nice and real friends in here in YouTube. LaRue, thank you. God bless Jack and Warren. Salamat, LaRue. Warren LaRue Segrest. Anytime, my friend. Bye all. I already have the aircraft I want picked out. Candy never hurts. Still here. Yeah, we're still here. But only for a few more minutes, Candy. I actually have, I have to try to get my computer started. And I don't know why it won't start up. So that's one thing I want to do on Skype with Warren. I turned the computer on and off since 8:30 this morning. I had my files open. I was copying videos from my video files to the cloud. And the computer froze up. I had a couple of Word files open. And I don't know why. Because I had already dumped 85 gigabytes of files out of the computer. So my D drive should have been clean enough to not jam up the computer, because I've been getting, my computer was freezing up. So I did have 3 rather long Word documents open, but nothing that the computer doesn't normally do on a daily basis. So I don't know. So what happens on my computer screen is I turn on the computer, the laptop, and I push the button on, and it says Asus computer, just like it was preparing to start its regular Windows startup, but it never gets past that stage. So I had it open for an hour, and it never went past that stage. I had it open for 10 minutes and restarted it, 10 minutes and restarted it, and then I opened it up for an hour, and it still didn't go past that. Bye-bye, LaRue. Thank you, LaRue. Tomorrow we're going to give you a big shout-out. We're going to... What island are you on, LaRue? Oh, God, that's a great idea. Maybe I should start a fund to get a new computer. Boy, wouldn't that be fucking the ultimate scam. Not only did I get the money for... Well, I got the money for the computer, then couldn't buy the computer. Then the computer I wanted, they didn't have in stock. Well, it was never in stock. There was never a way to get the computer that I wanted. Then, now, had that money come into the Philippines on time, I probably would have had the i7 Asus Zen Pro Duo. Had the money, but remember, it took like 6 weeks to get the payment from Australia to the Philippines. I have no idea why. But that's what it took, 6 weeks. And some transactions were a month and never got from Warren's account into my bank account. And I often wonder, I forget to ask Warren, did Western Union ever find that $500? I don't know. So I had the money. I wanted to buy the computer in America because it was $500 cheaper, but they wouldn't ship it to the Philippines. Would not ship it to the Philippines. Half the companies won't ship it to the Philippines, and the other half tell you it's your responsibility to fill out all the forms and paperwork to import the computer. So that's just not possible. It wasn't possible before the lockdown. It's not possible after the lockdown. It'll never be possible to order a computer from America. unless you're a big corporation, but it won't be possible. They don't want you ordering a computer. Plus, you can buy the computer here for just twice the price. So anyway, the computer in America was available, but they wouldn't ship it, or they would ship it with restrictions that I had to go to Cebu or Manila to pick it up. Fuck that. Anyway, then when I decided to buy it from the Philippines, the money that Warren shipped to my bank account didn't get to my bank account. So I couldn't order it because I didn't have enough money. So I transferred money from my American bank account to my Philippines bank account. And I had enough money to buy it, and I wanted to buy it, and I ordered it, and it was not available. It was clickbait. They didn't have one in stock. So now when I went back 3 days ago, it went from 169,000 pesos to 204,000 pesos because it went from 16 megabytes of cache to 32 megabytes, or 16 RAM and 32. Warren, I talked to Warren, I says, does that seem an extra $350? Does that seem reasonable for the extra 16 gigabytes of RAM? And he said yes. So that's just for an i7. So I wanted the i9. If I'm going to get a computer, I might as well get the big boy. So that's 240,000 pesos, but they're out of stock too. So the one that is in stock, I just pushed all the buttons to get through it last night to see if the i7 with the 32 megabytes of RAM was in stock, and it's not in stock. So I might have bought it. I might have bought it last night, but they didn't. It's not in stock. It's clickbait. It was clickbait 2 weeks ago. It was clickbait a month ago. It was clickbait 2 months ago. It was clickbait 3 months ago. No one has the damn computer because no commerce is coming to Manila from any other country. So even though they say they have it in stock, it's only to get you to go to their website to buy something that they do have in stock, because the Asus computers are not in stock. Anyway, we won't be able to get the computer anytime soon. Princess Anne, it's still here. Thank you, Princess Anne. Michael, I know a guy who can get just that PC in 24 hours. Maybe we should ask him to get it for us. Oh, wait, I've already asked him. Warren, in fact, Warren being the man that he is, and I thought he was kidding, but he's not. Warren said to a fellow blogger in the Philippines that critiqued me for stealing the funds, which I could show you in my bank book, but I never spent a dime of that money. Warren said, a blogger who critiqued me for being a thief, for stealing the funds, and then I'm gonna go out and buy a computer for $600 and pocket the other $2,400. No, that's not what I'm gonna do. In fact, I'm gonna upgrade it 90,000 pesos more than the one I wanted to begin with. 90,000 additional pesos. It's 244,000 pesos, I think, for the i9, but they don't have it in stock. So 249.70, that's 50 and 30, 80,000 pesos more. Anyway, there was a guy who said, we'll just call him a guy. Not that, no disrespect. I mean, he's just a guy. Not much more than that, but, you know, not good, not bad. He's just a guy. So Warren said, because that guy said I was a scammer, and if I wanted to, I could order that PC, the Asus Pro Duo dual screen i7 4000 touchscreen with 16 gigs of RAM and a 1 terabyte hard drive, and so on and so forth, with the pen. The pen is worth over $100 or $70, something like that. Either way, Warren said, if you can buy it instead of running your mouth, if you can get that computer within 24 hours, Warren would have given him the 169,000 pesos. But there was a catch to that. Warren would have to see the computer bought at the store and then brought to the house, because once you leave the store with it, there's no returns. So Warren wanted to see the money placed down on the counter, the sales receipt with the serial number and the model number, and then take the computer back to the man's house, the guy's house. And then knowing there's no returns after that. You can't downsize, you can upgrade. You can't return it for money. Even if it breaks, they'll just make you wait 12 weeks to get a new one. But Warren said, if you can get that computer, I'll buy it for you. Not for me, but for him. I'll buy, because I already knew, just like when I make a bet with somebody, you're going to lose. You will lose. If any of my bets are ever taken and I decide that I can still do those things, I will do them, and you will lose. So you should understand that. If you say I can't walk 10 kilometers in the middle of the hottest day of the year, you're going to lose. I don't give a fuck. 10 kilometers is nothing to me. I've heard people say I can't do 10 kilometers on a bicycle. What the fuck, a bicycle, 10 kilometers? How long do you think it takes to go 10 kilometers on a bicycle? At 12 miles an hour, it's 24 kilometers an hour. It takes you half an hour. Now that's kicking back a half hour to go 10 kilometers. A half hour to go 10 kilometers, that would be a relaxing sightseeing tour on a bicycle, especially my bicycle. I have a good bicycle. It's old. It's getting rusty, but it works fine. So let's go back to the videotape. Warren said he would buy that man, that guy, a computer. WU found one of those two $500, but the other was taken by someone in Cebu. So my bank is, okay. Western Union found one of those two $500, but the other was taken by someone in Cebu. So my bank is giving me back the money. You know, okay, so this is no bullshit, okay? This is no bullshit. If you want to know how corrupt some of the banking institutions are in the Philippines, I'm going to tell you something. You believe it, not believe it. Daisy and I had business to take care of in Cebu. Oh, in 2007, the winter of 2000, no. January of 2019, we had business in Cebu. Something that we needed to, we just wanted to go there and take care of something. So, I had just put a shitload of money. I wanted to go buy a rebar bender, but anyway. When I got to Cebu, we didn't go to Cebu for just one thing. Now, I've been going to the same dentist in Cebu for 7 years. If I can get to Cebu, I go to that dentist. If I can't, there's a dentist in Tagbilaran who sucks, but he's better than nothing. Okay. He doesn't suck. He just charges a lot of money, and sometimes his shit is not good. Sometimes he'll cheat. He'll put a filling in where he knows damn well it won't stay because he doesn't make enough mud the first time, and then he adds more mud on top of the filling. I tell him that ain't gonna work. Yeah, it will. I said, no, it won't. So I went back to his office and told him the filling fell out. He goes, no problem. Just sit down. We'll fix it. I said, are you going to charge me? He goes, of course. It fell out. Well, fuck, what do you mean, of course it fell out? It fell out because I told you the shit. You can't take here. let's just say this was a tooth. Let's say this is the tooth, and the filling has to come up to the top here. And he filled the filling only up to here, let's say, right? Well, and there's still, like, the tooth surrounds where it has to go in. And then he didn't make enough mud to fill up the tooth. So he made more mud, and there wasn't enough mud the second time. So now he's only up to here. And he made a third batch, and hoping it would just stick to the tooth, like, you know, because the tooth was hollow grounded out. Jack knows what I'm talking about. But anyway, it was back cut. It's called a back cut. And it's the same thing with carpentry and glue and putting like a plug in something. You back cut it. Anyway, I told him it wouldn't work, and then it lasted a year and a half. So I went back to him, and I said, are you going to, no problem, just sit down, we'll fix it now. I'm going, are you going to charge? He goes, of course, it fell out. I'm going, it fell out. Do you remember I told you it wouldn't stay? Have a seat, he tells me. Well, fuck. Who the fuck do you think you are exactly? Have a seat. You're going to charge me for bad work that I told you was no good to begin with. No, I won't have a seat. You'll do it for free. But then if I make him do it for free, he might take the grinder and chip some of my other teeth. So I just shook his hand and I said, no, I'm not gonna pay you to fix something that you should be offering to fix for free. So I went to Cebu. Now, had he fixed my tooth, we're looking at about, because they had to put the band around the tooth, because the tooth is weak. It's very thin, the wall. Probably the next time I'll need a crown. But anyway, had he fixed my tooth, he has a minimum payment of 1,500 pesos. So for that root canal, he charged me 9,500 pesos plus 700 pesos a couple of times for an x-ray. So he charged me about 13,000 pesos, just over $260, which is cheap, but he charged me 13,000 pesos, $260. But I told him it wouldn't work. I told him right away, take the shit out while it's still soft before it sets up, and no, he wouldn't do that. So when I went to Cebu, my fare to Cebu was 500 pesos because I don't like aircon, and it was my normal dentist is father and son deal, but the father either retired, started another office, and there was a really pretty woman dentist, and I'm going, oh God, I hope I don't get her, because I just didn't know if she was really a dentist. She was really pretty. Usually pretty women like that, they're married. It turns out that she's married to a dentist. Anyway, so she was, and I never saw her before, and I've been going there for 7 years. So she was also very young, about 26, 27 years old. Maybe 28, but not much more than that. She was Daisy's age. And boy, oh boy, she was so damn careful and kind, and you know, she took out what was left of the junk filling and she cleaned it up, and we talked about back cutting the tooth again, and that we talked and I was in the chair for 45 minutes. I said, just do me one favor. I forgot her name. Just make sure you mix enough to go over the top of the tooth, because the last one came out in 3 pieces. Yes, sir, Mr. Fazio. So before she had done that, I asked her to clean my teeth as well. So she cleaned my teeth, realized there was no cavities, just that one problem. when I got out of the chair, I said, how much will that be? And she told me 900 pesos. 900 pesos. So she charged me 500 for the cleaning and 400 to replace the filling in the cavity. That's a deal. That's 400 pesos is $8. 900 pesos is $18 for a cleaning. And now that was last January, so it's already 18 months. $18 got me a cleaning and a major filling with the band around it, $18. So, and a perfect job. It doesn't get loose, it doesn't hurt, it never hurt, it never jingled, it never moved from one side to the other, it doesn't go up or down. She was a good dentist. So when I started talking about corruption in Cebu, because Warren says Western Union found one of the $500, but the other one was taken by someone in Cebu. So my bank is giving me the money back. So I'm in Cebu with Daisy, and the rebar bender was 350,000 pesos. $7,000 US. So I had that in my bank account. Plus Daisy needed 5,000 pesos for something she was doing. So I went to my bank and I took the money out of my bank account for the rebar bender because they said they had it in stock. And I'm going to go get it. Well, when I went to my bank, you can't withdraw that much money from the ATM. So when I went to my bank, I gave them my driver's license. And she asked me if I had another form of identification. I said, what the fuck do you need? I didn't say, what the fuck do you need? I said, what, don't you have a picture of me on the screen? Yes, sir. And don't you have my signature on the screen? Yes, sir. And don't you have a copy of my driver's license on the screen? Yes, sir. So what more do you need? She goes, we need another piece of identification. So Daisy had my passport in her pocketbook or in her thing. She had the papers. So I took out my credit card and I gave them my credit card as a second form of ID. Well, that's what the girl wanted. She didn't say what she wanted. She said another form of ID. So it was like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and I just took a couple 100,000 pesos out of the bank because I'm all ready to go buy a rebar bender. Because if they had what I wanted to bring it back to the hall with me. 1 o'clock now. We did everything in cash that day. I go to the building supply, and the fucking guy, what a piece of shit he was. If I had gone to Cebu for that, he shows me a rebar bender, which is just a long bar that you know, and it's a gimmick that bends rebar it's like a pipe, a tubing bender, but it was a bigger, more powerful, stronger version of a tubing up to 5 bar, 6 bar if you're strong. I'm going, what the fuck, dude? I'm going to be rolling 9 bar, 10 bar. No. But I said, you said you had a fucking hydraulic rebar bender. Yes, sir, we have. So he goes over to the power tools and he picks up, it was like a big drill. Probably weighed about 35 pounds. I didn't pick it up. I don't know how much it weighed. But it had like a drill motor, and it was a hydraulic apparatus, and it bent rebar in a 90-degree angle or less than a 90-degree angle. It had a ram that just came out, and the ram, let me see how I get, the ram just went into the angle, so it would bend a 90-degree, and I don't know if you could do any more than that. It's not what I wanted. So when I asked them if it was a yes, but it wasn't even hydraulic. It was run on a worm drive. It was a piece of shit. I don't know if they have who gives a shit? It's a piece of shit. It's a gimmick. It's good for bending 3-4 bar maximum, and not all day. It's not rated at 100% duty. It has probably a 30% duty cycle, which if you don't know what a 30% duty cycle is, I don't know what to tell you, but it means that you could only run it 20 minutes an hour. And if it's hot, you might get 10 minutes an hour, unless it's under a fan or in an air-conditioned room. So either way, it was a piece of shit. But that's not the point. The point is, it's like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I went to the dentist. I got the money. We went to the building supply. Then we went to the J Mall. And maybe that's where my passport was, in the J Mall. I just had to go pick it up. Maybe that's where my passport was. Either way, we went to the J Mall. We bought a bunch of foods for the hotel. And then, because we were going to be there a few more days, I had other shopping to do. And I go to use the credit card the next morning, and it doesn't work. So I didn't think much about it. I just thought, and I didn't want to put it in the machine again because it said this credit card is not valid. And if I put it in the machine in Cebu and the machine took my credit card, then I would have to get another one from America. So when it put it back out, I took it out. It wasn't stolen, it's my credit card. Well, from 1 o'clock in the afternoon till the next, well, I got home 2 days later. And I just used cash. I called up the bank. I said, how come my credit card doesn't work? Michael, were you in China? I'm going, no, I wasn't in fucking China. I live in the Philippines. Because she don't even know where the Philippines is. She goes, were you in Russia a couple of days ago? I said, no. Why are you asking me these questions? Now, this lady's been my friend, oh God, 12 years, 13 years. So I said, no, I haven't been in Russia or China. What's up? She goes, someone used your credit card in China and Russia. And there was another country, I don't know. They used your credit card to buy supplies or some fucking, whatever they used. The only person that had my damn credit card, besides me, from the year 16, when I went back to America, was me. That was the only person. And the girl in the bank, that was the first human being to ever see my credit card. For good reason, too. That was the only woman to ever see my credit card, ever handle my credit card, to ever touch my credit card. The only person to ever touch my credit card. And who was she? She was BPI, Bank of the Philippines, manager in Cebu. So the manager of the bank, when she asked me for the identification, she took the identification in underneath, not under the window, but because there's just like a glass, but it's big. It's not like in America with bulletproof glass or anything. She took the identification and she said, I'll be right back, sir. She made a point to say it loud enough for me to hear. And she took the credit card and my driver's license with her. She goes, I have to do something in the back. She didn't say what, or I didn't hear her. Well, what she did was she either photostated my card or wrote down the number. And before 5 o'clock that day, my credit card was used all over the world. Impossible. The credit card company shut it down after the second or third transaction. And it was the bank manager of the Bank of the Philippines Bank in Cebu, one of the banks, one of their branches, that stole my credit card information and used and sold it. However they do that. I don't know how they do that. So Warren's saying his money disappeared. I got to tell you something. Never, ever, ever, not ever, do you ever give your fucking credit card to anybody in the Philippines. You never hand your fucking credit card. You don't hand it to the girl at the counter in the supermarket. You don't give it to the guy that's a local vendor that's selling you shit. You never give your fucking credit card to anybody, or you got to order one from America. And that could take 6 weeks and cost $100. Never give your fucking credit card to anybody in the Philippines. I'm not the first person this happened to, but they will run that scam from the 1980s. They'll run your fucking credit card into the ground, and then you got to deal with it. Don't ever give your credit card to anybody. George D said to give you the money for the I-9, Michael. Fucking George Diane, man, my God, I gotta tell you, man, I gotta tell you, George, what I'm gonna do for you when you come to Bohol. I'm gonna take you out for the fucking best buffet you've ever had in your entire life. When you, George, me and you are gonna be fucking buddies, not asshole buddies like your other friend, Murder Hornet, whatever the fuck that guy's name is. Me and you are going to be buddies. Me and you are going to team up. We're going to talk about this. Me and you will talk about it over dinner. How can we, me and you, we, partners, how can we dupe Warren into sending me another $3,000? Now, the first $3,000, that's on you. I get it. You don't get it. That's the way Jesus wants it. To give to me, better to give to Michael Fazio. But the second $3,000, George, I'm cutting you in for 5%. 5% right off the top. Whatever it comes to, 5% is yours. So 3,000, 10% would be 300, right? You're getting $150 right away. Soon as that last payment comes in of the 3,000, you get $150 right away. Cash in pesos. Fucking George Diane, me and you, we can go far together. And if I could get Murder Hornet to come in, and he could figure out a way to get Warren to send me another 3,000, he gets 5%. So between the two of you, it's the standard 10% cut that they would give you if you were doing something on the street. Everybody's entitled to 10% when you handle something and you sell it. Buy and sell. Everybody's entitled to 10%. George, where the fuck is George? George! Pelican legs could not walk 10 kilometers in the heat. Well, we've already proven that. Princess Anne says, hi, Warren. Warren wants a new girlfriend. His girlfriend told him to cook dinner. It's called the monolithic pour. Just like cement. Right. Okay. All right. See, I've been out of the trades for that means one pour. I forgot that term. Sorry, Jack. A monolithic pour is when Jack, if I told you how many pours they make in a beam box with vertical not anywhere near the slab, they will go 4 foot up from the deck, and the wooden beam box or the vertical column is 9 feet tall. They'll go 4 feet up the beam box, and they won't. However, the mud went into the beam box. You wouldn't fucking believe the way they built it. I have a video. I think I'm going to load that video just for you, but. You got to send me some kind of link. Okay, I have your Facebook account. All right, so they'll go up 4 feet, right? Then the next day they'll have like 6 buckets of mud left over. So instead of just throwing it or doing something with it, filling in a hole or something, they'll throw it in the beam box. So now you got a 4 foot high beam box with the rebar, all the vertical bars in there. And then they put another 7 or 8 inches. So it's a separate pour on a separate day. Then the next day, they'll have two 5-gallon buckets left over, and they'll put that in that bean box, in the vertical pour. They'll might put 5 or 6 slop pours into the bean box, and then when they get a shitload of cement, then they'll go up. But they won't. I wouldn't start a pour unless in a vertical column, unless I'm going up at least to the deck. You tell me if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, correct me. And I wouldn't go up the beam box unless I was coming up half the thickness of the deck itself, with at least up to the rebar, or just, you know, like an inch below the rebar in the deck. I mean, that's the way I do it. I would not go up to the bottom of the deck, because then you're not really, but if I was going to do a pour on my deck in my hotel at the size of the deck in the hotel, it would be a monolithic pour. It would be one pour. There'd be one cement truck after the other pumping. There'd be no, now it would only be the deck and the beambox columns, the vertical columns from the ground floor to the, including the footing. I just keep bringing the stinger, filling up one beam box at a time, and it would be a stiffer mix. And I would do the footings, the columns, and the pour, the floor pour, all at once. They don't do that here. They'll mix 3 or 4 feet of deck, and they just throw it in, and it's on top of the galvanized steel, and the next day they'll throw some more in, the same way with the beambox. It might be 12, 13, 20 pours in one room on a pour. So yeah, Jack is correct. Thank you, Jack. I always order an extra yard. A yard, throwing away a yard is a lot cheaper than being shy a half a yard. I always order an extra yard of concrete. Better to have and not need it than to not have it and need it. Concrete. Cement should always be monolithic. That's right. Thank you very much. So when I get down to the bottom of the comments, I'm going to stop, because everybody needs a break from the bullshit, from the truth. In case you didn't know, a monolithic, they don't do that here anywhere. And actually, I want to talk to a friend of mine, the architect for my job. Oh, I had a lot of work to do. Friday night was the night that we used to go out for dinner. I have no idea. I know he's in Bahal because he can't leave Bahal. Jack Thompson, Michael and I have spoken about similar thing that happened to me. Cost me thousands of dollars. Oh, God. Message retracted. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, want to thank you. Tell you what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to give you some Crocodile Tears. I'm going to give you another load of Crocodile Tears, but it's going to be fucking... We're going to dump crocodile. I'm going to fill this up. Where am I going to fill up? Where are we now? I'm going to fill up this crocodile tear receptacle. See this tank here? I'm going to fill this up right now, right here in front of my computer. I'm going to say the word Crocodile Tears. Thank you, Princess, and have a nice afternoon. And as much as I believe in Jesus more than God, God bless you too. Thank you, Princess Anne. I'm going to fill this bucket up. This is the Crocodile Tear bucket, okay? And I'm going to dump this water on my face, because there are lots of things. Jesus said, better to give to Michael Fazio than for him to give to you. Everybody knows this. Second, give until it hurts. And third, Michael Fazio should always pay homage by being not subservient, but observant of the ways of God. And I will be meek and cry crocodile tears for that mother of all trolls, George Diane. We're gonna give you crocodile tears, George Diane, and Murder Hornet. These fucking crocodile tears are for you. So watch what I do next. First, I'm gonna take my nut. Oh, I can't do that. My nut is holding my keyboard, and my keyboard's holding my tablet. Okay. All right, there you go. I'm gonna take this 40-ounce plus jar plastic, and I'm going to dump this on my head in my house, and it's going to fall on the floor. That's the way it works. Water seeks its own level, which is why we all know the earth is flat. So I'm going to have to get on with this because I do want to go out to dinner with my friend, if dinner is possible. Oh, by the way, living in the Philippines, now I am calling a restaurant. I won't say the name of it. It's an Italian pizzeria. Now 5 weeks. Now I don't care whether we can sit down in the fucking restaurant or not. I just want to order their pizza. They don't answer the phone. No message machine. They don't answer the fucking phone. 5 weeks. It's as if they never existed. So I'm going to get this thing of water. I'm going to give you a little... I should do this too because this is part... This is part of... should bang the pot. I made a lot. Bang the pot. 18,000 pesos today, baby. Bang a pot. Make... a lot. Bang a pot. Make a lot. So for I'll figure out how much I made, how much it comes out to an hour, and I will tell you that it was a fucking lot. Bang a pot, make a lot. So it was 5 hours for 18,000 pesos, which is $360. So $360. So for 5 hours divided by 360, or 360 divided by 5, that's 60 plus 12, yeah? $72 an hour. Like 72 fucking virgins, baby. All right, watch this. You people have never seen fucking crocodile tears like... You have never seen crocodile tears like this. You have never fucking seen anybody cry crocodile tears like me. I got the lock on crocodile tears. You people have never seen anything like this. Just stick around. Give me 15 seconds to go over and get some water, and I'll be back, and I'll be bitching. Because there is somebody out there crying crocodile tears as we speak right now. There is somebody out there crying crocodile tears because Warren, in his infinite wisdom, listening to Jesus, Warren, knowing that Jesus said it is better to give Michael Fazio money than for Michael Fazio to give, not give anybody, give at all. I don't give nothing to nobody. I give candy to the children. Once every few weeks, I bring some foods next door with a bottle of rum that I'll buy just for them. But that's only on a Sunday. And I haven't been to the stores in 2 weeks. So there is somebody out there, because of this, my friend, my buddy, George Dianite and Murder Hornet. These two fucking guys, I love you. I love you, man. I love you. I fucking love you. I couldn't be more happy. And if you'll notice, I was watching the comments yesterday where Murder Hornet said, Fazio got dragged out of his fucking house by the authorities. That didn't happen. And the other guy, I forgot what he said. But either way, whatever he said is immaterial, because without George Dianite and without Murder Hornet fucking with me yesterday on that fucking man's channel. And we have to give credit to the man for allowing the trolls onto the channel. Amen. Amen. I ain't never going to say that I'm glad you let the trolls, but I am fucking happy. I am happy you allow the trolls on, because it makes for great crocodile tears, which is what we have here. And you and your trolls have given me an entire... This is oh God, this is enough crocodile tears. And without further ado, I'm going to take off the fedora. And I'm going to cry crocodile tears. But I got to put on the glasses. Okay, you can't have... That's why I put my New York Department of Environmental Protection, because I worked in the sewer system of New York, but not for the DEP. That's another... But anyway, here we go. So ready? Now, I'm going to let you guys decide. Do I dump the crocodile tears on my head slowly or fast? It's up to you. I don't care. Do you want me to cry crocodile tears for like a minute or 2 minutes? Or do you want me... The first person to answer wins. You don't win anything, but the first... Steve Montelli, the kind of fucking contest that Steve Montelli has. Steve Montelli, he's fucking... Steve Montelli is taking his shit right from my channel. He's saying, you give to me, I put it in my pocket. You give to me, I put the money in my pocket, you don't get nothing. Steve Montelli. Warren says slowly. Okay. So, what other stupid fucking thing could I do? I gotta think of something else that's really stupid to do. Well, you know what I could do? I could do this. I could take the fedora, right? And it'd be like I could have a second load across. If I take the fedora, right, like that, take the fedora, let's do something really fucking stupid here. And I dump the crocodile tears on my head. Oh, fuck, this ain't gonna work out so good. All right, so if I dump them on my head, and then I could have recycled crocodile tears, and I could do it twice. Ready? But one thing I can't do, slowly. Warren said slowly, right? Yeah, and a little bit around. Oh, down the back, yeah, baby. Oh yeah. Like the Lloyd Bridges. Remember that movie Airplane? $72 an hour, baby. You want to see stupid shit? Wait till you see the shit I'm going to do tomorrow. Crocodile tears, baby. Who's fucking crying crocodile tears now, mofo? Who would be bitching and crying and spinning around like a dust devil in his bedroom, his air-conditioned bedroom? Now, thank you very much, George, Di and I, and more, and I'm not getting much in the hat, I gotta tell you. Let's see if there's anything in that. Oh yeah, look at this. No, nothing. So far it absorbed all that shit. The fedora is a very absorbent hat, you know. It's right off. So regular. Crocodile tears, who's crying now, mofo? George, Di, and I, murder hornet. You guys made me $3,000 fucking dollars, but you made me $3,000 fucking $500. 500 went to parts for the hotel. 3,000 goes. I could fucking order an ICM Cray Systems 3 with the money that I'm gonna have by the end of this week. Don't worry about it, George. I love you, George. Murder Hornet. Not so much, because you're a fucking asshole. You said some bad shit yesterday, but the bad shit turned out to be good shit. So Murder Hornet, you're number one, motherfucker. You are number one, Murder Hornet. That's right. Who's crying crocodile tears? I am crying I am crying. La 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 la. It's Christmas time in July. The water is running down my legs. The water is running down my legs. The bear went over the mountain. The bear went over the mountain. The bear went over the mountain. And what do you think he saw? Oh, he saw a fucking crocodile tear container. He saw a crocodile tear container. He saw a crocodile tear container. And what do you think he did? He fucking dumped those crocodile tears on his fucking head. He dumped those crocodile tears on his fucking head. He dumped those crocodile tears on his head. And that was because somebody gave him 3,000 US dollars, baby. 3,000 US dollars. I love crocodile tears. Crocodile tears. Have no fear of crocodile tears. Like magic. $3,000 gets you one fucking container of crocodile tears in the middle of the show and one container at the end. If you'll notice, that was not an illusion. And my hat is still empty. That part I could make like a trick out of, because wherever that water went, it didn't go, it was in the hat. I don't know where the fuck the water went. All right, so let's see what we got going here. We're going to get ready to say goodbye. LOL, you have a great job, Michael. Salute you, Princess Anne. I have a great job. Remember, I run a legitimate scam. Is he trying to wash the computer like Dennis Atkin? Remember that stupid comment? I almost did that. Yeah, salt water is the best. Clap, 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 while the fedora is absorbent. It is. Actually, it's not. Actually, the whole fucking, everything is wet. Everything. When I tell you everything, I kind of wish it was sunny out so it would dry. You know, for $3,000, I get it. If you were to say, Mike, I'll give you $3,000 plus, I'll give you another $3,000. I'll give you another bucket of crocodile tears, and I'll do, I don't know what, I'll do something else. I'll eat rice without soy sauce or without salt or pepper. I'll just eat plain white rice. For another $3,000, I'll eat a whole bowl of white rice with no salt and no soy sauce. No mayonnaise, no mustard, no nothing. Just white rice. I got it over there. Is it worth $3,000 for you to watch me eat a whole bowl of white rice with no flavor? Because that's how they eat it here. And eventually, you will too. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I'm Bing Permy. Warren, is it okay that I call you and talk to you about something after the show? Are you home? Are you available? Princess Anne, thank you for stopping by. Jack, thank you very much, Jack. Thanks for the support. Thanks for the monolithic paw. I forgot all about, you know, it's been 7 years since I made a paw. Since I was in charge of a paw. 7 years. I watch these people here do it. I get sick. I get literally sick in the gut watching these guys do concrete work. They'll watch. See you next time. Bye-bye, Princess Anne. Okay, thank you, Warren. I'll give you a couple hours. That works for me. It'll take me that long. I want to go outside and do something anyway. Thank you, Warren. Thank you very much, Warren. Salamat. I watch these guys, Jack, do concrete. I get sick. I don't even know where to go with it. In the beginning, I would try to tell them that they smile at you and say, yes, sir. That's it. That's all you're ever going to get out of these people. They don't know, they don't care, and there's no cold and no heat. 30 degrees, 40 degrees difference from warm to cold. Maybe 80 degrees, but nothing like we have in America. And they mix it like soup. And God, yeah. Did you get the video I sent about Warren's apartment that I rented? Did you get that video? If you did, I'll send you an email and I'll tell you what to look for. You're going to see all the rebar in the entire building is burned. Every single piece of rebar that sat up against the bottom of a beambox or a bottom of a deck, every single piece is burned. There are literally hundreds of feet of rebar that burned through the plaster, had to be chipped out, acid washed, chipped with a chisel, however they did it, replastered. Hundreds of feet, hundreds of feet. It's like, and I told them, I wasn't there for the first or the second deck, but for the third deck, I said, you got the rebar sitting on the deck. Don't worry about that. We'll pull it up after the mud comes. I'm going, I wouldn't do that. You know, I mean, when you start to get, because they had a boom truck come in. Then the boom truck came in, poured, I don't know, 13, 14 yards of concrete, and they had an extra yard and a half in the hopper and in the truck. And they just, I swear to you, Jack, I'm not lying to you. I swear to God. There was a yard and a half of concrete in the truck. They dumped it into the hopper. When the pour stopped, the hopper froze up. They stopped the hopper. It was blaring hot. This was about 11 o'clock in the morning. Okay, so I hope Jack is still here. Okay, no slump test. No, there's no slump test, no. All right, so there's no slump test at all here. There's no such thing as a slump test. For a commercial job, they have test cylinders, but not for a private job. But anyway, so it's a huge machine came in. And the boom could go up 6 stories, no problems. 8 stories, 9 stories. I don't know how big the boom was, but I know it was a fourth. It was the 4th floor, the deck and the columns for the 4th floor. So it was going up 57 feet. The bottom of the stinger was 57 feet high. Okay, so now the pour got stopped. I don't know. I was not involved with the pour. I wasn't on the job site. I just remember watching it from my house. When the pour stopped, the black pump pipe got super hot and the concrete hardened up inside the pipe. All the pipe, whatever there was. So what they did is they kept flexing the boom to where it broke up a little bit, and then they put high pressure water. But in order to get the water into the boom, they had to dump the hopper on the pump. So there's a dump valve. It opens up the back of the pump, and they just dumped about 3/4 to a yard, whatever was in the hopper. They dumped it on the ground. So they didn't move the truck, and then they filled it right up with water from the boom truck and the cement truck. They got water going through the boom all the way up to the top. It was 80 feet high. And what they did was they just sprayed that water out. And I was sitting on my deck and I'm going, fuck, these guys are going to spray the shit out of this place. And that water came out of there and sprayed off the 4th floor deck and the forms. It sprayed everywhere. And then it dripped down the back of the building on every sliding glass door and every deck in the entire building, including mine. And I walked away and I said, geez, fuck, I better clean this mess up because nobody else is going to clean it up. So I cleaned up my mess. I didn't even say anything to the contractor. I didn't say anything to the pump truck driver. It didn't matter. They saw what they did. The owner was down on the ground hoping that they'd get the pump truck freed up. They all saw the mess that the pump truck made. And the sun was on that side of the building. So within, I don't know, an hour, Daisy and I had the deck cleaned up. But nobody else's deck was cleaned up. No railing, no door, no sliding door, no tracks. It took like 2 months for one of their men to come back every day and scrape it off with a razor blade, when all they had to do was just wash it down with a bucket of soapy water and it would go into the gutter. No. So that was not the bad part. The next part was, at the end of the day, they had to blow it out. And they blew it out into a form that was going to be the header for the 4th floor on top of the beam box on the side of the building. I don't know why they did it like that. I have no idea why they didn't just bring the boom down and dump it in the yard that they were in, but they didn't. And when they put it in the form, it blew the form apart, and the form fell off from the 4th floor down to the ground. But there was still 3/4 to a yard of cement left in the truck and in the hopper. And they just moved the truck forward about 3 or 4 feet and dumped that on the ground. Then they ran water through the stinger again, but they put it not in the form because it blew the form out. The form blew right off the building. I mean, it wasn't a finished form. They were pouring the deck. They weren't pouring the verticals or the beam box on the top. So anyway, they blew the water through it on the side of the building this time. And now that took about another hour for them to get the boom perched back into its nest and get whatever hoses and whatever other tools they needed to get to finish putting the hopper away. They had to clean out the hopper. So they dumped another couple of 100 gallons of water in the hopper and blew through everything. And then the truck left. They just left. They didn't even address the mud that was on the ground. So now everybody's up on the 4th floor doing concrete work. And I'm looking at the fucking concrete on the right in front of the gate, right in front of where the people walk in and out and the motorcycles go in and out and shit like that. And nobody said. Then it was after lunch and everybody stopped on the 4th floor for lunch. And then by the time anybody came down, it was 3 o'clock. That shit was hard as a rock. A guy, and they didn't have a chipping hammer, and there was no way to pick it with a pry bar. So another guy came back. One guy started cleaning the building, and another guy started chipping it with a hammer. It took a month to get the fucking concrete up off the ground. Because it was like 2 yards, and the chipping hammer was like a 30-pound chipping hammer, and the blade is dull. That's how they do shit here. I gotta go. Thanks for watching. No slump test. I'll send you a special video, Jack. Everybody, thanks for watching. Remember, I, Michael Fazio, run a legitimate scam. When you see the fedora, you know somebody's getting screwed. If I put the fedora on backwards, it's going to cost them $3,000. Take my word for it. We have a $3,000. We have a bye-bye, Princess, and we have a $3,000 scam in the works right now. We are into the first $500 day. We have 5 more days for the $3,000 to be pumped into Super Chat. And God day to everybody. Bye-bye, Jack Thompson. I run a legitimate fucking scam. Take that to the bank and collect interest on it, mofo. No, I don't want to reconnect. Okay.